Look, if you're from North America or Europe, the time it takes to travel there, stay longer. I understand, especially North Americans only get 2 weeks of vacation a year sometimes. Please, if you can, the amount of time it takes to travel there, you need to go longer. Must. The two of the far. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Anyway, we're gonna get into the game. Quit your job. Move to a different country. Fuck it. Quit your job. Spend a year. Sorry. Anyway, we're gonna get back into Baldur's Gate. I don't remember anything we've been doing. Oh, we're in the Shadowlands. We're in the Shadowlands. That's what it is. We're in the Shadowlands. This is fine. We're in the Shadowlands. That's what we're doing. That's where we are. We are just got to the inn, which is a safe place in the Shadowlands. And we're gonna be hopefully talking to people. Our wife is fangirling over someone there, so I'm gonna try to see if I can get Karlach to talk to her. The one and only time you almost took your birthday week that was released will be taken the last week in December. I mean, that sounds freaking lovely. Sounds freaking lovely. I will definitely say, like, it's very interesting depending on, like, if you have family kind of stuff and everything, right? Like, if you're someone who has family stuff, like, you have to do what you have to do. I liked someone, like, I would always take off in the holidays, and, like, the businesses would be closed on the holidays and stuff like that. But I had someone recommend, like, if you don't take off in December, it's not like any work is getting done anyway. So it's basically like you get paid to go into work, but you don't have to do anything. It's like, I guess.
I bet they're close.
Maybe. But I don't think that's how it works. When we moved to the States and the military, so you can say, yeah. And kind of like with that stuff, it is what it is.
What next?
It also depends on your job. It's very, very true. I'm taking mostly office stuff because I feel like there's a lot of office stuff where people are just like, yes, office stuff. Is crazy valid. Kalasi! Kalasi, how are you? Yeah, and that other people's places are completely different. No, that's not possible. Yeah. Kalasi, how is it going? What's happening? Office stuff. Hey, me too! I mean, I might need to get another part-time job to kind of, because again, like I said, I need to talk with my friends because I have a lot of stuff that we need to get done before the next registration process for her stuff. But yeah, same. I'm waiting for work calls. Got a little tired. Stay up way tonight playing this last night. I feel that considering my stream yesterday was 7.5 hours and I didn't want to stop and had to basically be forced to stop. It's fine. It's fine. Anyway, coffee, eating. Oh my god, pie. Ooh, light crossbow. Where's this light crossbow? Jesus, holy shit. Oh my god. Hi, Ash. Why does it always scare me so much? Hi. You don't have to stop redeeming it. It's just so funny to me how it hits me. Oh my god, wait, pumpkin cold brews are in? Stop. Canada, get on the shit. Canada, get on the shit. I require. It's fine, you're totally good. But Hush, how are you? How's it going? All right, where's this lady so that way I can have my wife fangirling over her? Because I think Karlach is so cute when she's fangirling. Oh, wait, I can take their shit! Guys, they're letting me take their shit. I'm saving just in case. It says I can take it, right? Wait, guys, it says I can take it, right? But seriously, I'm so jealous, Pugs. I want pumpkin spice. Pumpkin spice is my fucking jam. To all people that saw the hostile take over the calendar today, send thoughts and prayers. I have s'mores coffee creamer, caramel coffee creamer. As soon as pumpkin spice coffee creamer comes to the grocery stores, I'm fucking getting it. I'm mixing that shit. Okay. Okay, it looks like I can take it. It looks like I can.
We need to talk.
Thanks, guys. Fucking so pumped about this. Grabbing that. On the greater healing potion, can't read. Oh, no. Oh, this is Jaheira. Okay. Now look at the map of the Shadowlands. I would listen. I would murder everyone for Karlach. I would go to the depths of hell for Karlach. Sean, I would give up Karlach for Karlach. Do you understand me? Hi, Sean. How are you? Welcome in. If Karlach asked me to let her go, I would cry, but I would do it, okay? As long as it made her happy. Watching with my girl at campsite along with our team. We're enjoying with some much needed rest. Completely nice. I love it. Gotta get that rest. The road for months. That's so fucking cool. Oh, I love that. Absolutely love that. That's so neat. We were just actually talking about travel, but we were talking like going to Singapore and Thailand and Bali and stuff like that earlier versus storm chasing, which is fucking awesome. Have not done that. Just been stuck in monsoons. Not chasing them, just being sad that I'm in one. Nichols, the reason peppermint mocha's 73 bottles hoarding from last Christmas. Stop. Hi, Psycho. And India. That is on my list for sure. Yeah, I had not been to India, but I've been to Sri Lanka, but I was on a layover, so I was there for like a day or two. Hi, Psycho. Karlach, you're free to go, but please step on me first. Barbecue ribs. Oh my god, that sounds delicious. I love it. Oh,
Seems
I love it.
someone's been skimming our supplies. Is anyone keeping an eye on those children from El Dorel?
Oh, it's probably me.
Maybe not.
Oh,
Mom.
look, a bard! Oh, I remember this bard from TikToks. I don't have Dark Urge. We're fine. Hi, Psycho. I've been watching some Dark Urge TikToks. I'm really happy, but I don't think I could do Dark Urge. I don't think I could. I don't think I could.
Please, be welcome.
Karlach. Here's your Karlach. Yeah. So this.
My gods. To your very good health.
Sorry. You'll have to pardon my friend Karlach. She's very excited to meet you. Should I do that? Should I do that? Because I don't want to embarrass Karlach, but I also want to introduce Karlach. I want to be like, Karlach, here, you did. I feel like it's just, she's very excited to meet you. Do it.
Yeah. I mean, it's an honor, milady.
I will gladly drink to your health as well, Karlach.
Oh my god. I'm so excited. Oh god. Oh, thank you for the hug. I'm sorry, that was so cute. She, fucking protect her. It's all freaking cost. All freaking cost. But yeah, chilling with some barbecue sounds freaking delicious. Dark Urge is your third playthrough, doing your second and third together. I don't think I could. There's so many things I'd be so worried about. So you're very good. Fuck it. I don't care. If it's, look, if it's
blacker than the deepest night,
more bitter than the fires of hell itself. That is coffee. Hi, Tiff. Hey, Tiff. You've been meaning to get this game. In all seriousness, Sean, I've been having so much fun. I know D&D and that I listen to a lot of podcasts, watch a lot of things about it, have a lot of friends that play, but I have never played myself. So I wasn't 100% sure. And honestly, I wasn't 100% sure what the game was. I've had my partner tell me about this game for about a solid year and chat tell me for like the past 3 months, and I could not keep in my head what the game was. I'm loving it. I'm having so much fun. It's such a good time. Talked about you not playing D&D last time. I bring it up pretty much anytime someone's like, I'm not sure if I should get this game, because just in case, like, if you are a D&D player, it's great. If you're not a D&D player, it's fucking great. So it's cool. That needs to be fixed. I know. Time and priorities, right? D&D night each week. No. If she gives me truth potion, like, I don't care if she's poisoning me. Cool. Karlach can date her.
Well over a century old, and yet it hasn't lost a hint of flavor. Still not quite so sure about you, though. People tend to lose more than just flavor when illithids get their hands on them.
Oh, the bug.
I speak from experience.
The bug. Okay, I was like, are you calling me like boring?
Alien. Answer me
you
true
calling
and
me
do
boring?
not lie.
How are you doing today? What's
The
going on?
parasite is changing you, isn't it?
My girl and I love to play games. We're competitive. You can play with others. You can play with others with this game. So you can have you and your friends like in your own party. And like if you only have 2 people, you can have the NPCs fill up the other spots and stuff like that. But you can have it where like you have your characters do it, which is great. And I like that a lot. I will say there's a lot of options for romance too. So you might be like me where my partner's playing and he's like so focused on the stuff and I'm like, so guess what my girlfriend did in the game today? And he's like, what the fuck? It's like, listen, Karlach, my wife, he's like, I'm your husband, can you please stop? It's like, but my wife, she did this today. It was great. Work is work, being a sleeping beach, no worries. I feel that in my bones. I would like a nap. I really would. The parasite's giving me powers I never had. It's changing me for the better. It's trying to change me to win me over, but I'm resisting its temptations.
You want to deny the
that is so
parasite
cute.
has any sort of
I love
hold on
that.
you, but
It's
somehow
adorable.
you can't. Jaheira spots your confusion, and her eyes narrow.
It's the wine. I added a herb to your cup that betrays your lie.
But I wasn't lying. I was being honest.
Look
I'm
around
trying
you.
to resist it.
Good men, good women. Stranded here, 2 feet in the grave. If we're to survive, I have no choice but to trust you.
I thought I was being honest, that I'm trying to resist it. I don't understand. What the fuck? I thought I was being honest. Are you saying, game, that I'm not being honest? Bullshit. You want to say, oh my god, that's so sweet. So my partner, I met him when I was 23, 24. Older. Left, gone out into the world, traveled, met him in a different country. Anyway, I'm done, sorry. No worries, I hope class goes well, Driz. You do that studying, you do that stuff. Might nap after work, do it. 007 movies have taught me anything. Never trust a blonde woman with a Russian accent. I'm trusting this woman with my whole heart. To hear from Baldur's Gate 2, yeah, I think she's important. Don't want to, I know, but it's fine. It's fine. Class will go okay, I promise. And we'll be here when you're out or not. And you've got this. I just got into meteorology. I was riding with the team. Oh, that's so cool. Come over a lot. And I thought, oh, that's so sweet. Semester just started. It's not that's good. What happened to me being the gods? You can trust me.
Good. Because I'll cross your heart myself if you break it. I have every reason to be cautious.
I can't break your heart. Karlach will kill me.
I've traced people like you.
Karlach will kill me. I'm not allowed to break your heart, I swear.
All the way here from Baldur's Gate. The cult of the Absolute is spreading through the city. Quietly.
Yeah,
quickly,
beginning a semester is usually not too bad. That's very true.
We tracked them to this ancient village, only to be faced with a man we killed and buried over a century ago.
What? Who?
General Ketheric Thorm. Remember that name. He's the leader of the Absolutists. He was a Sharan once. Took to building an army of dark justiciars beneath this very village.
So sweet.
Alongside the local druids, we made it our business to see him deposed, dead and buried. But he's returned. Not only does General Ketheric Thorm live again, it seems he is no longer mortal. He has become, in fact, invincible. We met him
so you killed a guy 100 years ago and he's come back and he's now invincible.
Of the Absolute, intent on destroying Baldur's Gate. I put an arrow through his eye myself, only to watch him pluck it out like a splinter. He healed right in front of me and chased us into the shadows.
What the shit?
Things looked hopeless. but experience has taught me that no matter how bleak things look, there's always hope. You are that hope.
I hope so. I'm a little worried now that it's fine. Oh, nice. What do you have in mind? What do you have in mind?
Protected by your artifact, you can infiltrate his forces at Moonrise Towers, posing as a true soul.
Okay, makes sense.
Find out what it is that makes him invincible, so we can strip him of his advantage. Once Ketheric is without his shield,
got it.
the sword. Together, we assault his tower and put a final end to this blight.
Okay, so we have to get to these towers. Pretend we're part of the evil cult. Use our powers and murder them. You want me to make use of my infection? I want to be cured of it. Seems like I'll be doing most of this. I'm not doing this. You want me to make use of infection? I want to be cured of it.
Any cure starts with understanding the disease. Whatever magic Ketheric's using to control these tadpoles, it must be at Moonrise.
Story lore sounds familiar to you?
Until then, we keep drinking wine when we meet.
I love it. You know what? I get to drink wine. Sounds good. Hey Liam, happy Wednesday. The story lore does sound familiar, like from the second Baldur's Gate, or from like kind of the Shadow Realms, Forgotten Realms. I think Dazzle said it was Forgotten Realms lore. Once told my Crunchwrap I loved it. Oh, Crunchwrap. Stop. Dude, Crunchwraps are so good. I could demolish a Crunchwrap right now. Demolish. Take it downtown. You've also told many video game characters that you love them. Don't even start, Tiff. The towers are surrounded by shadows. How do I reach them? The shadows are surrounded by towers.
You're not our only secret weapon.
Secret weapon.
Isobel, a faithful cleric of Selûne, and a light in the darkness. She cast the moon shield.
Shadowheart, don't you fucking dare.
It's the only reason we're still alive. She's upstairs in her chambers.
Taco Bell.
Tell her I sent you, and she'll see you through the shadows safely.
Charlatan, not my first time. Resist the truth serum when talking. Okay. Now I want to talk about, oh my god. What about Pound Town? Demolish a Crunchwrap Supreme. They're really good with Vegemite. Well, Vegemite's basically just like salty yeast additions, right? Dried sausage. Ooh, sausage. Right? Ceres.
Thought you'd be 10 yards tall the way Zevlor spoke of you. Ceres, Scout. Seems we missed one another at the Grove, but the others told me how you helped us. A pity. You pulled them from one death trap.
Oh, she's someone that we could have met at the Grove? Oh, shit. Party killed a red. Oh, maybe. Because I do know that there's going to be some character crossover. My Dazzle was talking about this, that there's like some characters and stuff that he's excited to meet in Baldur's Gate 3 because they were either companions or important in Baldur's Gate 2. So he was talking about that. He just had spaghetti. Oh my god. I had grilled cheese for breakfast this morning and I'm kind of pumped about it. I'm not gonna lie. But now I want spaghetti meatballs and a Crunchwrap Supreme. A Crunchwrap Supreme with spaghetti meatballs inside. Putting that out there. Yeah, like yeasty, salty, yeah. And I feel like that would be perfect for like any, like I always want to add a little bit more salt. Apparently I'm just like craving salt all the time. Got made up before stream. No, I just like food. I just like food. I don't need any special things for me to be craving food. That'd be crazy. Spaghetti Crunchwrap. It's the combo. Oh, so has anyone here watched oh fuck, was that one show on Nickelodeon where they had a like fake YouTube channel or whatever? Sam and Freddie and what's her nuts? I forget. Anyway, her brother would make spaghetti tacos. That's why like the spaghetti meatball and Crunchwrap, like I just think spaghetti tacos anytime those two are mentioned close together. iCarly! Thank you, Winter. Oh my God, Winters, thank you so much. Yes, iCarly. They had spaghetti tacos. Second and third dinner instead of breakfast. Oh my God. Second and third dinner is so good. What happened? Where's Zevlor?
Gone.
What?
And more than half the others with him.
What?
We were ambushed out in the cursed lands. Cultists of this absolute. Zevlor froze. Begged us to surrender.
What? Hi.
They were toying with us. Making examples. And we'd had enough of taking it. Those of us who cut free just kept running till we found this place. The others... Maybe the cult got them. Maybe the curse.
What? We just rescued them! Spaghetti tacos? Spaghetti tacos. Doesn't sound good. It's literally from a TV, like a kid's TV show. Like, it's supposed to be like, this brother is eclectic and like blah, 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 but... Oh, smart, because you don't make a mess, right? And it's like spaghetti and meatballs are both very like soft. And if you want a crunch with it, now you have a crunchy shell if you're doing a crunchy shell taco. Have hope you survived. I'm sure the others did too. You did right. You do not want to be a prisoner of the Absolute. What were you doing out here to begin with? You're bound for Baldur's Gate.
This army of the Absolute is growing and flowing towards Moonrise.
Oh shit.
There's worse than goblins on the roads now. I thought we might pass unnoticed along the fringes of this place. Escape the owlbear by hiding in its shadow, so to speak. You can see exactly how well that went.
Oh my God. Okay. Shellfish. Supposed to come out of our shell. Oh God. Don't lose hope. The others might still be alive.
Zevlor had hope. It didn't save him. A little sense will serve us better.
Who needs that?
But
it's fine.
Thanks. It was sweet of you to try.
Yeah, I've already given up on being sassy for Astarion. I'm literally just trying to be sweet to see if it helps, like, if it makes Karlach happy, literally. Hi, random bard that I've seen in TikToks of the Dark Urge.
You're all right. Thank goodness. I was worried they got you too.
Do I know you? Wait, do I know her? Wait, do I know you? Noodle plus crunchy taco is good. Why not lo mein crunchy lo mein crunchy taco? Wait, lo mein crunchy taco? That, oh my God, wait, that sounds so good. Serious is hot though. I don't, apparently I don't remember. Wait, so when did I meet you? Who are you? That people were taken to Moonrise.
I keep replaying it over and over in my head.
Okay.
They lined us up like dogs. Asherak was with the kids, telling them it was going to be all right. Maybe that's why they picked him. Told him to kneel. They took his eyes first, then his tongue.
What? What? Which one was Asherak again? I mean, I don't know, but I'm not gonna ask that. What? Like, it is so upsetting. Rip indeed. What the hell? Like, I don't, like, what? I didn't, what? How did you survive?
Some of us fought back. Or tried to.
Okay.
But it was hopeless. All I could do was run.
Run. Running was the right call.
That means a lot, coming from you. You always seem to take everything in your stride.
I don't even remember meeting this girl.
How do you keep going?
Karlach and her... Look at the fucking blood on Karlach right now. Can we have a quick chat? Quick chat about the blood on Karlach right now. The camp was attacked by goblins? No. The Absolute, like the cult members or whatever that were fighting. I'll let you know when I figure it out. I don't complain constantly. It's very annoying. No, I'll let you know when I figure it out.
We're in the same boat then. That's somewhat of a comfort.
Oh, I'm so good at comforting
so much
people.
for us already. But I have to ask. The others might still be out there. If they're not dead, they're in Moonrise.
Well, we're going to Moonrise anyway.
Gods have mercy on anyone in that hell's pit.
We're going to Moonrise anyway. I'll find them. I'll make sure they're fine. Probably, I'm sure they're fine. Probably help questioning. I imagine the cultists are torturing them right as we speak. Yeah. Okay. I I could not do a dark run. I couldn't. I don't think I could do a dark run. Cause like my brain just goes, I imagine they're being tortured, and I just feel like an asshole. And they're digital people. Say hi in the lurk. No worries, Carter. You're all good. I totally understand. I appreciate the lurk. I don't know. In all seriousness, I don't know. Like I was going so slow in this game, and now I feel like I'm going so fast, and I don't know how. I was talking about this earlier. Like, I was just vibing, taking my time, so far behind everyone, and now I feel like I'm so far ahead, and I don't know if it's just because I got lucky. I don't know if I had some like good rolls on some fights or what. But I feel so far along now. Game has taught you anything, but wear long rest when they mention people in trouble, right, Jinja? Right? I do think it's okay because these people are in a different location, so we're not in the same location yet. But 100%, right? Like, who fucking knows? Like, we could probably get them murdered. Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm sure they're fine. Probably held for. I'll find them.
Thank you. If anyone can manage
hey, Astarian's not getting annoyed every time I offer to help
be
people
careful
now.
out there.
That's nice.
All right. I can't handle anyone else dying.
I will try my best. I'm just gonna talk to Karlach real quick.
Wonder if Jaheira ever hangs around the outer city. Maybe after this is over, I could buy her a drink. Does she drink? She likes wine. Wine then. This is all happening so fast.
Oh my god, she's such a little fangirl. Oh my god, she's such a little fangirl. Oh, it's so funny. So fucking funny. By the way, it's not telling me that I'm taking it. Oh, a cat! Hi, hi, cat. His Majesty.
Hiss. I say hiss.
What's got your whiskers in a twist?
This is my territory, and you're in it.
Apologies. My intentions are pure. I only wanted to admire you up close. Astarion approves. Oh, he's a cat boy. He's a cat boy. Astarion's a cat boy. It all makes sense now. We need to get him cute little cat ears. You seem like someone who knows what he's about. Heard anything interesting around here? He would be a cat boy.
Good of you to notice. For my part, I have noticed the cleric is a liar. She promised me a bit of milk. Do you see any milk, do you? Nor do I. Disgraceful.
Disgraceful indeed. Disgraceful. Quietly admire the cat.
You've had enough. Now go. Quickly. Yes.
Quite the specimen you are. How did you come to this place?
I slinked, of course.
Slinked, yes. Slinked. Oh, speak with animals is the best thing, and anyone who doesn't have speak with animals, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Your playthrough is missing so much. Please. Please. I am telling you. It is missing so much because it is amazing. Best thing ever. Now, it does say that this is not, that it's not stealing to go into this lockbox, nor this wine rack. Like, it's not mad at me for doing so. So, like, I'm gonna F5. But, like, So I can just take all this stuff? You're not gonna get mad at me? Zero, the cats give me life, right? And Zero, how are you? Like, I can...
Hey, Hope.
Hey, Hope. Can you just, like, pick this up?
Huh.
Like, no one got mad at me.
Let's get going.
I don't understand. But yeah, all the animals in this game have given me so much life so far. It's so
Something
true.
good here, I hope.
That might be worth a look.
The pouch. On a wrinkled note. Looting every place. You gotta loot everything. What is this note? We need to meet. The map is ready. Go to my place, head into the basement, look for the tower. You should have the key. Ignore the chest. I mean it. Go straight on through and you'll find it. Morfred. Wait. Get help from the cleric. Apparently the cleric is a liar. The cat says the cleric is a liar. Toll House. Waning Moon. Is it the Toll House? Find the ledger. Oh, that's for the punish the wicked. Go ahead and steal it. They all deserve for a lack of milk. They do! Right? The cat's telling us it's okay. That's what it is. The cat has given us permission. He is the one that's linked here. His Majesty. His Majesty's linked here and is just like, oh yes, take it all. It's fine. Don't worry about them. They're okay.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
The gods are totally watching us. Like, none of this matters at the end of the day. If it is not pets. If it is not pets, and if it's not milk, then who gives a shit? What's this way? Aw, shit, back porch. Okay, we got a table with some water. We're in loot mode, guys. We're in loot mode. Got a honeyed ham. See that? Honeyed fucking ham. I'm actually just gonna have Carla real quick. Oh, it's cooking indeed. I'm just gonna real quick. Can you just drop this item real quick for me? Also, this cloak, armor class, saving throw. I'm actually gonna put this on Shadowheart because she dies the most. Like, Jesus fuck, Shadowheart, can you stop dying?
Can't afford to stay idle.
I know you can't. I know. Take all the care. Thank you. I am going to adjust. I'm gonna stretch, and I will give Cleo a treat as well. I promise. I will give Cleo a treat as well. She is out and about, barking up the wrong tree, I'm sure. I'm gonna go ahead and give this to you, my dear. And send this to camp. Okay. Give that to you. I need to organize all of their stuff. Hey, Astarion.
What a day.
What a day.
Oh, for a skeleton key.
Difficulty class 10. As long as it's not a nat 1. Literally, with the lick pocking and the setup that we have, as long as we don't get double nat 1s, and it's difficulty class 10, we don't even have to think about it. Astarion is so good for that. Ooh, Innkeeper's Journal! What does this book say? I'm so nosy. I am so fucking nosy. I'm just like, what does this say? May the Moon Maiden protect us. I delayed my meeting with Morfred only to find the entire masonry had been raided and all its inhabitants taken for questioning. I doubt I'll see my brother again. If they get to him, I'll be next. Look at the shrine. One look at my shrine will tell me, but I would not deny Our Lady of Silver, even under pain of what cathartic. So Morfred said to meet up. And he delayed the meeting, so the masonry had been raided. And the inhabitants taken for questioning. So his brother was taken for questioning. Awkward. Bug in the game, though. Rolled nat 20s with disadvantage. Really? I wonder what that's from, or like what the
swift as my feet
like what it's thinking is happening. Because I know that I've seen some stuff, but not really too much where it's been too much too bad. So that's very weird.
What's inside?
Are you, like, if you re-roll? If you re-roll, does it still have that? Time for all the loot! Oh, loose planks! A ring. When the wearer deals cold damage, they create a 4.5 circle of ice around the target. I think that's meant for me. I know that I'm carrying a torch right now, but I've been using Morning Frost as my weapon. So this is perfection. What are my other rings? Arcana plus religion, movement speed plus 3. I think I'm gonna keep that and then give the movement speed plus 3 over to Shadowheart, and I'm just gonna pop this ring on. There we go. Cool. Oh, and what did the thing say? What did the thing say? Wrinkled note? Was it the, which note was it? I have so many notes. But there was a note in there, wasn't there? Was it the scribble note? Was it this note? I hope to learn more about Ketheric Thorm, the village's leader, but talk to him seems to put people on edge. Is it, wait, was it a note? Or was it gold in the ring? I can't remember. I can't remember. Hi, His Majesty, you gorgeous bean. You're such a good boy. Truly, such a good cat. The best of all cats. Let's take that. We're gonna have to organize our selling inventory and stuff before we go. Because I really think I want to try and make another sale. So maybe I should like grab some of this stuff. Rotten banana, rotten lemon, some silver glass chalice, an emerald ring, Baldur's grape. Fuck it. Yeah, so I feel like I need to grab a few more things and stuff to try and sell, because the trader here is just, it's a lot better than the ones from the previous places. So maybe I should like be taking more of this stuff and trying to sell it.
Wish I had a bag of holding.
I wish we had a bag of holding as well. That would be amazing. Incredible even. Just fucking stealing everything. Her bags can take everything. That, ooh. There's a party going on in here. I have a feeling this may progress something. Do a quick save.
What I won't do
is this the cleric?
Send any more of our people into the curse.
Hi. Who's the cleric? Are one of you the cleric? Or is the cleric outside? You are the advisor to the Archduke.
He still won't speak. Just keeps going with the bloody song.
Nothing of use on his person.
His original writ of duty, signed by Eltan himself. Fella must be one of the very first Flaming Fist.
What?
He must know something. Let's not give up on him yet.
Oh, I like her dress. I know you can't see it because it's behind me, but when she comes up full screen,
We believe
look how pretty that
have
is.
taken Duke Ravengard to Moonrise Towers. I don't suppose you found a way in.
Not yet. A dwarf? Yeah. Not yet. Not yet. Literally what I just said. What's with the fellow on the cot?
Isabel cleared this place, and he just appeared. We think he's staying at the inn when the curse fell, which means he's been trapped inside for a century. It beggars belief he's alive at all. Hopefully, he'll come round. Tell us something useful about getting through the shadows.
Get me.
Right now, he seems to have little more to him than a refrain from some song or other.
What? What can you tell me about Isabel?
Cleric of Selûne. She's got a room upstairs if you want to meet her. Just don't interrupt her while she's doing whatever it is that keeps this place shadow-free.
I'm gonna interrupt her. I'd like to talk to him.
Wouldn't we all? I'm not even sure he's fully conscious, but feel free to say hello.
I will.
Maybe a new face will inspire him.
I think we have to detect thoughts somewhere as well.
I won't be here when he comes around. I'm heading to Baldur's Gate to seek reinforcements.
Okay.
The council sent a carrier pigeon with news that the city has been dealing with absolutist attacks.
Okay.
Steel Watch is holding strong. I'll request that Lord Gortash send some of them to aid in the fight against Moonrise. The curse won't harm them.
Holy shit. That's my old boss. The guy who sold me to Zariel.
You know the name Gortash. A councillor with considerable influence on Baldurian industry and politics. But he is no lord.
Oh. Oh. I thought he was no more than a counselor.
Lord Gortash is the man responsible for the creation of the Steel Watch. It's no wonder he earned the title.
What is this outfit on her?
Are the future of warfare.
Can I get that for Shadowheart?
Automatons that can be sent into battle without risking any lives, except those of our enemies. Lord Gortash had only completed work on the prototypes before Ravengard and I left for Elturel, but even they were formidable.
Is she...
With the Steel
Karlach
Watch
said
at our
Gortash
backs,
is the one that sold her?
we can storm the tower whatever Ketheric throws at us.
Or is it Ketheric?
I'm sure of it. I'll do my best, but there's every chance I'll fall to the curse of all the cult before I reach the city. Don't count on me and assume no aid is coming. Work with Jaheira.
Okay.
That
Sounds good.
mind is
Fine.
as sharp
Whatever.
as her blade. Follow
Don't count on you. No aid is coming. Got it.
Farewell. We'll meet again.
Gortash sold her. That's what I thought. And so now he's a fucking lord?
So Gortash is a lord now.
Right?
I'd like to clap eyes on this Steel Watch.
We're gonna murder him. Don't worry.
You already know the story. I was Gortash's bodyguard, loyal as they come, when he made the deal with Zariel.
Yep.
She got a test subject for her infernal engine. I never found out what he got.
So we're gonna murder him.
This is the kind of man who gets a title. Authority. Makes me sick.
We're gonna murder him. Me too. A band like that has no place in power. Murder! Oh my god, have you seen? There's a new sound. So if you don't know, on TikTok, there's this lovely, lovely girl who goes out for nature walks and stuff like that, but she's got the loveliest voice. Like, seriously, it is so sweet and so kind, but she's fucking sporadic, and I fucking love it. It's amazing. And she has a new sound. It's like, you're capable of many things, of great things, like murder. But don't do that, though, unless completely necessary. And it's so cute. And she's just got the loveliest voice. And so it's going very, very, very lots of videos and stuff like that. But it's like, murder. Don't do that, though, unless completely necessary. And I feel like it is necessary here. Very necessary. We'll make him answer for what he did to you as soon as we get to the city.
Oh, the city. Baldur's Gate. Home. I can almost taste it, you know.
Oh,
even Gortash can spoil that.
Exactly. Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. Anyway, let's take these boots. Let's take this silver tray. Let's check this backpack. Murder always necessary. Maybe. Let's check this burlap sack. Oh, another flute. Baldur's Gate tastes like chicken. Hey.
Flame color. That's your name, isn't it? Art color?
Chicken.
I'm Fistula.
Crows are really into murder, it's true. Murders.
Climbing up a tree.
We need you, sir. One of our own's been taken, a Grand Duke. You might know something that could help us bring him back. We found him out in the shadows, just
awkward,
wandering. Nothing survives out there for long. Don't know how he made it, or where he came from.
This is no physical ailment. It is a spiritual malaise.
Oh.
The man's mind has been gripped by the Shadowfell.
Oh.
Yet it has not broken.
He mentioned the name Thaniel. Who is that? Can he hear you? What's wrong with him? Like the look of him. That song. Have you heard it before? Thaniel. Who is that?
No idea, I'm afraid. Whoever it is must be someone important to him.
An attempted
two
crows is an attempted murder.
Ever since we found him.
Song. Have you heard it before?
No, not till I met Art anyway. It seems to be all he remembers.
I'll see what I can discover.
Thank you.
Wake up, Art. So, how do I...
Please, if you have any idea how to get through to him.
Medicine, detect thoughts, probe his mind. Look for any signs of errant magic afflicting this man. Sorcerer, Arcana. So I have advantage because I'm a sorcerer. So honestly, this is... I think, the best option. Difficulty class 14. We currently have a plus 5, so all we need is a 9, but I'm gonna add guidance. Beautiful. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And a plus 4 on guidance. Dirty 20. Fucking love it.
He spent a long time in the Shadowfell, a Sharan realm without color or light. It's had a terrible effect on him.
His mind lingers in the Shadowfell, but perhaps it can be returned. We need to remind him who he is.
Oh.
Some personal effects, maybe.
Nevermore. Investigation. Look closer at him. There may be something you missed. Add a bonus? I won't do that unless we need to use inspiration. Beautiful. 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 Amazing. Hi, Dirty! Or Ramen. Hi, Ramen! Seen your chat last night. I think someone raided you and came in there. Possibly. Ramen, how are you, lovely? Welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. It is a possibility. It is a possibility. But how is it going? How's your day going?
His fingertips sport calluses and toughened skin, as if from manual labor, or playing a stringed instrument, perhaps.
Get the bard! Get the bard! Get the bard! Hold on.
Wait! Take this letter. It was in his pocket. He doesn't seem to have any reaction to it now.
Get the bard!
But it might help.
We need the bard. Flame. Objective: to obtain information about current activities in Moonrise Towers and Visions. Take lodging last in night. Begin investigation. Local house of healing reports into corruption. Regent's Storm. As a devotee of Saloon, but rumors that a Sharan and Clive may be gaining momentum. Oh, okay. Just hanging out on the couch. I'm breaking things. Bard. Just hanging out on the couch with the cats, watching. Ooh. Absolutely love that. Last night I was hanging out with my dog on the couch watching Criminal Minds. It was great. Lots of murder and death.
What's up for discussion? Watch yourself out there.
Sorry.
Please.
Hi, I've got a guy. I've got a guy. I've got a guy. I've got a guy. And he freaking Okay, hold on. Okay, not that. Hold on. Oh, there's that fucking Isabel chick. She's, according to Kat, she's a liar. She's a liar. Take lodging last night in. Local investigation, the House of Healing. Okay, so do I have to go to the House of Healing? Let's look at quests. What about, right? Look, sometimes it's fun just watching murder. It's great. It's good fun. Protection from the Shadow Curse. Told about it. Cleric Isabel protects last light from the Shadow Curse. Can you play Mattoon badly? I can definitely try. It is saying that we have to go investigate this House of Healing, but I definitely think a better idea would be to perform bard dance. Poor performance. Blood face. Everyone hates it so much. They're so mad. Karlach fucking loves it. She's dancing in the back over here. Freaking fire. But apparently the bard is not down. The bard is not down to play a tune with me, or at least at the moment. Ooh, interference. Karlach is your background dancer. Karlach is the best background dancer. Truly, such a freaking vibe. Such a freaking vibe. I love how no one gives a fuck about me rating all of this. Like I said, I'm 100% looting this all. It's great. Karlach's the best background dancer. She is a vibe. She is 100% a vibe. Sick man retreats further into his goal as he plays. doesn't wake up, refuses to wake up now for fear of having to listen to more of this melody that you play. 100% what it is. A silver tray. Oh, yes. Ladle, crafts of water, buckets. Loot, loot, loot while I sing this song. Loot, loot, loot all day long. Hell yeah. Let's good that scroll of fire bar, the shadow heart. Let's take these. Burlap sack. Harper's testimonials. I do not know what magic the dark justice here summoned to our plane, but if it came from the weave, let it be cursed for eternity. For 3 days we sieged the towers. For 3 days, their dark bolts cleaved our ranks. Awkward. The healing hall. Flow of... I need to go to the trader again and sell more stuff. Loot, loot, loot. Don't... How dare you get a random ditty in my head? How dare? Hold on, real quick. Map. What do we have? Toll House, Wandering Man. So the House of Healing is all the way over here in the Shadowlands. So we need to go to these 2 places. So why don't we... I think what we should do is finish exploring this building. We'll go upstairs, finish exploring the building, talk to the cleric. And then we'll go to the other locations. However, I need to pee. And I'm going to get myself a kombucha. So I'm gonna put on a BRB screen and pee real quick, and I'm gonna be right back. So please bear with me while I pee. Look at this junk. Isn't it neat? Wait, anyway. Joe needs a shower.
Barber boy.
I put non-deadly! Uncle, I'm so—
Hey, Pong. Where's our goddamn money?
I didn't ask you to spend any! You bitch! All this should help. Hi, I'm just gonna stab you real quick, okay? So if I could somehow get my wireless to start working again, like with this controller, because again, my wireless on my computer is working, but for some reason the controller is not. Of course it doesn't. I don't have the right. You don't have the right. Sorry, I'm back. I think there's still an ad playing for like 30 seconds. I figured I would play an ad real quick just to get rid of some pre-rolls for a bit. But I just suddenly was just like, I drank a lot of water before stream, and I don't think I took care of myself before stream, so I need to pee. Huh. Basically ran myself over there, but I got myself a fancy kombucha because I figured I didn't fill up my coffee, so. Oh yeah. Oh my god. That tastes so good. It's a wild berry. I love it so much. I know some people call kombucha like vinegar. It's so good. All right. So, you need to do more looting. So what were we doing? We're gonna loot this entire place. Right? Loot this entire place, this entire location. We're going to go upstairs. I think that's where the cleric is supposed to be, right? Upstairs? But she's kind of like in the back as well, so I'm not 100% sure. Okay, apparently I can't take their lance board from them. Raphael.
Your move, Maul.
You trapped me.
Didn't he come to us
this one
at the goblin place?
Kalimshan rules.
Wait.
The first piece touched.
Didn't he come to us at the goblin place?
The first piece moved.
That's garbage. No matter where the night goes, I'm gonna lose it.
Then make the sacrifice useful. Guard your Mistra, or come for my Cyric.
What's going on here?
Look who made it. For once, I saved your butt out there, didn't I?
You did, Maul. You did.
Where now, Chief? Say, do you play lance ball by any chance?
No.
It's my first time playing.
I have no idea. Insight failed. Sleight of hand. Accidentally jostle the board Maul's way. Sorry, kid, I've never played. Put pressure on him. Attack the pieces in front for his king. You shouldn't be playing games with this man. He's a devil. Fall back. Protect your queen above all everything else. I really want to... Sleight of hand. Real quick. Some guidance on that. Just a little... Help Maul a bit. I hope Maul's relationship with him, right? There we go. Good job, Maul. I don't even know who approved there. Oh, wait, I didn't see who approved or disapproved.
How's that for Calimsham rules?
Who liked that? I'll have to check it out. Wait.
Lovely work. I see I was right to make you the offer I did. You will consider it, won't you?
What offer are you making, Maul? Get away from that kid. Don't fucking trust you.
What a lovely specimen she is. A blushing apple begging to be
fucking step away from him.
Please,
step away from that kid.
She cheated, of course, but that's half her charm.
Is that why you're here? To play games?
To play the game. The vast lance board of souls.
I'm so down with letting Karlach slap the fuck out of him.
Maul. It goes without saying, she still has the unconditional freedom to choose the only option she has left.
I fucking hate you.
Let's talk about you. I sense there's something you want to ask me.
I don't like you.
I do.
Starion.
I have a proposal for you.
Starion.
A proposal? If you're hoping to taste my blood, little vampling, think again. It burns hotter than
Will you fuck off?
Whiskey.
I understand.
This is serious business.
Yes, serious business.
Well, a long time ago, someone carved some runes into my back. I'd rather like to know what they say.
Don't play games, Raphael. Help him out. This is a bad idea, Starion. We should find another way. I don't think he knows. Safe. I don't think he knows.
Really? It's something very important to your master. But is it a love letter, a warning, or a deed of ownership?
I fucking hate this guy so much.
You all the gory details.
Karlach, slap him.
But of course, you'll have to do something for me first. Let me think about it.
Sorry, we could so find another way with this.
You'll get back to me. This is important, devil. When?
Don't worry, I'm motivated
I
to help you.
I don't think you are!
Scars often tell such wonderful stories.
You just want to burn him. Shit, he's a devil. It won't work.
Exquisite.
Smack him.
I'll see you soon.
Karlach, smack him. Fuck you. Fucking weird. Fuck. Starion. He's inspired. I think he's Astarion by me shuffling the board. Astarion.
God, I never thought I'd be so relieved to find
invested
a light
you are.
in the darkness.
I am very invested.
Or to see so many harpers clanking about.
So invested. Oh God, fine. Apparently, we get no information about this from him right now. I feel like this was kind of it's so funny. Again, I don't know what it is, but when someone it very much is when someone tells me to do something, even if it's someone I love dearly and trust so dearly, I have trouble doing stuff that people tell me to do. So, for example, my partner told me to play this game and that I would like it. Also told me, and I should know better now, told me to play Outer Worlds and said that I would love it for the NPCs.
Clear,
and I didn't believe him.
We don't want any surprises.
And then I fucking did and started. What do you mean I can't get there? Go upstairs. Oh, how do you go upstairs? Can I not go upstairs? Wait. Okay, thank you. Save. When it comes to NPCs and NPCs that are done well in games and they're very intricate, I am so invested. Hard save? I have concerns. Well, I can't now. It's fine. Save. After Raphael at inn. I get worried when you tell me these things. Anyway. We're gonna keep looting. And I'm gonna ignore the fact that you told me to hard save. I should probably rest soon. Feel better now? Okay. I can only attack the fucking I want to take the stuffed head with me. It's like a present. Snack. Thank you, Commander. I actually had snacks. It's not Pocky. It's like a hollowed out wafer thing, like a straw, but it's got chocolate inside of it. I don't know what those are called, but it's very tasty and chocolatey. Nom nom nom.
Among the cultists, Mom. Preparing to march, I wager. Seems that way.
Okay. I have a feeling that's gonna be that room there is where I need to go. So I'm just gonna look over here real quick before I go in and over there. But thank you. Also, how are you, Commander? Did I ask you? Nothing there. Oh, does that loop around to that room? There's a loot up here. We could steal another loot for our band that cannot sing or play anything. Literally has no musical capabilities whatsoever. Wow, everything's been emptied already. I wonder why that is. At the office this afternoon. Oh, hopefully it's going okay. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I am awake. I am doing things. And at the end of the day, that is what's important. I did a grown-up thing and put the dishes out of the dishwasher today. I'm feeling very proud of myself. Is it? Oh, Pearline! Yeah, that's... I think I'm pronouncing that completely wrong. But yeah, that's what it is. Thank you, Ginger. Thank you. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Everything counts. What are you stuck on? Okay. This is Isabel's room. I could read her diary. Ooh. Can you give that to... Oh. Project for tomorrow morning. Install a skid plate on your truck. Should be fun.
Their business. I'll be fine.
So return, there's a filth in me. I can feel it in my lungs. I can't get out. Will never get out. This death that reeks within me. There are some things even Moon Maiden cannot heal. There's some things she would never accept in her devoted. I should have never come back. Isabel! What's in you? Project for tomorrow morning. Doing it tonight, but it's oh god. I hope that it like freaking warms up a bit for you. I'm gonna do a short, possibly do a short rest as well. Can you open your chest for me? Yeah, but it's just like so freaking hot. I do hope it cools down just so that way like you feel like you can function. I'm just putting all this stuff to sell. All of it to sell. Sure. Is that it? I think so. Okay. I'm gonna do a quick little oh, I don't have any short rest left. This is fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm a little worried. Send that to Starion. Get that. Just loot every. Oh, another scroll of mage armor. Send that to Shadowheart. Bowl. Is there? I thought I saw something that said a letter. It might have just been incense. Mind the heat. If the humidity also wasn't so high, yeah, that's completely understandable. And also so frustrating. All right, I guess it's time. I'm sure this will be fine. Hi, lady.
Listen, seems like a good moment to talk.
I think I fucked up. Did I already fuck up? Did I already fuck up? Maybe I shouldn't be talking to you right away. Okay, I think we're still good. I think we're still good. Oh, she's dying. So it's not a mental. She's just physically actually dying.
I didn't realize I had an audience. The true soul who's going to save us all.
I don't know about that.
I'm Isabel.
That's nice.
Pleased to meet you.
I guess. Save you. How do you figure that? And you. I've heard you're the protector of this inn, the banisher of shadows. May a parasite without the mind if one word gets around fast. I know your name, but little else. Care to enlighten me? And you. I've heard you're the protector of this inn, the banisher of shadows.
Myself and Our Lady are doing what we can to hold the line. I hear you and your tadpole will be our offense. Free from the Absolute's influence, yet able to walk among cultists. It's almost too good to be true. But I'd be a poor cleric indeed not to avail of a blessing when I see one.
Or at least right away.
Let me guess. Jaheira sent you to beg a protection spell off her favorite cleric.
Thanks, babe.
It hurts.
God, this wound.
Perfect.
This wound!
It'll make you immune to the lesser effects of the Shadow
Curse. This wound!
Which will get you closer to the towers. But there are places it won't help. Places where the curse is darker, stronger.
She talks down to people. Not a great time, right?
The cultists are able to traverse even the deepest shadows, though.
Oh, should I have rested first?
The Harpers are trying to figure it out.
But like exactly, Jinja.
Dark Lady, forgive me.
Oh, Shadowheart, calm your tits.
Good nose. Like a nasty little terrier.
Anything else I should know before heading off?
Ketheric is a frightening man. But you have something he doesn't. Allies worth having. While you're busy in the towers,
all I know, Jinja, is the cat said that she's a liar and doesn't feed him milk.
Something's wrong.
All I'm saying. Oh, great! I didn't long rest. This will be fine. Yep, this is gonna be great. Cat vengeance, that's what it is. Flaming Fist Marcus.
Hello, Isabel.
Marcus, is that you?
What's happened to you?
I've been blessed. You can be too. Come with me, and you can hear all about it from Ketheric himself.
I say we follow the winged freak. No. What are you?
True soul, my instructions are clear. Take the girl to Ketheric, alive.
Wisdom, probe slots for more information. Are we winning? Stiggs, I'm so concerned. Talks down, lies, and neglects animals. A-hole trifecta! Exactly. What does he want with her? Sounds like fun, I'm with you. I'm not like you, I don't take orders from absolute cronies. Touch her and I'll kill you. What does he want with her?
What's going on? If you have something to say it.
Marcus is trying to kidnap you, Isabel. We're gonna need to fight our way out of this one. Say nothing, you're gonna meet Ketheric. We're gonna have to fight our way out of this one. I'm about to get murdered! Biggest problem is she put eye makeup on it. Well, Stiggs, we're about to find out because I did not long rest. Let's go!
Pathetic. The Absolute sees all.
Shadow, Karlach approves. That's all I need. Fuck you, Astarion.
The Absolute. Of course. You can't believe them, Marcus. Ketheric will never give you whatever it is you've been promised.
Or she was crying.
He already has. Time to go.
You wanted really crappy looking wings, bro? Failed constitution check. Amazing. Maul! No! Maul!
Moon Maiden, guide my hand.
Come along, Isabel.
Yeah, good job, Isabel. Fuck. I'm so dead. This is fine. 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 Hey, Shatter. What ranger, you fuck. Maybe shouldn't be Shatter. This is fine. Chromatic orb. Real quick. Examine. No resistances. Threatened. Fucking shit tons of health. Grandmaster weapon bonus attack. If you when you land a crit or oh my god, dark devotion, advantage on saving throws against being charmed or frightened, extra attack, lots of attacks. Great. Feral instinct, +3 bonus initiative and can't be surprised. Opportunity attack, tenacity. When you miss an attack, you deal 6 damage anyway. We may be fucked, boys. We may be fucked, boys. Holy shit. That disadvantage. This is fine. The problem is a lot of my stuff is wide-ranging stuff at this point. Unfortunately. Or fortunately for the future. Right? I can aim this at him, but it's gonna hit. Like, the problem is a lot of my attacks are going to hit others. My character is better suited for big fucking attacks elsewhere. So the best option that we have right now is actually Magic Missile. I'm gonna do a level 2 Magic Missile on this guy. Because that's gonna at least do something. Magic Missile! It's noon here and almost no sun. No worries, Edgar. I hope you have a good one. Thank you for hanging out today. I really appreciate it. I'm not gonna use my bonus attack to do that. I am going to fucking take a potion. I am going to take a potion. All right. Yeah, go take care of yourself. No stress at all. All right.
You'll make excellent fertilizer.
Oh my god! Karlach is right to have a crush on you. Holy shit. No! Okay, cool. Even when they put dash on, they can't get off the ice that easy. That is very good to know. Sunbeam. Okay, I can do it without hitting this guy or hitting our guys, right? Oh, it hits Astarion! Fuck. Real quick, my dear, can you please come over here? Oh, this way, please. Just check. Does it hit? Fucking Astarion! Please. Oh, God. It'll either hit me or Astarion where she's located. Right, I may just have to try and smack. We have the Legacy of Varna's Searing Smite. So I may just do the Searing Smite real quick. And then a main hand attack. And then, oh my God, I fucking love you, you cute little bean. All right, that's kind of what we got at the moment. We don't really have any other moves because that one uses an action and a bonus, but I think that was worth it. Yes! That missed! Isabel! Oh, fuck. Yeah, you're all blinded by the fucking light! No! You're all blinded! You should be having a disadvantage! What the fuck is wrong with you? Disadvantage because we're too close, right? Disadvantage because we're too close. So, real quick on this, my dear, could you go over here? Arrow. Arrow of Ice. Arrow of Ice. This is gonna hit a couple of you, I think. Oh, the problem is here. Revved up, it's fine, it's fine. We're doing... Pop this here for me, love. Critical miss on both of them, but at least they're standing on ice right now. Worth it. Fucking worth it. Okay, we also have a bonus action. I require you... Oh, we could offhand melee. Actually, can you use your bonus action to cunning action hide right now?
They see me.
Fuck, it didn't work. A couple people are still surprised that they're not doing any movements. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm gonna have you make a level 3 weapon right now. Do this one at level 3, because level 3s we have a lot of. So I'm gonna put a weapon over here. Perfect. Also gonna have you engulf the flame in a target in a flame like radiance. This guy, let's see, or ooh, guiding bolt. It's gonna be 50%. As long as it hits. Nice! Yes! Because it adds guiding bolt onto it, which I believe gives us something, which is perfect. Okay. There's stuff happening downstairs. We got some dashes happening. I think this is our crew joining the fight, basically.
What's going on?
God, you guys are surprised so bad. All right, what's the... Okay, we got our axe. We've got our axe and we've got advantage on it. Fuck you, bro. Critical hit, motherfucker. Awesome. Absolutely amazing. However, critical hit with a 20 damage is still not enough because these guys are 32. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
General Ketheric wants him alive.
Okay, he's got a lot of attacks. This is the problem. Oh God, is she down? Fuck nuggets! Oh, this is not good. Oh, this is not good. Oh, this is not good.
Isabel! No! What in the nine hells happened?
Marcus was a true soul. He said he was taking Isabel to Ketheric Thorn. I'm curious to see what you do with him. Absolute forces happened. Now we know what we're up against. Marcus was a true soul. He said he was taking Isabel to Ketheric Thorn.
God spare us.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
Ketheric was planning our demise all along. Listen closely.
For there's very little time. Even if last light falls, your mission does not change. You must find
The voice act's so fucking good. Love it. Absolutely love it.
You must kill him. As impossible as that task sounds, there must be a way to break the spell that makes him invincible.
Are we sure?
There are secrets in this ancient waste hidden from... But hark. Something stirs.
Oh my god. Oh no. Oh god. Okay, so the thing is, I think that fight was gonna go that way for me no matter what. Unfortunately. Because we all were survived. We all were kicking ass, but Isabel went down fucking fast. Like literally, unless I was able to teleport her out myself, I think we were fucked. Unfortunately.
It's happening. They'll all be taken by the shadows. Only by the grace of Isabel's spell will we be spared the same fate. We cannot hesitate. Not even for those we knew. Those we cared for. They're no longer who they were.
Oh shit.
Still your hearts and steady your hands. To battle!
No. No! No fucking way! Can't believe he missed that fight. It didn't last long. Isabel got kidnapped, even though literally the dude was surrounded. As soon as Isabel went down, that fight was over. Fuck! The first fight is winnable. Do I don't want to save Scum a whole fight just because of that. But I have one to because I'm so upset right now. Like, what the shit? I feel like if my characters had died, I would be more apt to do stuff like that, right? Like, that's what I'm worried about. You won? Should I go back a save and attempt once more? Did our damnedest to protect her. I didn't know protecting her was the thing I had to do. Ironically, because of Gale. I figured I just had to stay alive and fight. If she went down, like, we could fucking figure that out, right? There's still time to die. Also, hi, Vine. Maybe take Sanctuary. I have Sanctuary as a spell. Can't target undead. If you want to protect her. But again, I didn't even know that was the thing. I guess I feel like such a not necessarily dumb, but in my brain I was like, I have so much, like, I take a long rest, probably also a good idea. But we had the health and the spells. Ugh. Okay. 3 bodies killing on the smaller dudes. My ass taking a beating. Like, I think I'll go ahead and give it a try once more and just see. I think I went into that fight again. I was like, okay, I went into that fight thinking that my job's not to protect her. My job is just to fight. So maybe I'll do it one more with that in mind. But why is she on the front? I have so many questions. Also. Oh no, why is your neck hurting? All right, I'm gonna save Scum, kind of. It's fine. We're going back here. We're gonna try. We're gonna rest. No clue. It's so you don't even know if it's from work or from life. This fight's really demoralizing. I'm good. If I die again, I will try again, but I want to heal and try an attempt. Because the thing is, as well, Sunbeam did pretty good, but you only get 1 Sunbeam per turn. I don't even think I have weapons. Do I even have my weapons loaded up? I think I have torches as my melee weapons. I think I have torches as my melee weapons loaded up. It was fine during the day, but now it's hurting now. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, like I literally have torches as my weapons right now. So this is fine. All right. Let's take a moment. Right? Let's take a moment. Okay. It's bad. Fuck. Do you have any painkillers? Anything that will help out with that? Anything that like not necessarily a muscle relaxer, but something that can maybe help out the muscles? Is scripted. It isn't. You can win. Okay. I will try. Because I have things to be able to protect. I literally have Sanctuary. Okay. Took some an hour ago and it still hasn't done anything yet. Fuck. Nice. All I can say is we need to get you some muscle relaxers. That's what I'm hearing out of this. That we need to get you muscle relaxers. Staff of the Moon Maiden. All right. All right, let's go ahead and have a quick long rest. Let's see if that helps. Let's see if that fucks up everything.
Playtime's over, pet.
Hi, Mizora! What the fuck are you doing here?
Oh, I love this time of year.
Right?
The dickheads start popping
everywhere.
Up wherever you look.
Everywhere.
What do you want,
Mizora? What do you want?
Drop the attitude and perk up your ears. You've got a new mission.
Go away!
Absolute's cult has gone and grabbed one of Zariel's assets. A devil. And a powerful one at that.
I don't care.
They're locked up in the cult's fortress, Moonrise Towers. And you're getting him out.
Can you go away? Ugh. Devil's so powerful. How do they manage to get captured?
Well, your playmate's wasting precious time. Let's see about getting her priorities fixed.
Mizora, fuck off.
Clause Z, Section 13. Should promised soul refuse obeyance or neglect duty, the pact holder shall cast the promised into Avernus as a lemure. I'll make it simple. Will fails or refuses, and he turns to a thick blob of stink flesh and sinks to Avernus.
Like, she seems like that, like, popular girl
play fetch
that's just, like,
or you'll spend an eternity
such a bitch.
In the hells.
Mizora's words may be flippant, but they are tinged with desperation. She cannot afford for Will to fail this mission. This may be your best chance to negotiate Will out of his pact.
Thank you for actually succeeding a perception chest. We'll rescue your asset on one condition.
Oh, and what
Thank you, perception check.
That?
Your mind links with Will's, drawn in by his increasing panic.
What are you doing?
Trust me.
Will relaxes, and your connection fades.
Zora, we'll rescue this asset if you release Will from this pact.
Interesting. Now,
Why should I go letting my favorite pet
What are you
off his
doing,
leash?
sorcerer? Performance. Say you know a pact-breaking charm and chant a series of pseudo-infernal phrases. History, remember all that you can about devils and their contracts. Intimidation, we could always let the cult infect the asset. I bet they'd make a loyal thrall. But I love making my gnome intimidate! It always is so fun! Natural 20! Love it. Love it. Love it.
Incredible. You actually think you hold the winning hand? Fine. I'll play your game. But I amend the pact once the mission's done, not before.
Uh-huh.
Clause F, Section 9. Soulbinder shall bestow reward or favor only upon soul bearer's fulfillment of related obligation. Now, to Moonrise, pet. And do mind the shadows. They've been especially hungry.
Oh, I know. I know. I restarted a save. I know. It's fine. What do you got? Got sent a video of the baby intently watching Princess and the Frog and joked about it when we start the. Oh yeah, critical success. Hey, Carlick!
Private word would be nice.
God damn it! Why did it have to be Missouri?
I don't know.
Why did it have to be Zarya?
I don't know.
We're supposed to risk our necks to get one of her assets? What if it's a runaway like me? Or something far worse?
I will, Edgar, I will. You heard, it's the last thing Will has to do for the niece free. What Will sacrifice to save you is time to repay the favor. If you don't help, Mizora will turn Will into a lemur. Could you live with that?
Look, Will's happiness is my happiness. I'd sooner see myself a lemur than him. But it's a bad idea to play games with the devil. You never win.
So cute.
Not ever.
Sorry, I'm fine. Why is she so fucking cute? I cannot. Scratch. I need to pet a dog.
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
Oh god. Oh my god. If you start early, you can eventually catch up to One Piece. I feel like that's an impossible feat. Scratch, I need love. Karlach is so cute. She's just literally just so fucking cute. She really, in all her hearts, fucking is just like, look, I'm telling you right now, no matter what, if I have to give up anything for Karlach's happiness, I will at this point. Like, straight up going to give it up. It is fine. Hey, Astarion. Look up the scratch in the eye, exactly.
Looking at something?
I'm just looking. What are you doing?
I'm looking too, but not seeing very much. Another quirk of my affliction.
Do you miss it? Seeing your own face? Vanity is a weakness. Do you miss it? Seeing your own face?
Preening in the looking glass? Petty vanity? Of course I miss it.
Of course!
I've never even seen this face. Not since it grew fangs and my eyes turned red.
Aww. What color were they before?
I don't know. I can't remember. My face is just some dark shape in my past. Another thing I've lost.
And now you've gained 7 years bad luck, bro. Night. Stare into his eyes, taking every detail of his face. For you, maybe, but I like what I see. It's for the best! You're not exactly aging gracefully. A disguised self, you could make yourself look like him? Ooh, ooh. Brother felt the need to tell me that they're getting their 1000th episode. I'm just like, I cannot commit to this show. I wonder, Vine, if that's a way. Taken every detail of his face. I'm gonna save. I don't think he's gonna like this. so creepy. I'll be your mirror. What do you want to know? Count yourself lucky! I have to see this mug every day! I can't. Cleo, it's fine. I can't with the fucking... I'll be your mirror. What do you want to know?
I want to know what the world sees when it looks at me. What you see.
The creases when you laugh. Your mole grabs my attention. I see someone wasting my time. Strong, piercing eyes.
Oh. Go on.
A vampire, right, Akel? The way your hair curls around your unsightly mole. Hi! How's it going? Welcome in, I'm Silent. How are you? Guys, I was talking about that I was hanging out in Mother Trucker's stream earlier, right? This is Mother Trucker. Go say hi. I hope you're doing... I'm so sorry. I'm currently talking with Astarion, and he's asking what he looks like because he's a vampire. I can't look in the mirror. And all of the options, there's a couple of cute ones, and then at the bottom it's just like, I see your unsightly mole. Like, I have to look at your mug every day. And I'm dying. But how was the rest of your stream? Did you finish off the Gith Crash? What were you doing? So, for anyone who doesn't know who I am, hi, my name is Kara. I'm a variety streamer. I'm currently doing a Baldur's Gate 3 Let's Play as well. I am a forest gnome magic, wild magic sorcerer. So I'm super short, so every cutscene we are at everyone's crotch level, and it's fucking hilarious. Karlach is the love of my life. She is possibly best girl all the time, and but we're flirting with everyone because why not? Until Karlach tells me not to, we're good. Robin Hood Men in Tights, heck yeah. We roam around the horse looking for tits. With magic hair, yes. The long hair with the buns. Don't choose it if your character is short, because if your character is short, it's freaking the fuck out. Particular temple that I wouldn't have survived without Sad Silence help. Interesting. Interesting. Is it a Underdark temple? In which case I've possibly been there. But if it's a later temple, then no, I have not. Like, I literally just got to the Shadowlands yesterday. Silent! Silent, thank you so much for gifting a sub! That is so fucking kind of you. Mother Trucker, please enjoy your emotes out of reviewing and your sub badge. Underdark, yes. You haven't been there yet. No, I haven't? In the Underdark, though? Ah! With the robots, right? Thank you, Akel, for the hype. I appreciate it. And seriously, Sam, thank you so much. And it was so nice to meet you today. Is it a very purple temple? Oh, it's a purple temple. Then no. Possibly not, because I don't think I could get down there. I think I ignored it. But yeah, seriously, it was so funny because I literally was just like looking around like for different Baldur's Gate streams and like wanted to meet new people, and I came in and then I just see Silent, like I literally just like, is that Kara? I'm like, what the fuck is happening? What is going on? I don't think I've ever been in here before. Who is this? And then Stu just like, oh, I'm playing with Sad Silent. I'm like, what the fuck? The Giant Shard Temple. Okay, so I don't think I've been in the Giant Shard Temple. So, okay, that makes sense then. I think I got it basically. Don't spoil it! No spoilers, no spoilers. I don't think I was able to get in there. So basically what's happened right now is, unfortunately, I fucked up a fight, so we're going back a save and doing a long rest, because I did not long rest before this fight, and I didn't know what I needed to do for this fight. So I've gone back a save, which I haven't really actually done for any of this. But apparently I didn't know what I was supposed to be doing. So we're trying it. Coming in naturally, Silent just being there. Literally, I haven't had that specifically quite a bit. Oh, also, if you need to raid and run and take care of yourself, please go ahead and do so. Make sure to do after stream care. If you just randomly disappear, no fucking judgment. Thank you. I wanted to be comfy today. Yeah, I'm tired. I'm tired. I needed a comfy day. I need a nap. But yeah, like it's I haven't had it where, like, you know, someone will be actually doing multiplayer game with someone I know, but I'll go into a stream and be like, wait, you know so-and-so? Or someone else will be in chat. It's so funny. Being in called, stumbled in, it's so hilarious. You're I have no idea. It doesn't matter. I understood what you meant. No judgment either way. No judgment either way. So yeah, you've come in. I'm gonna go ahead and pause the music. It could be that I have these mole and like mean topics because I have not romanced Astarion so far. Literally at the Grove party, I turned Astarion down, and I turned Astarion and Shadowheart down because Karlach flirted with me for 2 seconds. So apparently I'm starting from scratch in both of the relationships since I turned them down at the party. I didn't realize that. I didn't know I was turning them down. I just like, no, I don't want to hang out with you. Karlach flirted with me for 2 seconds. Yes, Silent said she beheaded her. So upsetting. She's such a cute bean. I fucking love her. But it's fine. Like, I get it. Like, every playthrough is so different. Like, my partner, his Lae'zel's been dead the entire time. Like, she literally died, like, at the beginning of his playthrough, and he's like, oh, well, that sucks. So it's really funny to me every so often when someone's like, oh, I don't even have that NPC. It's like, what? It was the only option you had when you found her. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I did hear that, like, because again, a lot of things time out, right? A lot of things time out. And, like, I've had it before where I've literally gone into something and it's like, I'm gonna long rest. Everyone's gone. All the people I had to talk to disappeared. They all left. Literally rested and they all disappeared. She kept telling you to fuck off. Your character just ain't about that life. Lae'zel acted yesterday. I said it wasn't. Lae'zel's getting her shit together. Lae'zel is getting her shit together. We are turning the tides. She is going against the brainwashing of the cult that she was born into. She is getting there. Saw a video. I've never been as traumatized. I can't, because it's so funny. Like, I do think it doesn't help that literally I'm just like, it's accidental carnage. I am talking my way out of a lot of things. Which is really funny to me. Because, like, for example, the robots at the top of that one tower in the Underdark, my partner's like, how did you fight them? It's like, I didn't. I talked to them. It's like, what the fuck? It's like, I don't know. You just talk to him. You read a book about a play and you just converse. Why not? It's okay. So he's trying to get like the tactics that I used on a fight. I'm like, I don't know what you mean. There was no fighting. I didn't spend a single second fighting anyone. But yes, everyone, go follow Mother Trucker. Seriously, like I said, it was so nice to meet. Hold on, while I'm gonna type. So nice to meet you earlier today, and thank you so much for that raid. That is so freaking kind. Kind of married to Lae'zel, I think, but trying to bag. Valid. Good luck. Isn't Lae'zel like freaking strictly monogamous? Like, Lae'zel slut shamed me for kissing Karlach. Literally. Hi, Tolis. Yeah, of course. Literally kissed Karlach, and Lae'zel fucking slut shamed me, saying I was tainted. It's like, excuse me, Lae'zel. The fuck, mate? We did nothing. We were next to each other. She's too hot to touch. How'd you kiss her not burst into flames? Oh, I threw water on her. I threw water on her. So she let me kiss her. But it did hurt. I did get burned a little bit. Shadowheart didn't mind me straight up banging someone else. No, Shadowheart is very cool with it. Yup, I have heard that. Talking to him's funnier when he just gets killed. I had that happen with the Gnoll. Oh my god, my partner was so confused. Like, how did you do the Gnoll fight? It's like, I convinced that one dude to start the fight with me because he was under the Absolute's power, and then told him to eat himself. It's like, what the fuck? It's like, I don't know. This is just what I did. Like, what do you mean? It's like, they won't talk to me. It's like, I don't know what's wrong with you, mate. I'm having a grand time throwing water. Yeah, if someone's on fire and you want to kiss them, throw water on them. Anyway, so yeah, I'm flirting with Astarion at the moment. Hopefully Karlach doesn't kill me. It'll be fine. Be fine. Too passive aggressive for you. Don't know how people go for her first. To me, she's too... She's Sandra. You're not wrong. That is a very good descriptor. Racism. I mean, yeah. Get her out of that cult mindset. Outer shell and she's a bunny. I mean... Anyway. Anyway. We're flirting with Astarion here. We're getting back on track. Get back on track, everyone. Time to flirt. And then we can talk about our favorites. Back on track with the flirting. And then we can talk about our favorites. Way your hair curls around your ears. Going with it.
This is meant to be flattery, not poetry. Just
it's a
tell
dating
me
sim.
I'm beautiful.
It's straight up a dating sim. You're beautiful. Karlach is beautiful. You're fine, though. You're fine. Now, Shadowheart, there's a beauty. What? I just... More like personally after turning her down is just passive aggressive. Oh, yeah. Why flirt with that one? I don't know. Karlach is beautiful. You're fine, though.
How dare you?
He approves!
I thought you had something special. Still, you're nice too. I better get some beauty sleep. It seems I need it if I'm to catch up with the competition.
Anyway, petty. Look, he's petty. I am so upset that my owlbear cup won't talk to me, and I don't know why. Petty, yes, but also a sassy fucking bean that just wants to mentally spar with you. I don't think Shadowheart has anything new. She doesn't have an exclamation point above her head. We have to talk to Will.
It doesn't seem to affect me like it does others. Not as badly, at least. Do you know what this means?
It's fine.
I must be blessed. Lady Shah is protecting me where others are left to face her wrath. She loves me. She must do.
Okay, we're getting Lae'zel out of the cult mindset. Now we gotta work on Shadowheart. Those pants. Shadowheart's outfit is... So this is Shadowheart's camp outfit. I haven't gotten her, like, changed her outfit at all. So this is her camp outfit. Which is awesome. Absolutely. Like, her outfit is actually really, really cute straight from the get-go. I feel like we should dye it, like, a different color just for fun. Don't get carried away. This could be something else.
Carried away? Hardly. The proof is right there.
Is it?
Just be grateful someone can handle this.
Shadowheart, honey.
Lady Shah wouldn't bless me like this for no reason. There must be something she wants.
Why is everyone in the cult mindset in this game?
This isn't the first sign we've come across of a Sharon presence.
Stay Delulu, girly.
I'm not sure I can
Stay Delulu, girly pop. Good luck with that.
Have you ever heard of the Dark Justiciars?
Yes, you talk about them all the time.
I can't explain why, but something about this reminds me of them. I need to watch for any place dedicated to Lady Shah. A temple, perhaps. I need to know if there's
a temple in the Underdark. Okay. Think about, like, ancient Greece. There are a lot of gods, a lot of followers, and the fact that the gods are all actually there as well, right? Why are you in deep water, bro? Are you dripping wet? Gale, what the fuck did you do? Gale. Kind of gave that to you? No. I remember being in Shar's temple because that's where the freaking thingies were, the forge. Yes, or be grateful. Yeah, fuck off, Shadowheart.
Tell me, what can I do for you?
Oh, apparently you got nothing new going on in your life. How you feeling? It can't be easy facing the possibility of death. Sorry. No comment. Back Shirley, no worries, lovely. Thank you for coming in with the raid. I do appreciate it. It was nice seeing you over in Monster Trucker stream. Appreciate it. And no worries, I will be here. Be here for a bit. Just gonna be doing my vibey things.
The more bullshit she pours, the more of it I'm forced to swallow.
That's what she said.
Mazora set me on fiends inside and outside the Hells. She's never ordered a rescue. Gods. She makes a mockery of everything the Blade stands for. Such an asshole.
Such an asshole! Should be gone soon enough. Do this mission, Mazora, for you from the path. It's not like you have a choice. Do the mission or run Hells. I thought you were supposed to hunt devils. Doesn't this violate your contract? Any idea who this devil is that need free? I thought you were supposed to hunt devils. Doesn't this violate your contract?
The same thought crossed my mind. I'm only to hunt the infernal, the demonic, and the heartless.
Right.
But nowhere was it stated that I can't help one. Either we find it, or I'm made a mindless blob clawing at demons on the front line of the Blood War.
Okay. It's not gonna happen. You mean too much to the Sword Coast. It's not gonna happen. You mean too much to the Sword Coast.
And it means everything to me. I always knew what my future held, and I know I chose
I don't know if you did, bro.
Thank you for sticking your neck out for me. I mean it. But I'm not going to celebrate till I'm actually free. I can feel Mazora.
I feel like I should try and put Will into a fight a few times. Like I don't know how to fight with him. I was so confused with fighting with him at the beginning. I wonder if leveling up has given me a little bit more flexibility with how to fight with him. I think I'm so used to it being either you're sneaky, a tank, or magic. And he's kind of like tanky magic a little bit. And I feel like I don't know how to utilize that appropriately. Cultists have taken your father Mayor's Towers. Florix confirmed it. Raphael's making a bid for Mole's loyalty. What do you make of it?
A blushing apple begging to be plucked. He wants more than her loyalty. He wants her soul.
I agree. He's a spell sword. So that's literally his magic and tank. Magic and fighter. If the bargain's a good one, she should take it. We need to warn her away from Raphael before it's too late. Maul's an obstinate one. If she's a mind to team up Raphael, there's no changing it.
She's stubborn, yes. Bold as a lamb cavorting in a lion's den. But as ambitious as she is, Maul's no fool.
Okay.
One way or another, she'll see there's no winning Raphael's game, and she'll walk away.
Mostly stabby, but Eldritch Blast. Okay. So like he might be better, especially as we get higher and the Eldritch Blast gets stronger as well. It might be a little bit more. For your sake, I hope you're right.
You've seen what happens when a bound soul reaches for
I don't really
freedom.
talk to Will that much, so this is kind of nice that I actually have like conversations with him.
If she were ever to resist that fell bastard.
Cultists have taken your father to Moonrise Tower. Florix confirmed it.
Then we know our mission. All roads converge
All
at
roads
Moonrise.
are definitely confirming to Moonrise. Can we trust Florix?
I was 11 when the Councillor spotted and slayed an assassin who stalked father from the shadows.
Good
I was
throwing
13
shit.
when she brought word of a goblin warband advancing
Oh, I
on
have no
Rivington.
idea, Vine, yeah.
Her keen scouting saved 100
A
lives that day.
rapier. Okay,
The
I actually think I have
Councillor's loyalty to
some.
my father is beyond question. She's as steady as Tyr's heartbeat, as upstanding as the Sword Mountains. Father's at Moonrise Towers, and we need to save him.
Okay. The cult must have some reason for taking him, but what?
They want violence, they want control, they want Baldur's Gate.
Okay.
Who better than
Yeah, that makes
Grand
sense.
Duke Ravengard to surrender it?
Who
better than
better?
the commander of the Flaming Fist to dismantle its
The
defenses?
giant fist.
They will infect him, and the city's guardian will become its ruin, unless we put a stop to it.
Just saying, yep. Moonrise, then we can't let the Absolute take Grand Duke Ravengard.
We can't and we won't.
Will approves. I'm glad we did that. I like, again, I know that I don't really care too much about being, like, romancing everyone, but it's kind of nice to be able to have these conversations with everyone. Oh, wait, let's talk to Halsin real quick. Why not? He's here.
The Shadow Curse is upon us. As foul as I remember it. Perhaps even worse.
Hey, bro.
But with the Oak Father's blessing, we may soon see it banished.
Yeah, we're gonna banish this shit. Why do you want to go to Moonrise Towers? A flaming fist at last light. The curse has him insensible, but he's muttering about a boy named Thaniel.
He is? Then I must see him. Insensible or not, he knows something. Thaniel is no ordinary child. He is the very spirit of this land.
So worth talking to Halsin!
If this fist knows where he is, then perhaps we can save him. Save everything. I will go to see him at once. Join me when you can.
Oh shit! Okay. Bye! Are you literally going right now? Halsin, are you seriously leaving right now? Halsin, are you seriously leaving right now? Bro, we need to get some sleep first. Bro, are you Bro, are you seriously going? Are you actually leaving? The fuck? Okay. I mean, I guess bye. I guess, boy, bye. Okay, you're not. You were faking it. You wanted to try to make a dramatic exit. You're trying to make a dramatic exit, but then realize you need to still go to sleep. Got it. Okay, glad you talked to Halsin. I really need to make sure I talk to everyone more often. Hey, Lae'zel.
We must press forward. Let's deal with Ketheric.
I think he wanted to make a dramatic exit, but then went, oh, I guess we should sleep first, and then went back to his tent. I think that's everyone, though. All right, let's go to sleep. Okay, so I guess we'll go downstairs first. Elves don't sleep, they go into transfer for hours, and that's their long rest. True. Like, you can kind of see Astarion just, like, with his fingers kind of meditating.
The voice of the Absolute is strong
here. Oh, hi.
I'm getting stronger.
What outfit is this, hon?
I don't know how much longer I can resist it.
That's what she said?
But it's good to see you're making progress.
Stalked off like a boss, he did. Hi! I like your dress. You're kind of nipple toning it right now. Just putting that out there.
You took an unexpected route here. You did a brave thing, saving those people.
What unexpected route? It wasn't even a choice. They need my help. It doesn't seem like my help did them much good. The cultists caught up with them. It was a waste of time. I regret it now. I didn't do for them. The goblins were in my way, so I killed them. It didn't seem like my help did much good. The cultists caught up with them.
Don't be so hard on yourself. It's not your fault the world is wicked.
We just gotta talk to everyone tonight. Everyone wants to talk to us tonight. Did we? The hair!
It just doesn't stop. We are being bombarded by waves of telepathic energy.
Now we fail
after wave
perception
with
check.
hardly a breath between them. I almost dare not rest.
Okay.
Each wave a set of orders to the infected. The order for your transformation has been given many times already.
My transformation? Is there anything I can do to help? So, like, when the orders are coming from, so you keep on saying, why should I believe you? You won't give up, will you? Is there anything I can do to help you? A Meldriga dream visitor looked mighty sexy. Oh yeah.
I'm afraid this burden is one I have to carry alone. I just hope my powers last long enough to see this through. In any case, the Absolute knows you carry.
I did spend a lot less time on them than I did my character. What is the so like I said, I'm gonna try and do, like, I want to finish a whole first playthrough with no mods, no additional things, but I'm very curious what will be kind of updated a bit after the update, as well as after the update, I'm highly considering playing through with some mods, to, like, especially appearance mods and stuff like that. I feel like it'd be a lot of fun. Stuff and things for reasons and such, I will adjust to make sure I'm not sitting on any legs. I will do a little stretchy stretch. And I have some more of my chocolate snack. Thank you, Winter. Muscle mods for the gnomes. Crowd control? Crowd control. Crowd control? Why does the Absolute want you?
I am the only one who can resist the Absolute's influence. Hence its fear of me.
Why?
Its desperation.
Why? Why?
Unfortunately, that also means it is dedicating more and more resources to my retrieval. The task
Just that this will not do.
Monumental.
I'm fine, Psycho. I'm gonna take away your standing up powers.
Between victory for the Absolute
and
freedom for all.
I just went to go pee.
This is not just about you and I anymore. It has become far bigger than us.
That's what she said.
Infiltrate Moonrise Towers.
Oh shit.
Discover the secrets of the Absolute.
The secrets of the
and
Absolute.
Put an end to it. So we can finally be free.
And I'm sitting again.
Now I must rest. And you must carry on.
Carry on my way.
Do not let my efforts be in vain.
I will try my best, dream god, goddess, gal, girl, guy, dreamy boy. Alright, so we gotta go back to the dude. Gotta make the dinner. Oh yeah, get them. Scratch wants to talk. Okay, let's just speak with the animals. Enchant the weapon of each creature from within 6 meters. Their next attack. Oh, I don't. Okay. Next attack with this weapon is a critical hit and deals an additional 1 to 4 force damage. Oh, I wish I was closer to everyone. That would've been fucking cool. Save. I will definitely be saving after I get this item from Scratch.
The dog is unable to speak through the small bag he holds in his mouth.
What do you got there, Scratch?
I don't know. Maybe you can tell me.
Potion of animal
All I know
speaking.
is I thought of you when I saw it.
I bet you thought of me with the potion of animal speaking. You're such a good boy. Yes, you are. Oh, yes, you are. Oh, you're such a good boy. Oh, yes, you are. You're such a good boy. Oh my gosh, you're such a good boy. Well done. Well done. Okay, I'm fine. An hour to make you stand up again. Why? I'm fine. I don't think. So I've talked to everyone. I think we're all good. I would like to talk to my owlbear cub. Hi, Toby. How are you today? But this freaking glitch is killing. Because it's a glitch, right? It's a glitch, right?
Don't touch me.
Don't touch me. What are your spells? Disguise self, charm person, false life, thunder wave, jump, invisibility. Oh, you have 2 invisibility. Why do you have 2 invisibility? Is your neck is one of these? Oh, that's right. I gave you this ring of invisibility. I didn't need to give that to you as a spell. Oh well.
I'd love to, thanks.
Karlak, you can do your speak with animals because you're super cute. Good job. And Shadowheart, I don't think I have anything that's kind of just like a vibey vibe with you. I think I always check and it's always like I don't. All right, let's go ahead and talk to the guy. I'm gonna do a save over this one. Overwrite this save. Yes. Make my character on Baldur's Gate. Heck yes! Oh, I'm so excited. Do you have any plans? Do you have any plans of what you're going to make? If you have any questions or like or have any like you want to talk something out, feel free to ask. I'm so excited. I'm so excited for you. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. Carry on my wayward son. There we be swear done. Alright, wait. Halson, are you downstairs?
Seen everything.
Halson, bro, are you talking to the kid? Halson's talking to the kid! Halson, what's going on, bro?
Daniel and me are
He's like sweating.
Climbing up a tree. It's true then. He's met Daniel. There's no other way he'd know that name.
No other way.
This is just what we needed. Well done.
Starting to, hell yeah.
We need to wake him. He must know something about where to find Daniel.
Any ideas?
If he was able to escape the Shadowfell, then it mustn't have managed to consume his spirit. Well, not all of it anyway. We need to unlock whatever's left of him, inside his head.
Okay.
There must be something to trigger him. A word, a memory, an item. We just need to find it.
Okay. A wizard or ranger? Okay. So the Gale, the NPC, is a wizard. Oh yeah, exactly. Whatever you choose is gonna be great. So if you want to have someone else in your party be a wizard, there is one that's already specifically a wizard. I don't know if anyone is a ranger specifically. Like, we got Astarion that's a rogue, got a druid, we've got cleric, barbarian, a fighter. But again, whatever character you make, you want it to play yourself because you can always just choose whatever things. There's a ranger hireling, okay. But like your character itself will be like what you always want to play. So definitely 100%. If you're kind of just like, fighting, I can kind of put someone in the group. So I did sorcerer and I'm kind of happy that I did. Oh, hi Expired. I haven't met Mitzk yet. I haven't met Mitzk yet in Act 3, yeah, so a later on character. So yeah, from the beginning ones at least. But how are you? Welcome on in. Then that's definitely an option. But I would say do whatever you want to be able to play all the time, because that's going to be your person, right? Your character. There must be another way to lift the curse.
Without Daniel, no. And I don't know how I can find him without speaking to this man.
I'll see what I can do.
I don't deserve you, my friend.
I know you don't. I mean, what? Oh shit, there's more loot over here! Guys, I missed out on loot. Such a dum-dum. Such a dum-dum. Hold on 1 second. Thinking. Oh, you can, yeah, definitely check out all of them for sure. I should speak to Halsin. Hell yeah. Cause, what? Damn! Currently jealous. I didn't even realize he was a real dude. I thought this guy was just crazy. Oh, I'm gonna take this painting too. Just taking some loot. Don't worry about me. Sorry with the spoiler. Well, as long as you don't tell me anything about where, because I after that conversation, I'm 100% sure I know that this is someone that I have to find. Jesus fuck! Sorry, language. That just shocked me. Sorry. Hi! Hi, how are you? Welcome on in, Reese. I'm just a little bit surprised. I was just a little bit surprised. Welcome on in. For anyone that just came in with that raid, can you please tell me your favorite thing about, is it Cora? Corastus? Welcome. I hope you're doing well today. Please tell me your favorite thing about the streamer community, games, whatever they may be. And for anyone who's new in here, hi, my name is Kara. I'm a variety streamer. I'm doing my first ever Baldur's Gate 3 Let's Play. I have no idea. Oh, we are currently in the Shadowlandy thingy-mabobs. I'm confused and lost. It's great. It's great. Happens to you all the time. If you would like to talk about your stream, how's your Baldur's Gate playthrough going? Where are you at? What are you doing? Who are you playing? My character is a forest gnome, wild magic sorcerer. It's a fucking mouthful every time I say it. Every time I say it. She's short as shit. Every cutscene is right at crotch level, which is just chef's kiss beautiful every single time. You know, feel free to tell me who you're romancing, what you're doing, where you're at. We're just in the Shadowlands though, so if you're further than me, don't spoil anything. However, I will say I'm sure we have a fight coming right now, and I'm very worried about it. I'm so worried. But also, if you have to raid and run, please take care of yourself. Please go ahead and take care of yourself. Yeah, we're at the inn. We're at the inn. And I have questions. Like we just talked to this guy that's in a coma and all this stuff, and so I'm a little worried. Wood Elf Dark Paladin. Lovely night with some wine and Shadowheart's company. Oh shit, wait. So, okay, so wine and Shadowheart's company. So are you in the Grove and like in Act 1 and like when she asked to have wine with you that night? Or is this later on and there's some other wine in the future? Because I'm curious. Yeah, I'm a Karlach simp. Hardly. You only just finished the Goblin Camp. May not. No, that's totally fine. That is completely fine and so valid. I am definitely further along than the Goblin Camp. So yeah, so you basically just did the Goblin Camp and you had the party. So you had some wine with Shadowheart. I love that. I didn't realize, like, this is the first time. Yeah. The camp was the first time I did any romance thing at all either. For sure. Like I feel like that's pretty much a main, like, yeah, we're romancing right now. Like this is what's happening. So I didn't realize that everyone is going to be flirting at the party. I kind of, said, no, I don't want any wine. I want to hang out with Karlach. Karlach seems down to hang out. And it's just like, I didn't realize I was turning down romantic things. So I just said, like, no. I didn't know what the options were with any of that. Apparently you can just say yes to everyone and then just choose at night. I didn't know this, so I just said straight up no. So I haven't been flirty with like anyone except Karlach this entire time because like everyone else is like, oh, she said no to me at the party. It's like, I didn't know that you were like, that this was the time. I didn't know this is when I had to be like, yes, we're hanging out and I can just choose. You haven't been to... Wait, you got romance without it being a party? Mate, you've got Riz. Wait, you've got Riz. Holy shit. No one flirted with me until like there was a reason to celebrate. As Ayakol said, I don't know how to flirt. I'm just sitting here being like, oh my god, Karlach, I love you. Like, can you be best friends? Like, if you want to leave me for anyone else, I'm totally down with this. Like, feel free. They had to be drunk at a party for them to talk to me. Yeah, it's fine. They were just, it's fine. I never said I was very good at talking to people. It's okay. But yes, if you have to read and run and make sure you don't avoid, has some, oh yeah. So I found that out I found that out in the Goblin Camp. Because there was this guy who was like, I want to whip you for God or something like that. And I was like, and Shadowheart's just like, oh yes, can I be next? I'm like, what? Shadowheart, I'm finding new things out about you right now. Okay. I mean, this is fine, Shadowheart. Like, no judgment, Shadowheart. But also, what? The dude that whips you is a thing. No. The dude that whips you, if Shadowheart's in your party while he does that, she and Astarion are both like, ooh, this looks like a good time. Oh, can I be next? Oh, I didn't know you were into this. Who whips you? The guy that's at the Goblin Camp? The religious dude? The one where if you ask him to keep whipping, you get some stuff. Yeah, like just if they're in your party while he's doing that, both Astarion and her are just like, oh, this looks like a fun time. It's like, excuse you? What? Totally doing it again. Need to change party members. You murdered him. Hi, Anzaru. I'm sorry, what? There's a torturer at the Goblin Camp, and he gives you a nice little bonus. As long as you keep... No matter what in this game, what I found out, as long as you keep rolling good, always do whatever it is that's happening. Like, that's to your character personally, right? That's to your character personally. If you're rolling well and you're getting whipped by some torture at the Goblin Camp, just keep going with it. Because good things can happen later on. You know, there might be something else. You committed genocide at the Goblin Temple. My partner did as well. And so I feel like he missed out on some stuff. I talked my way through until the end and then had to like kill everything on the way out. The writing and dialogue is so good. You always miss the good stuff. Oh, don't worry. Oh, don't worry. I'm sure there'll be more good things to be had. I will say you did miss me flirting with Astarion, but it did not go very well. It was just very, very innocent. You know, Karlach is beautiful, you're fine. Kind of flirtatious teasing. Like it's all good. Oh, you talked to them too? Oh, but you just murdered all. That's so funny. It's so funny. Oh, thank you for the follow, by the way. I really do appreciate it. It's so funny the difference in playthroughs that you can have. Like how many options there are and just like what you can find important and everything. I love it. It's so freaking neat. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and pause the music. Like I said, is it, by the way, is it Cora or Corastus? Love the vibe. I do appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really, really do appreciate it. I just want to make sure that is it short or full name? You're not a colleague. Cutting their throat while they were telling me that. Oh my god, Vine, that's so funny. Oh god, okay. Either way is fine. You probably yes, I win. Which is really good because I don't always do that. Yes. But yeah, if you have to raid and run so you don't get any spoilers, do not worry. I totally understand. We're definitely in a section where I literally just lost a fight, and apparently it is possible to win the fight even though it seemed impossible. So I just reloaded a save. So definitely do not fear. Go protect yourself from spoilers. I really appreciate the raid. It is so very kind. Like I said, anyone that's in here and if you have any questions about my playthrough or storylines or anything like that, do not be afraid to ask. I know that.
Lucky to have you watching over him. Thank you.
Of course. We look after our own.
Halsin, shh, quiet. Miguel murdered 5 chance. Oh my god. Yeah, no worries. It's all good. It was very nice to meet you too, and I hope you have a good one. Thank you so much for the raid. I really, really appreciate it. Halsin's voice just in my ear though. Just straight up in my ear. Can we not? Okay. 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 It was have a good one. I'm doing a hard save. We're doing a hard save. We're doing a hard save. And we're gonna do the thing. So thank you so much. Have a good one. Hi, His Majesty. Very well. Hold on, I want to talk to you again. You're cute.
Begone.
Talking with animals is also the best thing ever. Just saying. Okay, so cats will be cats. Cats will be cats. Exactly. Hi, Rosa. How are you today, lovely? What is going on? The cat said what? Hiss. I say hiss. And then you can be like, oh, I just wanted to gaze upon your beauty. And you're like, oh, of course, perfectly fine. And then you can stare and be like, hiss, that's enough. It's like, okay, cat. His Majesty's the best. Like, seriously, the character stuff for all of the animals even in this game is absolutely incredible. Like how much detail they put into just like random ass animals, knowing that when you have speak with animals, you're gonna be talking to freaking everyone. It's so great. Just got home from school. Oh, nice. Was not about to join the musical bingo with richly flowing booze. I mean, for me, that sounds like a good time if I know people there. If I don't know people there, I'm not gonna lie, that sounds rough. That sounds a bit rough. All right.
As I listen.
Do a quick save. Okay. We need to protect this bitch. All right? We need to protect this bitch. I did not know people, did not connect to anyone all, so it's a hard pass. Yeah, that's completely valid. And hopefully hopefully can kind of meet them a bit more in the future, or at least, you know, it's fine. Like, again, you do what you need to. Don't protect. Steal that armor. It looks fancy. We must protect. We had this conversation. So, Isabel, please. I know, you're so fucking cool. Spear looks fancy. It does. So she's a cleric. So she is a cleric. She is a cleric that worships the opposite goddess as Shadowheart. So Shadowheart is like basically a cleric of darkness. This bitch is the opposite. She is a cleric of the moon, Saloon, right? Sounds like fun times. Shadowheart like is like, who is this bitch? Oh, no, she might also be sick. That's what her diary said, that she's feeling ill.
I didn't realize I had an audience.
Yeah, I'm here, bitch. I don't know if I trust you. No worries, Rosa. Enjoy your lurk.
The true soul who's going to save us all. I'm Isabel.
This conversation again. This conversation again. Say, and you, I heard you're the protector of this inn, the Banisher of Shadows.
Myself and Our Lady are doing what we can to hold the line.
You're a little bit big-headed. I'm not gonna lie, ma'am. You're a little bit big-headed.
Free from the Absolute's influence, yet able to walk among cultists.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost too good to be true. But I'd be a poor cleric indeed not to avail of a blessing when I see one.
Uh-huh. Thank you. Yes, bless me.
Jaheira sent you to beg a protection spell off her favorite
Yes,
cleric.
and then can you put a protection spell on yourself? That would be great. Carla, they all look so confused in the background.
It hurts.
I know. The moon touched you.
Perfect. It'll make you immune to the lesser effects of the shadow curse.
Okay, well, to be
which will
fair,
get
so
you
it's not
closer
shadow
to the
that's
towers.
affecting us right now.
But there
It
are
is...
places it won't help.
Okay.
Places where the curse is darker, stronger.
Stronger.
The
Okay.
cultists are able to traverse even the deepest shadows, though. I don't know how. The Harpers are trying to figure it out.
Does that have something to do with my broken lantern?
Dark Lady, forgive me.
Oh, shush.
Good nose. Like a nasty little terrier.
I mean, for being a good girl, she's also such a bitch. Anything else I should know before heading off?
Ketheric is a frightening man. But you have something he doesn't. Allies worth having.
Like,
while you're busy in the towers,
so
I'll be sure
allies worth having. Wait, why do I not like certain people that I'm sure I'm supposed to
Something's
like?
wrong.
Why is it that I enjoy the people, like, enjoy people that I'm probably not supposed to like, and hate the people I'm probably supposed to like? Hi, dude. Your wings look really not great, bro. Like they're well rendered. So not the game. Like, the guy that gave him these wings looked like.
Is that you? What's happened to you?
Yes.
I've been blessed. You can be too.
Okay. I wonder if there's anything we can change with this conversation. Isabel, do you know this man?
He's a flaming fist. Or was. Came with the others when we created this haven.
Okay.
And I thank you for your hospitality. True soul, my instructions are clear.
He's
Take the girl
yes,
to
it's molting. The feathers are coming off. That's exactly what it is. Wisdom. The thing is, so this wisdom is going to be the worm, I think, right? Probus lots for more information. What does he want with her? Sounds like fun. I'm with you. I'm not like you. I don't take orders from the Absolute's cronies. I'm not like, I don't do well on wisdom rolls. There are only wings left in the storeroom. Next wing delivery.
What's going on? If you have something to say, say it.
Marcus is trying to kidnap you. We're going to have to fight our way out of this one.
Pathetic. The Absolute sees all. Your treachery will be punished.
I think that's. I feel like that's the only way we can get it so she's not surprised, right, in the fight.
You can't believe them, Marcus.
Ketherick will never give you
Like,
whatever
if we
it
did
is
say
you've been
nothing, she would
promised.
end up being surprised, and we don't want that.
He already has. Time to go, Isabel.
I'm gonna do a quick save at the beginning of this fight. And if she gets kidnapped again, I will try a big fight after. But I make no promises that I won't go back again after that fight as well. I don't like that Maul gets kidnapped right away. It does kind of help my brain a little bit because it means that Maul's not gonna get killed.
Moon Maiden, guide my hand.
It's a question. Do we now have Halston in the fight? Shadowheart's inspired, of course. Alright. We need to think. We need to think. That is not going to work. Battle sounds louder this time, or is it just you? Is it louder this time? Right? Is Halston joining? I don't know. Flaming Fist Marcus. I don't think he is. Or at least he's not on the score sheet. At least he's not on the score sheet. He might join in later, maybe? Yeah, that I'm not sure. Is it, did I do a quick save? Oh my god, okay.
He's lucky to have.
Halston's here! He just said he's lucky to have you. I just wanted to... Focus on Badwing's guy, ignore everyone. Yeah. Sorry, that made me laugh. I don't know if I can cunning action hide, but I'm gonna try. Nope, didn't work. Then I'm gonna have you go. Can you close the door, love? Just get them an extra movement. And turn these three guys. So yeah, people can still join in.
Give up hope.
I can hear Halston. Let me see. Both 4. What do I have? Striking all objects within range. Lightning bolt. Creatures in a line of eruption. Firebolt. Chromatic. Acid, lightning, ice. The 50%. It's always the problem, is I just get so worried about that 50%, right? But a level 3 chromatic ice could be really, really nice. Wizard spell is 4. Because you can lock the doors! That makes sense! Yes, okay, that makes so much sense to I didn't even think of that either. You're right. Oh, such a dum-dum. Tides. Now you're on ice, bitch! And I'm gonna close this door.
Put my hands on everything.
Cursed to put my hands on everything as I close the fucking door. Heal. Karlach, I need you to get in between. Sunbeam this bitch. Yes. And then Wolf Rage Heart. Amazing. Okay. I just have Gale on hand to melt them all into a giant fireball, right? Yes! Oh, Isabel! Oh, Isabel! That was so much better, Isabel! Oh my god, that was so much better! Holy shit! Okay, okay. Turning undead. Didn't see that coming. I forgot I can do that with Shadowheart. You got a bit more sleep. Nice. Yeah, crit with the attack of opportunity. Sorry, that was a lot of words. Pommel strike, nice. Good, 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 good. Shadowheart, I need you. Sanctuary. Upcast, doesn't grant any additional benefits. Sanctuary. Guiding Light. Advantage. Critical hit. Oh, fuck you, bitch. Oh, I'm so excited right now. I know that, like, he still has 60 health. We are nowhere near done at all. However, currently on difficult terrain, Blinded has Guiding Bolt, and I don't know what Reverberation is, though. And I don't know how to... Hold on. Right click, examine. Reverberation. Effect entity is -1 penalty to strength, dexterity, and constitution saving throws per turn. Entity has 4 more turns reverberation. Okay, so it only has 2. Immune to thunder, can't receive it. Well, he doesn't immune to thunder. Okay, amazing, incredible. I'm actually gonna come over here as Shadowheart and end turn.
General Ketherick wants her alive at any cost.
Oh, fuck you, bitch. Yes! Attack of opportunity. Yes! Karlach, you gorgeous bean. Oh, fuck. It's fine. It's fine. You're fine. Cran! Cran, thank you so much for gifting a sub. Enjoy your emotes after viewing and sub badge and Zaro. I hope you appreciate it. Cran, thank you so much for supporting the channel. I really appreciate it so freaking kind. Thank you, love. Thank you, Cran. But you don't have any D&D knowledge. I mean, honestly, in Zaru, I have a little bit, so I will say that is very helpful, but it's definitely not a requirement. It is definitely not a requirement. Like yeah. Is good. Right range attack. Air of Darkness. Thank you, Fran. Thunder. Ooh. Prevent your target from gaining their hit points. Advantage. I'll go with it. And then a little flourish at the end.
Something different.
Fuck yes, you gorgeous bean. Been years since you played. I mean, if you yeah. I mean, it's a lot of fun. I love how much lore and stuff there is. Start off this game knowing nothing. Best suggestions to read the tool tips to see what does what. Yes. I will definitely say I should examine more things and inspect more things because I feel like it definitely helps just in-game stuff, what it all does, right? He's turned. He's fucking turned and I love it. Okay, you. What's your health at, bitch? What's your health at? 46. 46. Level 4 is 46. Level 4 is 46. I can't do any of my big ones. I could do my magic missile. Could do a chromatic at level 4. Maybe some thunder. Have advantage. Yes. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. I can 100% say I've had to slowly learn magic things because you don't play magic in your games and slowly branched into it because of that. Story mode doesn't make it easier. Really? Wait. It doesn't? Oh, I thought it would. Oh, I so for sure thought it would. Oh, okay, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Okay, Karlach. I love you. You can do this. Fuck you, Marcus! Oh, fuck you, Marcus! Oh my god, fuck you, Marcus! Ugh. Okay. Sorry, I feel better now. I feel better now. Okay, Marcus is dead. Oh my god, this went so much better. Oh, this went so much better. Okay. Oh my god, I'm so excited. Marcus is fucking dead. All right. Holy crap. What do we got? So we have, this one is turned for 2 more turns. This one is turned for 2 more turns. This one is turned as well. I feel like we do have to go help everyone, right? We should go help everyone. I'm going to have you take a potion of healing, please. And then you can open up these double doors and get near some of these guys as close as you can with your thing of blinding. Okay. Yes, so worth opening the door. Sanctuary plus 10. She did attack, so her sanctuary is gone. That's the only thing I'm worried about right now. Her sanctuary is now gone because she attacked. But Marcus is now gone. Critical miss! Thank you for doing that. Okay, good. Listen, guys! You're supposed to be fighters! Sorry, I'm fine. Sorry, I'm fine. I'm just being an asshole. Dana, how are you, love? How are you? What is going? Oh, how is it going? What is happening? I hope you're doing well. I'm gonna go over here. Hamstrung. Okay. I hope you're doing well. Guiding. Suck bucket. Ben luck. Oh yes. Okay, and also we're gonna get a weapon out and about now that we're here. Weapon, you're gonna go over here. Yes. Hey, Dina! Looks so comfy and cozy. I'm only comfy and cozy because this fight is not going as horrible as I thought it was going to go. Because this is my second time trying. Got a lot to sleep today. Nice, Cran. Doing good. Eating before you gotta go to work. What are you eating? Tell me about your food. I was talking today with Tiff about she should make spaghetti tacos. Apparently everyone thinks that means that I smoked or that I took some gummies because I'm like, doesn't that sound good? It's fine. Don't worry about it. Miss! Oh my god. Okay, Starion. I need you to cunningly hide, please. I need you to cunningly hide. I need you to come over here and do a sneak ranged attack on this one. And can you use... Actually, real quick. Examine. Just uncultured, right? Resistance to poison. Well, that's fine. That's fine. Sneak ranged. I think we can do normal arrows, it'll be fine. I might just do an arrow place. Disgusting. Shit, disgusting! That sounds so fucking good! What are you talking about? That sounds so tasty! I could so go for a chicken burger. Like, their sauce? Ugh, I have dreams. I literally would go... So in uni, on like hangover days on Saturday, we'd stop at Burger King first for me, and I would get a burger, and then we'd go to Chick-fil-A for my friend, and I would get the Chick-fil-A sauce and put it on my Burger King burger. My god, so good. You eat it too much. It's fine. It's fine. I'm sure it's fine. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure it's fine. Not enough movement, seriously.
All right then.
I can get like here. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I fell on water? Oh, I am so angry. I am so angry. Never tried it, but I might be down. Is Chick-fil-A in Canada? I don't know if it is, Cran. You're right. It's fine. It's fine. There's literally no judgment whatsoever. Also, smack. Blinded by my mace. I'm gonna hit you right in your fucking face. Thank you. But yeah, I think it's just because I like sauce. Like, if I get fries, like, I want ketchup, ranch, hell, like ketchup plus mayo, like the fry sauce. I want gravy. Fucking give me sauce on things. Like, the more sauce options, not necessarily the more sauce options, the better. Like, I freaking love it. Okay. Failed a saving throw. Okay. Oh, there we go. That's what happened. What is happening? There's so many people. Seriously, you missed. Okay. Shadowheart. I'm gonna have you. I just smack with your sword. They like a good smacking. Seriously, critical miss? Fuck you! Here's this, bitch! Sorry, I'm fine. Okay, and then we have this weapon that is now not in the best spot. So we have one guy up here, one guy over here. I guess about here, because these guys might die, and I don't want anyone to die. Mayo, barbecue, sauce, mustard, and honey. That actually makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Critical miss again? Bro, you cannot be for real right now. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. What else? Okay, so there's another winged horror downstairs and up here. Is it just the two? Okay, and this one's the main one. Like, it's just good, right? You're doing good. Thank you, Acol. I'm really glad that that last one went so much better. Seriously? Uthred, I'm so mad at you right now. Can I Misty Step out here? Like, the fuck, Uthred? The fuck, Uthred? Target's out of sight. Target's too far. Not enough space. Fucking shit nuggets. Not enough space. Can't reach destination. Can I not get done? Okay, hold on. Pro tip, if you get their mac and cheese, put their buffalo sauce on it and shake. Oh, that sounds absolutely incredible. I'm on water. Dash. Okay. We're gonna get out here. These boots have seen everything. These boots have seen everything. Dash. Misty Step. Can't reach. Can I not fucking Misty Step out here? What was the point of this then? What? I can't. Okay, I can Misty Step over here. Wait. I saw it. Hi, Nandu. Seem like a safe person, Nandu. I hope that I am. I mean, I can't speak for myself, but hi, I hope you're going well. We're talking about different sauce for burgers and fries, and also trying my best to kill some undead winged horrors because I hate them. But I really hope you're doing good. Yeah, I don't want to speak for myself. I feel like anything about if I'm, if this is a good space has to be from everyone inside. A burger plain with no... Nice job! That was really good! Oh my gosh, that guy did so good! Oh, but I also love that you have the pronouns extension, by the way. Thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. It's very helpful when you have the extension. Because the first time chat came through, it didn't have the pronouns next. It doesn't have the pronouns next to the name with like the little thing, so it has to wait for the second chat. But yes, thank you for that. I really do appreciate it. It makes everything so much easier.
Find a route.
We'll be prone. Fuck it. Oh, we didn't get prone! We didn't get prone! We didn't get prone! So guess what we can do? We can shoot this guy! Ah! Karlach just jumps up to me. Karlach, we need to go down. We need to go down.
Isabel, are you all right?
I'm fine.
Thank you for telling me this fight was possible, by the way,
Marcus has been with us
Edgar.
since the start.
It did not
They've
feel
been tracking
possible
us
when I did
this
it.
whole time. And that was no random attack. You were the target, Isabel. They know how important you are.
100%.
But they don't know about you.
Mac and cheese.
Ketheric will strike again.
Hershey, her, thank you so much, and I appreciate it.
Discover the source of his invulnerability. Make him mortal so
make him mortal so we can make him bleed.
Good luck.
Try our best.
We're in more danger than I knew.
Me and Karlach are just on the roof, by the way.
Everyone in this inn is dead. Like that.
Okay. Your deeply held principles in replaying this fight. I really do appreciate. Oh yeah, but I also do have that there. So if anyone doesn't have the extension and you are on PC, because it doesn't work on mobile, right? Because it is a browser extension, it is there. Until you went to order a Philly cheesesteak, you always told them no cheese, Cran. That's what I did when I was younger. I would get a no cheese, but I would put ketchup on it. Once I found out that I liked ketchup, but I also did the same thing with burgers. They could not add ketchup for me when I was younger. Now I do everything pretty much, but like I would have to order, as a kid, I would have to order like a plain burger. There couldn't be any sauce on it. I would get really upset. I could eventually put ketchup on it myself, but they were not allowed to put ketchup on it. I had to put the ketchup on it. It's just Marcus told me Ketherick wanted you captured, not killed. Why?
Why does a man like him do anything? Power, spite,
salty.
Some kind of twisted personal morality.
Twisted person.
I can understand why he'd want me dead. Without me keeping the curse at bay, everyone in this inn, everyone intent on killing him, is dead too. As for why he'd want to take me alive,
exactly,
I don't know. Exactly. And I don't want to find out. Now that we have you, I hope I won't have to.
Okay. I mean, I love that, like, since literally Karlach and I are on the roof, so we're not a part of this conversation right now. Astarion has to take over because me and Karlach are just like, yeah, we're just outside on a rooftop together. Just, you know, killed this guy over there. Sorry, it's the perfect moment. Oh my god, is that Kim? So wait, Kim has a salty emote? That's so funny. I love that. But yeah, like, right, if it doesn't have a cheese, is it a cheesesteak? No, it's a steak sandwich. In my opinion, that's when it's a steak sandwich and not a cheese steak without cheese. Shin, hell yeah, Act 2! Hi, Shin, how are you, live? Yeah, we're
day I'm shuffling.
Actually, after that fight, I am so down with the dance music right now.
Shuffling.
Thank you so much for the bitch, Shin. After that fight, because like literally Edgar and everyone that told me, like Vine, I think you even mentioned that you did, like, telling me it was possible to win that fight, because I was just like, oh, is this something I'm supposed to lose? Because she just gets taken. Makes so much sense. Like, you have to really focus on her. It's like the games that have it where it's the companion quest where you have to keep your companion safe. I'm always so bad at those because I forget to focus only on them, and I focus on all the other fighting things that surround, thinking, oh, good offense is the best defense, but then something happens and it never works. But yeah, ordered a new book bag off of Yeah, like a workbook bag, 100%. Your current one has a rip in it. I'm glad you're getting a new one. You definitely don't want your stuff falling out of your bag. Tonight's your Thursday night D&D. Pretty sure I'm dying tonight. I wish you luck. I hope you do not die in your game tonight. I hope that you will have massive success, or that your friends can bring you back to life. It'll be fine. Now that we have you, I won't have to. Once I take Ketherick's head, you'll be safe again. Like, I'm gonna need it. You've got this.
No mercy. For Ketherick will have
no mercy.
End this.
You're gonna need it. You've got this. You like literally, we're just out on the rooftop, chilling, just vibing. Hold on 1 second. Let me just split up the group a little bit. I'm gonna group together with you. I think I have. Do I have my boots of feather falling? I do. Pop those on real quick. Give myself a... Oh, how do I do this again? Enhanced sleep, no. Wait, where's my feather falling? Feather falling for me and Carla. And then that way we can jump down to get...
Try to keep up.
To teleport! Now I've got teleportation! Oh, wild magic.
Collected.
Oh, wild magic.
It might be useful.
Another parasite. Wait. Oh, does Marcus have a parasite? Oh. Played 2 rounds of Texas Chainsaw. Oh, how's Texas Chainsaw going, Cran? Have I looked at... No, I haven't explored this area at all yet. I honestly really need to. I was gonna finish my looting. and like finish the rest of the area.
Time to press ahead.
And check out the journal for quests and stuff like that. So because we now have all these dead bodies around. Safe! Safe. 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 All the safe. Oh, hello, Astarion. Yes, thank you for talking in my absence. I really do appreciate that. How are you doing, Alfira? How was that fight for you?
First cultists nearly murder us, and now we have a traitor on the inside.
I know!
Can't we trust anyone?
We can't! You just focus on getting through this. You can trust me. Stop whining. Oh my god. Hey, they're so mean! There's so many mean options. Just focus on getting through
Easier
this.
said than done.
Okay, well, fine. Hey, His Majesty, what did you think of that fight?
Begone!
Okay, His Majesty doesn't want to tell me. Trust me. Trust me. Bard is all about the... trust me. Transworld lives in the United States, neurodivergent. Asexual. Just happy to be here, no worries. I feel that. I feel that in my bones. But seriously, I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you feeling like this space is safe enough to kind of tell us about you. I love to hear it. And I love that you're here. Thank you so freaking much. We're just like a random group of nonsense people here. I'm not even gonna lie. I did talk about previously, like, I feel like I need to like put demisexual up on my about, especially. Oh, it doesn't want me to loot Fist. It can't loot Fist, Marcus. Oh, why? 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 Enjoying watching your gameplay? No worries, Anzaru. I appreciate you being here and enjoy your lurk. Hopefully you get the stuff done that you need to get done. Hopefully you can relax a bit. Whatever it is you would like to do. But yeah, bards are about the drama, it's true. Nonsense and chaos. Perfect. Like I said, wild magic user. Definitely all about that chaos for sure. Milk bowl mirrors. Painted mirrors. I'm just having a look. So to do the ritual, she needs mirrors, milk. Interesting. Okay. Fractal, sometimes complex, known to be imaginary. Look, sometimes you just need to have an imaginary self, you know? Imagine thing. I don't know. Ignore me. I thought I was going somewhere with that. However, it did not go anywhere. I thought I was going somewhere. It kind of just got away from me for a second. It's fine. It's fine. We didn't really have much loot in this building, did we? There was these guys in here that we stole. We already read the diary. Apparently, examine. Hold on. Oh, real quick.
Ready.
Astarion, can you come over here? Karlach.
Wanna dance?
I'm okay. Oh, stop that? Oh. Fine!
At least
I just wanted to check out what was in Marcus's body. That's all. Fine, I won't. You know, I don't need any more worms. I have more than enough worms. I'm sure it's fine. I think we already, when we looted here, there wasn't really anything, was there? I think we're okay. I say this as the loot goblin I am. I want to loot everything, but I think it's fine. We got most of it. I think there was like a couple bottles of wine, but we should hopefully be okay without that. So we can go to the trader. Worst case, we can grab some gold from the trader. It looks like there might be an oil barrel we can steal over here. Oh my god, this is so much easier without having to do that big fight. Oh. I'm kind of glad I didn't even attempt. It looked horrible. Absolutely horrible. And like, I would be so sad. Puns?
Yes. Don't be shy.
Yes. Tell me your puns. There's a cow! Oh, fuck yes, there's a cow. Oh my god, there's cows we can talk to. Oh, I'm so excited. Oh, I'm so excited. There's a cow. Hi, cows.
And, well,
an ox. Sorry. Oh, wait, is this a strange ox from...
Look in its eye.
It's toasty in here.
It's toasty in here. I can't wait to learn their moods. Strange ox. The strange ox is from the Grove, right?
It. I am. Indeed, I am.
Oh, glad you made it too.
I remember you from the Grove with the druids.
Yeah.
But I think you were taller then.
I was not. I was still short. How'd you make it through the shadows?
On the double. One hoof quickly following the other.
Oh, okay. You're so cute. Okay. Hello. So you're also from the Grove. I remember you.
No. Still incapable.
Incapable of what?
Not for you to know.
Okay. Persuasion. Oh, come on. You know how now you've piqued my curiosity. Perception. You're the ox I met back in the Grove. You're hungry then. I saved you all and now you have food. Nature. You're a rare breed. An authentic red-backed river ox. I thought you'd be more discerning. I have a +6 for persuasion. Let's give it a try. Let's see if he gets angry with me. This is gonna... It's a difficulty class 14. So we have a minimum of a +7, which means we need at least a 7. I might as well use some sorcery points because we do have to rest soon anyway. Didn't even need it. We bent luck on our own. Love it. What's the most cow-like element? Oxygen.
Well, come close. Your mind to mine.
Your mind to my mind.
Are you satisfied?
Okay, bro. Okay, bro. Okay. Yes, thank you. How does an ox like yourself have such horrifying thoughts?
It's a talent.
I'll trade you your secret for one of mine.
I'm not a busybody. You ought to use me as an example, or you might get yourself in trouble.
Trying to persuade him with my secrets and just failing miserably. Dexter as an ox, right? Fine, I'll go. I don't want to threaten you. I have a feeling this ox could murder me. With how many bodies there are, I already know this is not an ox. Like, I know. I'm worried, so I'm just...
Good little hero.
This ox. 132 health, level 5 strange ox. I am not fighting you. I am not fucking fighting you. No fucking way. I am going to die. Holy shit. That ox, right? Serious. So, like, it's not an ox for sure. So we met him in the Grove and he seemed very strange and we didn't really know what to make of him. Either that's going to be someone that's going to help us on our adventures or someone that could kill us if we decided to fight him, and I don't want to find out right now. I'm good. We just finished that fight. I don't need another one. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Okay. Talk to the smith. Oh yeah. No, I've got tons of stuff to do. Tons of stuff to do. I don't think there was any other bags. So there are some... Ooh, pitchfork.
Open up.
Hi guys, ignore me. I'm just gonna look in your bags, in your burlap sacks. Take all these rotten clothes and rags. Oh, potatoes! So the camp. Yeah, some breezy sandals, you know. Might need some breezy sandals for things. It's fine. Look, we've got a basket of fruit with some nice red apples. Send to camp. It would be really cool, like, if you had, like, all of these things. It'd be really cool if you could, like, utilize them. Can I use your bellows? It's not really affecting the fire that much. Talk to Damon. Hi, Damon.
Aha.
Dude, I love me a good potato.
Thought I sensed an infernal.
Love me a good potato.
What are you doing here?
Same thing as you, I reckon. Trying to stay out of the shadows.
Ooh.
Hold on. I know you.
Karlach knows it?
The weaponsmith, right? Drafted into the Blood War when your city was swallowed by Avernus. Not too different from my own story.
As she's covered in blood.
Well done making it out alive.
Same to you. Though unless my senses deceive me, you brought a bit of the hells back with you. Infernal engine?
Who needs a heart when you've got one of these to keep you warm? Thank you, Zariel.
Forget warm. You're burning up. Might be burning out a piston ring. Or leaking oil. Mind if I take a
I
listen?
talked to him before
Please
Karlach.
do.
I
I've been
talked to him
dying
before
to find an
Karlach.
infernal mechanic.
I didn't go back and talk to him when we had Karlach. TLDR, Iron Man is female. 100% Nungo.
Now that's hot. Too hot. I think I could sort you out. But I'll need some infernal iron and a lot of
I have infernal iron. I have infernal iron. Oh, I have infernal iron at the camp. I have 2 pieces of infernal iron back at the camp. I have 2 pieces back at the camp. Wait, we'll look for some iron. Any idea? We can catch up now. Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I think I might. I've sensed some in the area. It has a pull to it. Absolutely magnetic.
He's
Once you
got
know
some
what you're looking
intense
for.
eyes. Oh my god, can we help her girlfriend? Oh my god, can we help her girlfriend? Well, can we see your wares though, bro?
Certainly.
Oh my god, I'm so excited right now. Guys, I'm so excited right now. I'm so excited right now. So this is a short sword, light and finesse. This could be very good for Will. Takes an extra 1 to 10 necrotic damage as long as it isn't a construct or an undead. Okay, so it has to be an undead, or can't be undead. 10 temporary hit points. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Seriously, welcome on in. I really do appreciate it. Yeah. Oh my god, I'm so pumped right now. So freaking pumped. Plus 1 strength exposed, scale mail, medium armor. So he has quite a lot of really cool things, which I love. He's also got some, you know, junk but standard items. Always nice. Here, if I gave you these. If I gave you these items, this rotten carrot too. Can you take this? Yeah, have fun. This 93 gold, not much. Honestly, not really that much. However, double damage to these. Watching you play them playing the same. I mean, I'm really glad. I can't hold. I get so pumped. I'm so fucking pumped. I'm so pumped. Question. Can Karlach have a warhammer and a mace? Can she have one of each? Because it says versatile. Can she have a warhammer in her other hand and go smacky smack? Because I need to find another mace for her. Because I was thinking another mace, but I think I tried putting in the other the mace that Shadowheart is using. I think I tried to put that and it wouldn't work, so I might need to just make her stronger. It could be that she's not strong enough yet. But I'm really glad that you're enjoying the playthrough. I really honestly am. Favorite weapon, +1 bonus to damage and attack rolls. Bound to an Eldritch Knight. Oh, okay, never mind.
Shout if you need anything.
Don't care. Bound to an Eldritch Knight thing. We'll look for some iron.
Fuck yes, we will.
Fuck yes, we will.
Sure. Meantime, if you need to stock up, everything I have is available.
Stop being so cute. Oh, god, shit, balls. Oh, hold on. Apparently I can at least sell these to him, I guess. I don't think I need this mask, right? I don't think I need that mask. I have a few of them if we need them in the future. Antidote, poison, why not? I don't need them. Okay. That's 133 gold. He doesn't really have any potions or anything, so I might just 133. These are all kind of getting in that expensive range anyway. Hydrated snacky snack, thank you! I do have water. I actually have water today. I say this, and I have water every day, but I have water left still, is what I'm saying. From chocolate. Thank you for the snack and the hydrate. This is a reminder to anyone that's in chat. Please take care of yourself. Do a quick self-care check. What is it your body needs? Even if it's going to the bathroom. Remember, do not hold in your pee. It is unhealthy. Unhealthy. Just saying.
Shout if you need anything else.
Thank you, Damon. Okay, bye, Damon. Okay. Karlach, are you excited? Karlach, Karlach.
What are you thinking about?
It sounds like all we need to do to fix your engine is find some infernal iron.
Let's hope Damon is as good as he seems. Once my engine's handled, I can focus on more important matters. Tadpoles, cults, frosty pints.
Frosty pints! Sorry, I'm so excited. Test of being healthy. Exactly! That's right, chat. Pee your pants! Don't! Ankle, no! Ankle! Why? Don't pee your pants! No! No, not what I meant. Pee your pants is cool. Oh gosh, this is where suddenly I get in trouble. This is where I get in trouble for saying to everyone to pee your pants. I'm gonna look around real quick, and then I want to go back to camp, and because I don't think I kept my infernal iron on me. I'm pretty sure I brought that back to camp. What did I put in here? Okay, I put your potions and stuff in here. I'm pretty sure I brought that back to camp, so we'll have to go back to camp. Oh, there's stuff down here too. Call me Ice Cube.
Seems that way.
What? Oh, is this our protection? Oh. So we have the blessing of Saloon. Amazing. Are we all having a pee? Is that the sick guy upstairs that's singing? Is that a sick guy upstairs? Is that the sick guy upstairs singing? Sorry for caps, you're fine, no worries. I talk in caps too often. I do not have a block on caps in this chat. No! Yeah, no, all good, You're never alone. There's always someone. Well, sometimes, not always. It is all good. And worst case, you could. Is that the guy upstairs singing? Because that sounds creepy as.
Every day I'm shuffling.
Oh my god! As I'm like freaking listening so hard to the quiet singing in the background. That was I appreciate it, Classy. Thank you for clarifying. Just like with the quiet singing in the background, I just get the shuffling sound in my ear. Thank you for the pic. That was too funny though. Oh my goodness. Oh, potato scone platter. Send a camp. Yeah, every day I'm shuffling. What's in this door though?
Here goes nothing.
This is the fight in the shadows break in. You have to kill Damon. No! No, that would have been horrible. Oh my god, I would have cried. I would have cried. Yes. Thank you for not telling me what would have happened. But thank you for making sure I knew to at least give it a try. Harpers are a secretive organization. Okay. Oh, we're gonna take that wine, and that wine, and that wine, and that wine goblet, and that wine goblet. What's down here? Okay, I'm not gonna lie, guys. I apparently have been drinking enough water because I already have to pee again, and I just said that you shouldn't hold in your pee. I literally just said you shouldn't hold in your pee, but I already have to pee again. So I think what we'll do, go pee. I promise. I'm bio break. Okay. I mean, I was gonna say what we can do is I can loot this spot and then go pee. Outstanding playthrough. I know. It's really like so their own advice. What else is new? It can be really difficult as well because again, I never need anything to be perfect in a playthrough. Another person said you should do it. Yeah. I know that you don't need a perfect first playthrough, but it's nice when you don't feel like you fucked it up so bad that you like don't get enjoyment out of it, so that way you can go back and kind of mess with it a little bit in the future. So I do appreciate that. Like even if it's just a gentle, just so you know that fight is winnable, like give it a try again, like something like that. If it's something especially like that went like that fight the first time went so badly because like I was just like I didn't understand, like I thought I could just kill him, but no, it was she's getting kidnapped. It's like fuck. Perfection's getting Carla to show you her engine. You can also save the eagles. I did figure out that wine. Although, yeah, the wine is camp supplies. Yeah. I know. I tried to just like drink wine to go to sleep because I heard that was an achievement, but it didn't really work. But I'm gonna go pee. I will be right back. Here are some clips. While I return, I'm gonna put on an ad, and I appreciate your patience. It'll be about a minute. Look, it's fine. We're fine. It's all fine. Postures. Okay, postures. I should probably have another dumpling. I should probably not try to eat it whole because I'm gonna make me cough. I hope you. It's all good, live. It's all good. I think we're doing okay. I'm making a mess. Thank you, Vash. I do love this shirt. It's my favorite. It's why I decided to wear it for my birthday. And also, Vicky, that sounds
like bombs and stuff, I think. Where am I? Oh god, what do I hear? Oh, that's a mosquito. Back it up. Nope.
How's it going, everyone? Welcome to... Oh! I didn't realize the mushroom that you could grow the giant mushrooms!
I grew one, isn't it cute?
That's so fucking cool!
Isn't it cute?
I'm in love with that. I'm in love with that.
Keep it and
yeah.
It'll just be a decoration.
100. Stop! What the shit? Making our way downtown, walking fast, faces passing a homebound. So, like your hoodie, it has cat ears.
Hello, sweetie.
I swear to God. Shred! I love you so much with this shit! I'm back! Oh my god, I love my cat ear hoodie. Slowly picking up wine, it's for the camp, I swear. The wine is for the camp. I promise. Got an achievement for the evening meal. Be nothing but wine! Oh shit, okay, so I put in different booze and not just wine. So maybe I need to put more wine in. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe I fucked up. Maybe I need to make sure that it's all wine. Okay. That is good to know. Evidence chests. Oh my god. Yes, loot it. Hopefully this is nothing important. A is for Azuth and other gods. Saloon guides us through the night. She's the moon that had stars, her tears. Her sister tries to douse her light, but she protects us from our fears. Shar will take your sorrow from you, but beware, her night is dark. She'll hide your pain and secrets too, and all your joy and all your spark. Oh. Sylvanus, god of all that's wild, of nature's danger and its charm. His glory is not to be defiled, or you yourself will come to harm. So that's the like the three kind of gods, I guess. Last light detention cell. I'm gonna take some wine. Loot everything! Use it to buy armor! I'm definitely gonna have to check the food, because I'm definitely grabbing some things that I know that are food, so when I something... Sylvanus, that's your boy. Saloon is the god of the moon. Shar is the goddess of darkness, right? No, don't talk to...
Shar's blessings upon you.
Sorry, Shadowheart. I didn't mean to talk to you. Although, Ketheric Thorm, what do you think of him?
Difficult to say. A fellow servant of the Night Singer would surely be an ally to me under most circumstances. But something doesn't add up. I'll need to see where his allegiances truly lie.
Winter, are you serious? Are you serious? I'm gonna try that. Wait. I guess it has to show up, right? So it has to be something that shows up. Wait. That's not working! Oh, do you mean when you're in a thing? When you're in a thing. Deity of choice is the Raven Queen. Oh. Thieves tools, amazing. From chests and whatnot. Okay. That's actually very good to know. Yeah, I tend to, it's not that I'm like not doing take all. But sometimes I'll do like sending it to Karlach and stuff. So that's actually very helpful to know. Thank you so much. Thank you. Because at the moment, I guess that's very helpful. Thank you so freaking much, because that's just like how I pretty much close it if it's empty as well. Oh, thank you. That makes that so much easier. Ooh, some thieves tools over there. What? Yeah, we're taking all the wine, all the bottles. Remember, each bottle is 1 gold coin. Always. Oh, thieves tools. Actually found that out recently, guys. Apparently, like, check the hotkeys. Things I never remember to do is checking the hotkeys, and it can really make your life so much easier. Like, look how much easier that was, and look how much wine we're getting. Oh, shit. Black stuff. Look how much wine for later. A rotten lemon. That's a whole gold coin right there. Rotten fish. That's a whole gold coin right there. Loot goblin for the win. Just the freaking chaotic things of like selling, like going up to a vendor and just being like, ah, yes, here are like 30 rotten eggs, 30 rotten tomatoes. You're stealing all the... There's not really that much wine, to be fair. There's really not that much wine, to be fair. Like, you'd think there would be more. Is that a door? Is that a door? Oh, shit. How do I... How hot are these keys? Bite lips. So hot. Right,
Soldier.
Can you, real quick?
You shouldn't have tried me.
Oh, more storage. And a crack in the wall. Oh my god, so hot. So hot. You know how hot Karlach is? Burning. Burning. Here I am still clicking the same button, by the way. All those are empty. What's in here? What's in here? Wooden barrel. With water in it. Kind of boring, I'm not gonna lie, but that's fine. It's fine. It's cool. It's cool. It's cool. Open crate. Boring crate. Wooden crate. Smoke powder barrel. Oh, send that to our wife right now. Wait, what did I just put in here? Yeah, oil barrel. Okay. Oil barrel, snow cutter barrel. Can you open this real quick? So this is the one for selling stuff. Sell all this rotten things. This is wine, 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 wine. Send to camp. Wine, wine, sweet potato. Camp, 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 bottle, wine goblet, camp, camp, camp. Send to camp. You. You are all stuff to sell. Rotten eggs. Gotta love selling your rotten eggs, rotten carrots, rotten cheese, rags. Remember, each of these is 1 coin each, am I right? Sorry, I'm fine. Anyhoozle, continuing onwards. What? How do we, can I get Karlach?
What a charmer.
What a charmer indeed. Can you hit that? Immune to acid. That's fine. Apparently it can do bludgeoning. So it's fine. Oh, you beautiful. Oh. 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 Okay. Okay. Right. Of course.
Looking ahead.
Amazing.
What's inside?
There's an enemy. I saw an enemy on the thing. I'm saving. This is fine. This is fine. This is just back in the shadows? What the fuck are you? Oh my god, what the fuck are you? Oh, what the fuck are you? Oh my god, we're so going in here. Holy crap. What? Okay, is that Saloon, or is that Shar, or that is a goddess? That is definitely a goddess. Hi Milo, how are you doing today? We are just gonna do a quick little short rest.
All right, time to see what new horror's waiting for us.
I know, right, Astarion? What horror awaits us? It's very exciting. I want that fire wine barrel too.
Never wanted the easy path.
Very much want that as well. But yeah, how's it going? Sup?
Hope your soul is in good hands.
Seriously, we had advantage! Advantages again. Still. Ah! Got this, we believe in you. Exciting new horrors await us. I am thankful for the believing in me, because I am concerned and confused. Short rest are Warlock's best friend. They definitely don't give me any of my spell slots, but
what now?
She's afraid.
Those claws look deadly.
Wait,
Stay on
wait.
your guard.
Wait. Does she have a fear of Murlocs? Is that just because the Murlocs, or is that her personally? Because no one else had that happen. Bard, you get a song that gets. Oh, nice. I guess we'll have to fear Aura. Okay, everyone's afraid. Okay, thank you. I think I was just because she's there. I got so concerned. I'm so sad. Yeah, and we're gonna have disadvantage for everything. Can we actually? There you go, love. There you go, love. It'll be fine. Murlocs, do you remember those? Oh, I have so many questions. You are immobile because you're frightened. It's okay. We can do this. Didn't realize that they had a frightening aura, but makes sense because they're fucking creepy. Warcraft, thank you, love. And also, hi, Moosey. Astarion. Could Astarion not... Did he lose? Disadvantage. Here, you're gonna have to do a weapon because apparently, this fighting is about to get interesting. Respect your character this morning. 2 levels of Warlock and the rest Sorcerer. Ooh, hopefully that works out well for you. Yeah, hopefully it works out well. Yeah, we can't move because we're frightened, so we're gonna have to do a long distance. 16%. Oh my god, 25%. And gosh. Maybe we should look this up, right? Everything's disadvantaged. Benluck. Beautiful. Beautiful. Can you bite him? Can't, because you're frightened.
Nothing will stand in my way.
Nothing will stand in your way. Exactly. We can't do anything, so... Okay. I attack. Good job, little spiritual weapon. Fuck. Did it disappear? Where did it go? And these guys are all... Shadow teleportation! The fuck? The fuck? Shadow teleportation! This is... I call so much bullshit. Paralyzed? Yeah, they're paralyzed with fear at the moment. Can you... Real quick. Oh, shit. Real quick. Darling. Darling. My darling. Can... Oh, perfect, actually. Can we just, for the moment, for just a hot second, grab this arrow of fire and grab this. Damn, we have to do that on the first one, I guess. Fuck. Yeah, so the Murlocs are giving them fear. They're completely paralyzed. And I don't think I have anything that kind of protects us from fear. Like, I think if we're afraid, we're just... The fuck are you doing, bro? Like, what things are you doing? Like, I think we're just afraid. Oh, but yeah, I am full-on paralyzed, I think. Oh my god, this shadow teleport. Holy crap. Disadvantage, like so much disadvantage, honestly. I may have to do another spiritual weapon because like this is gonna be the only thing that might save us. Bards have a spell. Okay, so it would have to be a bard. Hi, Psycho. Okay, which to be fair makes total complete sense. Here, can you do that for me? Beautiful, thank you. And turn. Bane. Oh god. Bundled together down there, nuke 'em. Well, the problem is the girl that has Fireball is currently completely paralyzed. Completely paralyzed, which is, you know, great. Advantage. Fuck you, bitch! Fuck you, bitch! And then bonus attacks. I wasn't thinking it would be this big of a fight, you know what I'm saying? Stand up and stretch. God, Psycho! Thank you for the stretch. What the heck? Right, stretch my legs. Okay. Uh-huh. All right. Let's go this way. Bah! Fuck you. Can you guys just go after my weapons? Like, that would be great. Yeah, go after my weapons down there. Fuck you, no response. Good. Okay, that has advantage, which I fucking love. Beautiful. And we're gonna flourish this bitch, because why the fuck not? Ruptured. Yeah, fuck you, bro. Apparently, I think so. I think it's like a wisdom save every single turn against them. I do appreciate that they keep dashing away and then going back to that weapon. Like, I think that they're confused by it. Saved from Murloc Fear apparently this time, which is... But we're still immobilized. Fuck. So we weren't actually saved. Which kind of actually sucks. Truly. Because a lot of her stuff is close range, which to be fair is not great. Oh, what I need to do is heal. That's what you need to do. You need to heal me. We can't do cure wounds. We have to do healing word. We have to do healing word. And then we still have an action. So I'm gonna have you throw. Hold on. Shadowheart. Throw this at me. Disadvantage though. Let's see how this goes. I missed somehow, but it worked. Sister, bullying you with love. Happy birthday from all. That's so sweet. Thank you, Psycho. That's adorable. I appreciate it. Yeah, both of you are alive, so why don't you smack? And end turn.
Never a dull moment.
And then Ray of Frost. Ray of Frost. Ray of Frost. Disadvantage. Yeah, so I'm currently afraid, right? So I currently have frightened, which sucks. But we can always do magic missile, to be fair. That does help a bit. And that does always help a bit. And let's see, I don't think we're gonna succeed at that, but yeah, failed. It's fine. Tried. Probably should have healed. Where the heck? I probably should have healed. Oh, yes, Astarion! Get that reaction hit! Yes, Shadowheart! Fucking amazing! Holy crap, that was so many, like, reactions! That was so good! Holy crap nuggets. Yeah, thank you for the hydrate. Reckless. Hit him again. Good, we got another one dead. Another one dead. Missed. Oh, fuck. Okay. Might be blind, but they have great reactions. Apparently. Right? Disadvantage on this guy, but not disadvantage on this guy, so. Oh, beautiful. Look at that double hit. I mean, still has 22 health, but that was quite good. I think I need better blades for Astarion. I think I need better blades for Astarion. Advantage on this guy, amazing. 3. Wow. Wow. A fucking 3. Amazing. High defense, 19, 45. Got 10 off of that guy.
It's easy these days.
Can we kill this guy? Seriously? Seriously? Why do I even bother trying to hit with this thing? Why do I even freaking bother? Like, truly. Dumb AF. Heal. And now I'm paralyzed. Beautiful. Absolutely wonderful. Disadvantage, I know. I'm still gonna hit you again. Amazing! Fuck you! Go over here. Okay, and turn. You. Yeah, it's fine. Keep hitting that sword. Do it. Why not? Fucking go for it. Coffee? Oh no! That's the worst! And turn. You're gonna dash. Fuck you, bruh. Are you gonna dash and then shadow teleport back again? Because that would be great. That would be so good. Oh my god! Astarion's now paralyzed. This is fine. Gonna go nap. No worries, lovely. I hope you have a good one. I hope your nap goes really well. Yes, I know we're at disadvantage. I know. The bright side, now the couple hold more coffee. Beautiful positives. Absolutely beautiful positives. Oh. Nice. Saved. Seriously? 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 Let's see. Your health is a 9 and an 8. Let's go after the 8. Fuck. Okay, and turn. Still had that 1 health left. Yeah, you run back up here and then teleport back down. Such a smart life choice, for sure. Oh, yes! Fuck you, bro. Let's hit this guy. Oh, yes! I love you so much. And turn. Okay, Astarian's paralyzed. We couldn't do anything. Didn't get... And now Karlach's paralyzed. Are you kidding me? Okay. Okay. We can do this. Seriously? I swear. Reach out if your cup is empty, the cup is full. Oh.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Despite everything. I need you to drink a big potion. Please, drink that. Shadow teleport is involuntary. Oh, interesting. That is interesting for sure. Magic missile. Let's do level 3 on this guy. Fuck you, bro. Okay, that sword is done. Miss, thank goodness. Ooh, miss. Okay. Paralyzed. I'm not paralyzed. Nice, he's down. Okay, got 1. Got 2 more left. 2 more left. Is there? Oh, I hope that you have a good day, lovely. Hope that you have a good day. Oh, God. All right. I need you to get over here and smack this bitch for me, love. Thank you. Oh, my God. And healing word on me. Thank you. And turn. Sword, I need you to come over here and smack this bitch. You missed!
Don't give in.
All right. Can I? Okay, I got an attack of opportunity. One health left. Of course. Miss! Of course! Can I bite you? It'd be really helpful if I could bite you. We bit the sword. That makes sense. That makes total sense. Yep, we bit the sword. Okay. Yep. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yep. Sure. Oh my goodness. So wait. You're saying that it's... Let me examine these guys then. Light sensitivity. Opportunity attack. Automatically attack an enemy moving out of reach. Dark vision. I'm not sure. Yeah, we need a fucking long rest soon.
Time to see what new horrors waiting for us.
Right? What new horrors are waiting? Oh. While obscured, the number you need to roll a critical hit while attacking is reduced by 1. Wait. That gets with these guys? Which one do you have? Shrouded in Shadow. Oh, I keep forgetting that you have this. Become invisible for 2 turns. Okay, we actually don't need this on you anymore because we have, you have invisibility. So I'm actually going to take that off of you and I'm going to give you this Shadow Cowl, which I'm sure looks so freaking cool. Oh, look at that fucking outfit. You look so cool, Astarion. But you get to go around like that because it's way funnier to me. Way funnier to me. Oh, I keep forgetting that I can just hit space. So why did that one have the hat and the other ones did not? Interesting. Okay, so I think it's up this way. Up this way? Or I guess it doesn't really matter. It looks like we could have gone down as well. Let's go over here. Oh, Halfred's note. Last light side entrance key. Silver. Lots of loot. He likes hats. Look, you gotta have a good hat. You gotta have a good hat. Otherwise, what's the point of this game?
Hidden away.
Hidden amongst columns.
Perhaps they had no choice but to hide.
The incoming expenditure of Tadrin aside, I have concealed the sacred relics of our reverend goddess in the darkest corner of this place. Morford, my loyal brother, seeks to forge a network of allies to stand against the oppressive reign of Ketheric Thorm. Sadly, fear has gripped the hearts of many, turning them away from our cause. I cannot truly blame them, for trepidation fills my soul as well, but I must put aside my own fears and reunite with Morford in the bowels of Mason's Guild. Together we shall preserve what we can of the Moon Maiden's light and hope that the banners of the faithful soon rise against. But he didn't. Seek protection, Ketheric boss, I have a lot of things I need to check out on these quests. Travel through the Underdark is complete. Travel through the Mountain Pass is complete. Wizard of the Water Deep. This is about Elminster. Raphael. Starion asked about the scars. Githranki claimed to be the one liberating, so we have the blade. Mizora appeared as a form of projection, so we must go into Moonrise for that. Hellion's Heart. We need to get that iron and go to Daemon like ASAP. I might just go to camp, and I think like I said, I think I have a piece. Certain amount of resistance to ill effects. Bridge to the ancient temple must be destroyed. Has been destroyed. There must be another way in. Graham Forge leads to an ancient temple. Perhaps the truth of what happened to the... Okay. Interesting. Oh my god, there's a lot about Shadowheart. Jesus. Sailunite resistance. The Masons Guild seems to be the center of the Sailunite resistance in the area. We should seek out and investigate further. Zevlor captured by the cult the Absolutes. We need to go there. Forgot that. Halsin met the mysterious unconscious man. He knows where Thaniel is. Halsin's just looking for something that might wake him, so that's where we have to go to that thing. Ran Alfira, upset. She told us what happened in the darkness. Save her friends. We learned from Ceres that some other tieflings were taken to Moonrise. Shadowheart's like they might seem okay, I guess. All of them basically are... If you don't like someone for their beliefs, a lot of them definitely are very in that kind of... I was raised this way, like, you know, Shadowheart has that blast of the past. She was basically taken in as a baby when she was, or like a child, and when she... My door just closed on its own. When she was attacked by wolves. And so the goddess took her in. So now she has like, a lot of them are kind of like the tortured soul kind of backgrounds, right? As you get a lot in D&D. Don't wear enough hats. They don't. We definitely need to give them more hats in this game. The problem is you can't get them to wear a hat with their like lounging clothes, and my armor clothes aren't cool enough, I feel like, to have them wear them. Boss visit our camp. We need to meet in Baldur's Gate. Isabel said the cultists can traverse the Shadow Curse safely, even the deepest parts. Some Harpers are looking into it. Meet them at the bridge outside Last Light. Prevent Marcus. Okay, so we need to do... I think this one's the main one that we need to do next, right? But let's go ahead and grab... Oh, Jesus. Pick up. Key. Why are we climbing on a table to pick up a key? Okay, short person problems, I guess. Portraits. Idol of Saloon.
Seluna idol, really? Are you in need of a paperweight?
Yes. Because we can sell it. Why am I climbing the wine barrels to get the painting? Oh my god, it's too funny. 100 Fahrenheit where you are. Amazing AC. I live in, so Alberta at the moment. Not all of Canada is cold during the summer, and usually Alberta is fucking hot in August. Unfortunately, we've had like 1 week of hot this entire summer, and it's driving me banana boats. Banana boats. Where are you going? Where are you going? Where are you going? Hello? 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 Oh. 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 Chest.
Anything of use?
Exterior warmer, probably.
Easy. This place is hungry for blood.
I'm glad someone saw that this was a trap. Hey, Star.
Watch your back.
Crimson permanent. Ooh. Right, let's disarm. It is a 10, so we should be perfect. Again, as long as it's not 2 -1s, Astarion can disarm or unlock anything that's a 10 performance check.
A crooked touch.
As long as it's not 2 nat 1s. Ooh, 14. Okay, perfect. Didn't really check. I probably should have. Beautiful. Thank you, Astarion. I appreciate that.
Never a dull moment.
Never a dull moment indeed. What is this? Oh, Arcane Radiance. When the wearer deals spell damage while illuminated by a lighted source, they also inflict radiating orb upon the target. Amazing. Love that for us. We're gonna go ahead and wear that. Can someone remind me that I'm wearing this ring in the shadow, and that we do not need this ring outside of the shadow? That would be great. Once we're outside of the shadow, then I won't care. But when we're in the shadow, I feel like I need that ring. What's over this way? Is there stuff? Oh, is there just a chasm? Is there nothing exciting? Doesn't look like there's anything. Kind of sad. It's kind of sad.
Moving ahead.
But there's some neat hats in this game. I enjoy them immensely. All right, I guess we can go. I'll go out this way and see if there's anything, but I think I used that one fire wine barrel that was here. Sad, but true. I don't think there's any other ones. No. No other ones. So sad. But we got some loot and some info, I think. Wait, hold on. I don't understand. Gonna look for a bit. No worries. Yes, go do the things you gotta do. I appreciate it immensely. Do not stress. All right, I think I cleared out this basement, so we can go ahead and head back to the inn. We need to get rid of these items, go to camp and get some infernal iron. Like I said, I think we have 2 pieces of infernal iron. And I want to do that before we go anywhere, because I want to see what happens. I need to know. I would need to know. I don't know if it's gonna affect Karlach's fighting, but even if it does, it doesn't matter. It's all for our wife. It's fine. It's okay.
Looks empty.
Please keep vitamin shuffling it. I will. We will.
Every day I'm shuffling.
I appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, I just want to fix Karlach's heart. Whatever it takes.
Keeping an eye on those children can help her out. Maybe not, Mom.
Whatever it takes, okay? It'll be fine. What's over here, though? Is there anything? Oh, is this just like wrapping around? Okay. I think this is just wrapping around. I think we're pretty okay. Wait, go get those dishes done. You've got this. You've got this. Ooh, my computer does not like this amount of water. If we get to a place that has a lot of water, we may have to like turn down some of the quality. I keep forgetting about the space bar. I literally, oh Jesus, what the fuck? I literally keep forgetting. Oh, stop it! I keep forgetting about the space bar, which is too freaking funny. Literally just talk. Oh, heavy chest! Take. Amazing. All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Hey, trading lady. Real quick. Let's get our butts over here. Ready to talk to her. I go into my inventory real quick. Stuff I don't want to sell. Bum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum bum. Pop them all in there real quick. Actually, I might do that with you guys too, if I can. I can't do that with that, but I don't think I can move that no matter what. Thieves' tools, go to Astarion. Bums! Bums! Cool. And I think, yeah, all the rest is in
Chihira
here.
wants to know about supplies. Will we make it home? Burning through our oil, but should just about do.
Just about?
Just about. We shouldn't hang around too long, though.
Massively overweighted, but guess what? Don't care, bro. Hey, Quartermaster Tolly.
Sold a pair of boots to that traitor. Can't believe it.
Horrible. It's okay. You didn't know he was a traitor then. Didn't know he was a traitor. I might have to go into my settings.
Take care now.
I might have to go into my settings real quick. It is frustrating me now that I know how to do it. It is frustrating me a bit. Gameplay. What is it? Show genitals. No. Maximum number of autosaves. Let's do down to 20. Actually, 25 autosaves, 20 quick saves. Interface. I think it would be gameplay, wouldn't it? Turn-based, tactical, system measurement, karmic, avatar panning speed, dynamic combat camera, keybinds, no, video, no, audio, no, interface. Was it interface? Oh, this one.
But it can take a beating.
Resume.
See if there's anything you need. We don't know when the next.
I don't know if
blow
that's
might land.
saved. I don't know if that's saved. Let me see your words. Okay. I don't think it's saved. I think I was a dumb butt. Cancel. We'll keep that water. Keep that smoke bomb. Like, is there a button I'm supposed to be clicking with this to make it so that way if I do have it with this, I do all of them? Or not really? Here's all these rags and shit. Quills. Chalices. Candle. Ropes. Milk cans. Random books and notes that I've already read. A random flute. Some thingies. Rotten food. Rotten food. Rotten food. Rotten food. You guys can use the rotten food for composting, right? You have farmers in your group. I'm sure they would be down for composting. I'm sure of it. Okay, 598 coin worth of junk. I fucking love it. Beautiful. Amazing. Let's have a look. So I can change my spells. I can try and learn a new spell and change my spells out. In which case I could change that fireball and keep this, because this also gives me ranged spell attack +1, which would be really nice. I might... So what is the Shield of Devotion? Aid. 10 healing. Heal yourself and increase your hit point max by 10. Might be useful for Shadowheart, right? Might be useful for Shadowheart. We have the stuff that I think we sold to her. Did I should? No, I still have the Sword of Justice, I think. Oh, I hope. Oh, I hope. Oil of Combustion, Bane, Viciousness, Arrow of Arcane Interference, Transportation, Solving. Now, on a successful saving throw against a foe spell, deal 4 to 7 fire damage to them. Grants fire to resistance, which would be honestly quite nice. The one I have right now, when an enemy damages the wearer gains wrath for 1 turn, which is still pretty good. It is the same armor class, I believe. Like, it's worth a lot more gold, but it has fire resistance. Mighty Cloth, Bull Strength. You gain Bull Strength to increase your strength score by 2, which honestly could be great. It cannot be pushed or against your will and have an advantage on saving throws against being restrained. It also gives you Bull Rush. 0 to 3 damage, charge forward, and possibly knock your foes back 3 meters. Maybe I want this for myself. This seems like a vibe and could be very useful for my gnome who is not strong. who is not necessarily the strongest in the bunch. Am I right? But we also have a +1 Morning Star, right? Tenacity when you miss like you, there's like comes some basic weapons, some basic weapons. So many things, which is always the problem, unfortunately. Always the problem, unfortunately. While being obscured has an advantage on saving throws. Your dexterity modifier to your armor class. Additionally, this armor does not impose disadvantage on... Ooh. Gets +1 to initiative rolls. Could be nice. Could be nice. Both strength increase. Yeah. It is a medium armor, which I think the only one proficient in medium at the moment is Karlach. I'm not 100% sure. I'm not 100% sure. We have a hand axe, which is light. I think I'm honestly, I might grab this scroll of haste. I don't really think I need that. Like, as much as I'm like, yeah, new weapons and stuff. I think we're okay. Like, I think we're okay. At least for where we are right now, right? At least for where we are, we're surviving, we're doing good. I don't think I need a lot of this stuff. I might grab this arrow transposition, teleport wherever you fire this arrow. I might grab one of these to give to Astarion. As well as this guy. That's 380. So we can do, what, another 210 without having to actually spend any gold, which honestly could be really good. It is so windy here. Holy shit. What the heck? Okay. Not expecting my door to close all the time. Thanks. Thanks. 190. Let's give that to, and then do that, and then barter. Okay, bye.
Take care now.
Bye then. Take care now. Bye then. Okay, this door. Why is it that windy here? Apparently it's windy enough. Did you have a crazy ass storm? I don't think we had a crazy storm. We've had a little bit of rain. Close. I don't think we're in the crazy ass storm area that I know of. But I sleep through storms, so I'm not the person to ask. I'm not even gonna lie. I just sleep straight through them. These two give to you. I think I need to organize. These two give to you. Can we rename these? I would love to be able to rename these. That must be a mod or something.
Jaheira wants to know about supplies.
Nice.
Can we make it home?
Panicked when you heard a crash. Got a bed, searched the house, turns out it was just a storm. Yeah.
Just about. We shouldn't hang around too long, though.
Yeah, I don't wake up during storms at all. Like, not in a, I don't wake up, but I just don't. I just don't. I get, Dazla's always confused by it, for sure. I might... Organizing stuff is work in of itself. Actually, no. What are you? Blue dye. Oh, thank you for the follow, by the way. I appreciate it. I need to organize more things. I need to go through like a whole day of organizing. Just like what, like I always forget that I have so many things. Like I've got all of these arrows for Astarion. I mean, lots of healing potions in here. Apparently the healing potions don't seem to show up down here that often. So I feel like I need to like have a look at the best way to kind of utilize that. But we're gonna go ahead and do a little quick save just so that way hopefully I won't have to do that again. Let's go ahead to camp. And yeah, remember, all follows and everything are listener friendly. I appreciate you being here. Feel free to keep working and enjoy yourself. What we're gonna do is campsite, Campsite! Karlach. We've got things. We've got things. Karlach. I think I have Infernal. In the stuff. The things that I need. I think I have the things that I need. Wait. Oh. I have so much stuff. That's the camp supply pack. It's not going to be in there. Don't I have an Infernal? Okay. Journal's been updated. Journal's been updated. Journal's been updated. Hellion's Heart. We should take it to Damon. Hey, Damon. Hey, Damon. I have some stuff for you, bruh. Hey, Damon. 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 Damon, you're here, right? You're here. Hey, Damon. Hey, Damon. Hey, Damon. Hi.
How fares the search?
I found the Infernal Iron you mentioned.
Please let this work.
The weight of it. And that blaze of chaos. Can't imagine this where my heart should be. Must be quite the experience.
Right? My baby.
Give me just a moment.
Oh my god. My computer's so confused by all the fire in the blacksmith. It doesn't like the fire. Come on, Damon.
There. You'll have to install it, I'm afraid.
What?
I don't think there are thick enough gloves in all the realms to protect from that kind of heat.
Did she just stick something into her chest? Wait.
That feels... good.
I'm still burning hot as hell's hole, but I feel less... changeable.
Changeable?
Cheers, mate.
Pleasure. And as for the heat, I haven't got any solutions
So many
now,
questions.
but I'm not giving up. Could be if the combustion chamber had its own insulation.
Okay.
Or if we had some kind of enchanted coolant.
Okay.
Let me sleep on it. I just might be able to work something out. Hopefully the next time I see you, I'll have something promising to report.
We're gonna take a long rest.
Need more infernal iron either way, though.
Time to take a
keep
long
your
rest, so
eyes open.
you just need one sleep on it, right? You just need
Take
one
care.
sleep, right? You just need a long rest real quick, right? That's all you were saying, that you just need me to take a long rest. Karlach, can we move outside of the forge real quick though to have this conversation, because can you come over here? Thank you. My computer doesn't like all the fire.
Damon's upgrade didn't cool me down, but it did juice me up.
Okay.
I don't think I've ever felt more powerful.
Okay. Yay! Let's find some evil for you to smack. We'll find an infernal iron and get you that. We'll find more infernal iron and get you that second upgrade too. I still can't touch you though. Oh my god. Three. Still can't touch you.
Do
though.
you want to?
Yes! Of course I do. Sure, I'd love to spar with you. Not particularly just pointing out. Of course I do.
I'd like that. Now, let's find that infernal
Priorities,
iron
yeah.
before I overheat.
I have another piece at camp. When Karlach wrote back, I love her so much. She's best girl. Come here, Perry. Let us sleep on it. All right, so time for a long rest. I've got priorities. My priorities are saving this beautiful woman. Also, just...
Oh, hi.
Oh, hi. Right, so she's got nothing new to update, which again is totally fine, totally valid, no stress. I'm just curious if there's any updates with things. I don't think Astarion will either.
Need something?
Everyone's covered in blood. I fucking love it. I love it. Like, all the fights, like, if you have them in a fight, they're just covered in blood. It's too funny.
Greetings.
Greetings. Leave. I think we're all good there. I'm pretty sure we're all talked out with everyone at the moment. We haven't had anything
May the darkness protect you.
where, there's something that it's like, oh, no, it looks like Will. Okay. Unless it's a glitch thing again, right? Will was having the glitch before. Where's Scratch roaming around? I think Scratch is just roaming around.
What do you need?
How are you feeling? It can't be easy facing the possibility of death.
Oh, you know me, never the optimist. I'm trying to focus on the positives.
What are your positives, Gale? Tell me.
Truth is, I was living on borrowed time already. Consuming those items would only have kept the orb sated for so long.
I mean, it pretty much stopped.
If anything, I feel more at peace than I have in months. At least now I know my death will have purpose. It won't be a distant bang in the footnotes of history.
Why doesn't Elminster take on the Absolute, or Mr. herself?
No doubt she has the power to do so, but as for the permission, Ao would not look kindly on her meddling in mortal affairs.
Frickin' gods.
Divine intervention has a tendency to make things worse, not better. As for Elminster, he saved the realms more times than legend can recount.
Okay.
To take on a god is no easy feat, even for him. My orb is the best chance we have.
I mean, I really don't know, Gale. I feel like we have other options. But okay. Now, do you actually have something to say?
Well,
no, we're just glitching. We're just glitching. Okay. That's fine. We're just glitching. No worries. No judgment. Yeah, Scratch is right over here. Scratch. Yeah, Scratch is just running through the grass. You're a good boy. Such a good boy.
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
Oh, you're such a good boy. Here, get pets. Okay, so we can grab that second piece of Infernal Iron and just keep it on us for funsies. Like, why not? Okay, leave. That way, just in case, we can try and come back to Damon. Because again, she said she feels more powerful. I wonder if that actually affected.
Wanna dance?
Examine. Fire resistance. So you say. So you say. Adrenaline rush. That's the adamantium black backlash. That's the armor. Magical plate. Unarmored defense. Wearing heavy armor repeats all positive effects from rage. Your body's resilient as any armor. While you're not wearing armor, you can add Constitution modifier to your armor class. Okay, I just don't think she has a very high Constitution modifier, but I could be very wrong. Okay, real quick. So camp supply, heavy chest, killer clothing, wooden barrel. Let's go ahead. I thought I had a second piece of Infernal. Oh, we have so much fire wine. Holy shit, we have a lot of fire wine. Damn. Let's see, butterflies, and we have all those. Here's some food, mermaid whiskey, adamantium mace. I think we need something that's either light or versatile, maybe, as a possible second weapon. Skybreaker. So this is a hammer, a light hammer. Can we give this to Karlach? I want to test that with her. I do want to test that with her. Emily the Unworthy. Lightning blast. So much fire wine, so much oil barrels. Yes, here's some Infernal. Beautiful. Smoke powder. Love that for us. I think I might. Hey, Karlach. God. Right click. Karlach is currently too heavy. Karlach. Real quick in your inventory, can you grab these bad boys and put this in your chest of mundane? Thank you. Amazing. Look at that. It's down to 60. Wonder how that happened. Okay.
Can't give up now.
And then we can just go to sleep.
Cursed to put my hands on everything.
What? What do you mean? We're putting hands on our own stuff for bed. It's fine. All right, focused. Okay, so We have a second piece of Infernal. I don't think Damon's gonna be like, he just needed to long rest for him. But I am, of course, always curious to kind of see if that is something that would affect, because it said, let me sleep on it. So I am just a little bit curious to see if it actually... Sorry, guys! Sorry about that. That was my wild magic. Sorry. Sorry.
Careful.
Sorry, I'm starting the day with 5 less health. Sorry.
Never mind.
Oh my god. Sorry, Astarion. I did not mean. Oh fuck, that I feel so bad. Anyway, Scratch, before I leave for the day, I
hope you're keeping well.
I hope you're keeping well as well. We'll give you some pets. Starting the day on the right foot. Some twisting vines, explosions, you know, wild magic, keeping you on your toes at any time of day and or night. You know, it's all good. It's maybe I shouldn't do the first magic of the day right as we kind of begin camp. Maybe that's not the best life choice. Anyway, let's go ahead and leave camp. Hey Damon. So you slept on it, right? Yeah. Did that progress?
Have a word.
I've got some more Infernal Iron as well.
There you are. I was wondering where you
I went to sleep, bruh.
Well, 2 things.
Okay.
Good news and bad news.
What? Okay. Which do you want to hear first, Carla?
The good news, obviously.
Obviously.
I only need one more piece of Infernal Iron to craft an insulating chamber that can make it possible for Karlach to
touch people.
Exactly.
Oh my god. It's really happening. It's been so long.
Yay!
We've got the iron. Let's do this thing.
Yay!
Hang on. I think you'll want to hear the bad news too.
Oh.
Yeah, sure. But first, fix me. Please.
Let's let Damon speak first. This sounds important. Oh god. So right? What's the bad news? This is the thing. Like, I understand you're excited, hun. I know you're excited, but we need to know what it is. This sounds important. You might disapprove of me, but...
Fine. Well, go on then.
I know you're like a kid in a candy store.
I don't enjoy saying this, Karlach, but there's no 2 ways about it. Your engine is going to blow, and I can't fix it. I'm not sure anyone can. It's simply too hot to exist here in the material plane. Unless you return to Avernus for good, this thing is going to blow. Sooner rather than later.
But still, you can give me something that'll let me touch again, right? Safely.
Yes, but...
That's all I need to know. Do it.
Karlach, I love you so much. You're such a big sweetie. Okay, well, she doesn't care.
Well,
she doesn't care. We now have the information. We'll make her care later, okay? We'll make her care and understand later. Right now, she's a little bit hyper-focused, right? She's a little hyper-focused. Let's get rid of her hyper-focus, and we can go from there.
Same as last time. You'll need to install it yourself.
Too hot to exist. The sun exists. She's not at but she's not in the area that's there. That's allowed. So she's not in the sun.
So did it work?
Only one way to find out.
Lay a hand on her, pull her into a hug. It's so funny.
Thank you.
Oh my god!
Can we go to bed now?
Hold on, Karlach. there's something I need to tell
Oh
you.
my god! What?
That engine of yours. It's contained for the moment, but it's just too hot to exist here in the material plane.
He's like, okay, now that
indefinitely.
you're not hyper-focused,
know
can you
that,
please
but the thing
consume this
is,
information?
There's a cure.
Oh.
I wasn't making any headway with the mechanics, none at all. The environment here is just too cold to sustain metals like the ones inside you.
Can we go to bed
You
now?
have to return to Avernus. For good.
Right? Because that's
Or
like
this
my
thing
constant
is
state of
going to
being.
burn you up from the inside out. And sooner than you think.
The minute I set foot back in Avernus, Zarya will force me back into service. I'm not doing her bidding again. I'd rather die.
Okay.
I get that, but don't rule it out. The world just might be better with you in it. Even in Avernus. I won't stop trying to figure out a cure, but
Okay.
at this point, I think we all have to face the inevitable.
So what you're saying is we don't necessarily have a good ending with Karlach. What you're saying is, stop staring at me, bro. That first things first, Karlach, you have touchback. We ought to celebrate that. Oh my god. Correct glue and plasma. I have no idea. That's gonna have to be a research. We'll have to make the inevitable evitable. What? We'll have to face the inevitable. We'll have to make the inevitable what? We'll have to make the inevitable evitable. I think I understand what that means.
You read my mind. Thanks, Damon. Really. You've given me more than I
have
could
no idea
ever
what our
repay.
options are.
It's been my
Thank you,
pleasure.
Cole.
Good luck. Both of you.
I
Look after yourself, all right?
Jade of you. Hellion's heart. Upgrading him. Damon bore bad news. Her heart can't keep going outside of the hells. Karlach will die if she doesn't return to Avernus. Okay, we boinked out. Literally. Karlach, can we go over here? How she has to bend down to hug you. It's literally my favorite thing. It's literally my favorite thing.
This is the best day.
The best day!
The best day!
Best day! I'm so happy for you, Karlach.
I'm so happy for me too. Now I just need to find someone to cuddle up to tonight, and I'll be the happiest woman on the Sword Coast.
Anyone in mind? Look, I'm not gonna bring this up to her right now. We can deal with this later, okay? She's not gonna explode tonight.
I'm not sure. Depends who's got me in mind.
What?
Withers was giving me the old eye the other night. Then again, maybe it was just an old eye.
What about Damon said about your engine? We need to get you back to Avernus or it's going to... Okay, so we either can do that or leave. I know she doesn't want to talk about this right now. I know she doesn't, but I'm assuming that she'll let me talk about it later. Withers, right? Withers, eh? Withers is apparently if you don't have any Riz, Withers makes fun of you.
Listen, I'm never going back. If you said I could die right now or live 1,000 years in the hells, I'd choose to go out now with my freedom intact. I don't expect anyone to understand that. But I've been dealt a hand most people don't have to contemplate playing.
No judgment. I want to be forever. I could just return long enough for us to find a solution. We're a team. We make these kind of... I respect your decision.
Thanks, soldier. Your support means I've got one less thing to worry about. That means a lot to me.
Don't like that.
You really are the best of the best.
But I will support you. And we'll figure it out later. Okay, so here's the thing. I'm pretty sure if we go to bed that there is a naughty scene coming up. Might be, possibly, maybe, possibly, sure. So I'm just saying I'm doing that now. Sounds like you came back to Firstly, no, I am not doing that on stream. Thank you very much. I'm making sure it's turned off. Thank you very much, Silent. Not on stream. Damn right. Hold on. Just save game. New save. Karlach heart fixed ish. Save. What? So I'm right. You did just. It's fine. Anywho, hi, Karlach.
Hey, soldier. I thought I might come visit you later, when everyone's asleep.
Of course, nothing can make me happier. So I'm not going to get this out to hurry them up. Of course you can, but you might not. You should know I might not want to cross. No, fuck you. Not sure, Karlach. No, fuck you. Shall I knock out the others to get them to hurry up?
Please. We've waited long enough, I think.
Oh my god!
See you later.
I'm literally crying. It's fine. Don't worry about it, Akil. We're good. Oh my god. Everyone, get away from me.
Let's see what this does.
I'm fine. Why does it always put so many? Like, seriously, 30. Okay. 10. Anywho, hey Discord. Hey everyone in Discord. Here, Karlach got her heating fixed and going to a long rest. If you know what I mean. Anywho, what? Okay. So everyone, ready? Sexy. I really should double check and make sure my nudity is not turned on. I think it's not. I didn't turn it on. I turned it off. I am 99.99% sure. I think we're gonna see boobs, but I'm 99.99% sure because I saw what's this nuts? The vampire. A giant and a gnome should be interesting. The Astarion wasn't the little leaf on his crotch, so he should be fine. Did even pet scratch first? I'm sorry. I love that you summoned people. I just put it in Discord just in case, because some people might not be romancing Karlach, and they just want to be able to see what is going on. Anywho,
I think the others are asleep. Hi.
Stop! Stop. The hi. Can you not be so fucking adorable? Hello, darling. How are you feeling? Shift awkwardly. Hello, darling.
Since I met you, all I wanted was to be close to you. We're sure I won't hurt you, right?
Sleep alone? Fuck you. Game over menu to absolutely squeeze this you to death. I'm here for it. Watermelon thighs. I mean, let's... Believe me, I can handle myself and you. Let's take things slowly.
Slow. To tell you the truth, I feel like I have two modes.
Oh my god!
Off and on.
That's fine. That's
you might
fine.
have to show me how slow works.
Put your hand on her hip.
Maybe I like slow after all.
Her hip is taller than me. The hand
So, can I kiss you now?
Imagine just being like... how does it... so every single time so far, she's knelt down. Put your hand on her shoulder. Lean in and kiss her. She's knelt down, yeah.
Look at that.
It's so
Not even the light singeing.
It's so cute.
Since I met
It's
you,
so cute.
all I wanted to do was touch you. Now that I can, I never want to let you go.
Oh, are you a possessive person? Oh, fuck. I feel the same way. Like, it's fine. Whatever. I don't need anyone else. Bruh, she's blue. She's burning so hot right now, but I can touch her. Like, she's burning hotter than she was when she was burning too hot to touch. But somehow I can touch. I'm okay with this. I'm fine. I feel the same way.
Really now, I hope you know that I'm yours. Completely.
Okay.
And I'd like to take you to bed now.
Okay. Like, I love how there's still options. Like, every time you still have the option to say no. I do appreciate that. Like, as much, I mean, that would be horrible, but you always have the option. Blue, I would thought you'd never ask.
Gods be damned. It's a good day to be alive.
It is. Oh, it's so cute! The kneeling down is adorable! Are you... So wait, if you have genitals off, you don't even get a cutscene? Wait. If you have genitals off, you don't even get a fucking cutscene? I call so much bullshit. I call so much fucking bullshit. Are you fucking kidding me? You don't even get a fucking cutscene. Stream ended while Carrie played. Literally. I mean, what? I'm just looking at the options. Looking at the options. Okay, I'm just looking. I'm just looking. All right, just looking. Nothing important at all. What is it? Gameplay? Show genitals. Show cinematic nudity. Sexual content visibility is not unable to show sexual content during cinematics. Okay. Balls in here bluer than Karlach. So it's, this is what I need clicked, correct? Cinematic nudity. Yes, I'm just checking for a friend. I'm not saying that we're definitely playing it after that. Because literally missing out on an entire cutscene, fuck right off. This is happening again. We're doing that whole thing over again. I am loading up a save. We are save scumming this entire romance. Just putting it out there. Anyway, I'm sorry, I'm fine. Yes, okay. Yes, okay, cool. It should be saved. It saves automatically. Take chance with Twitch, yo. You are allowed game unavoidable content. And in my opinion, a cutscene is game unavoidable content. Twitch can go fuck itself. Also true. Game unavoidable. I want my cutscene. I have it where it doesn't show nudity or genitals. Therefore, it should be fine, right? Totally. It's fine. There's just little tiny like blur marks. There's little blur marks over everything. I want my fucking cutscene. It's fine. It's totally fine. I actually don't know how it works for the if you have the one and not the other. Hey Karlach, we're doing this again.
Hey soldier. I thought I might come visit you later.
It's so fucking cute.
When everyone's asleep.
100%.
Please.
You're so fucking cute.
See you later.
Right, clip, skip dialogue. Yeah. Whoops. You don't want to hear her being cute and adorable? What is wrong with you? What? Pardon? You don't want to hear her being so cute and adorable? Madness. Absolute madness. Chaos, I tell you.
I think the others are asleep.
Still in pet scratch. Look. It's fine. Hello, darling.
Since I met you, all I wanted was
I'm
to
doing
be close
this
to
again.
you.
I'm doing this again. I don't care. You're gonna have to deal with going through this whole entire adorable cutscene with me one more time. I don't care. I Though, should I try the other one now? Believe me, I can handle myself. Should I try this one? I can handle myself. End you. Be a little less sweet.
May I test that theory?
Go on. What did you have in mind?
I want to touch you as deeply as you can be touched. I want you to be mine. Completely. Say it loud. I'm yours, Karlach.
Oh, the tables changed. Oh, the tables changed. Oh, the turntables. Oh, the turntables. I'm yours, hon.
My name sounds so good in your mouth.
Oh my god. So just a reminder, there is now cinematic nudity, so just I don't know what's gonna happen, just be aware. I thought you never asked.
Gods be damned.
It's
a good day to be alive.
I'm gonna sit here with my water. I'm just gonna sit here with my water. This is fine. Wind, be quiet. Oh, boom! There's leaves! There is leaves. There is leaves. There's leaves and little tape things. Stop! Oh my god! Oh my god! I'm so tiny! Hi, Karlach. Okay. Stupid hair is messing things up again. Look, don't judge the hair. Okay. Devil's Daughter. So, we now know if you have don't show genitals, but you have show cinematic nudity, you will get said cutscenes. However, there will be little leaves and little like boob tape, just for privacy's sake. Hey, Karlach! Oh shit! I should probably put my talk to animals and stuff on real quick. Anywho, so hey, Scratch.
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
Sorry I didn't talk to you last night. I was busy. I'm really sorry. Anyway, I gotta go talk to my girlfriend real quick. Just FYI. I wonder which one, if one of them is like, because she definitely, there was a lot more, the first time we did that romance scene, there was a lot more, like she's like, I'm yours, Karlach. She wants you to say, I'm yours, Karlach. But the first one instead was a lot more, no one else, kind of like, it was a lot more intense. So I wonder if the slower one is kind of a little bit more intense for her. Last night I dreamt a bird was singing to me, and look, there she is. Morning, not so sleepyhead, or just watch her quietly like a fucking creep. Oh my god, I really... Last night I dreamt a bird was singing to me, and look, there she is.
Oh, God, sorry. I was in my own world. Hi. Hello, good morning.
God, you're such a nerd!
Sorry I didn't wait around this morning. I was just buzzing. Didn't want to wake you.
You're so cute. You're so cute. I wouldn't have minded. Did you sleep well last night? I love being able to touch you, hold you, kiss you, all of it.
I loved it too. More than I've ever loved anything.
Awkward.
Last night was incredible.
I'm the happiest little girl. You're so cute.
This morning is incredible.
Oh, I'm so upset that this isn't gonna
Every
last.
moment with you is beyond belief.
Oh, God.
You still like me, right?
Stop. Of course I much more than like you.
I'm
much more than like you too.
Okay, stage 2.
And nothing bad is going to happen now.
Nothing bad's gonna happen. Oh my god. I can't. She's just so freaking sweet. Like, she doesn't deserve anything bad. And don't stop squealing. She doesn't deserve anything bad to ever happen to her ever. Oh god. Oh, okay. I'm fine. But I'm gonna go with the first one. If our record is anything to go by, there are plenty of disasters in our future, but we'll face them together because I don't want to lie to her. We're not good. There's shit happening. I'm literally crying. I'm literally crying. She's so freaking cute. I cannot. I'm fine. Okay, if our records are anything to go by, there's plenty of disasters, but we'll face them together. Stage 1, normal. Stage 2, squealy. Stage 3. Should have brought Chucker back to see this. Oh god, I'm fine. Sounds like plenty of disasters.
In that case, bring it on. I adore you, you know.
She's so intense. I love it so much. Okay. Okay. I'm not saying thank you. Fuck off, Star Wars. Treated different partners. I went Shadowheart, she went Lae'zel, and he went Fire Cooch. Nice balance. Look, everyone, I feel like it also does it helps how your first, like, a little bit first interactions, a little bit your type, and a little bit how intense you find them at the beginning. So Karlach at the beginning was just cute, adorable, like bouncy bean, but Lae'zel was too intense, and Shadowheart also too intense. Karlach is also the only one that didn't say fucking trust me the first 10 conversations that we had together. She was just like, here's all of my info. Have fun. Like, here's like all of my tea. I've spilt it to you. I won't say trust me the first 10 times we interact. Purple! I'm choosing I love you, by the way.
I love you too! Oh my god! I've been dying to say that. Oh my god, if I smile any bigger, my face is going to crack.
I love it so much.
Oh, I'm pathetic. Besotted. And it's all your fault.
All my fault.
I guess we better get the day on. So much to do, so much to see. Together. Hey!
She's the fucking pawns. Oh, this is best day ever, guys. Best day ever. Purple, how are you doing? This is great. This is great. I'm so happy right now. Except now she's probably gonna die / have to go back to hell. Except now she's gonna probably get taken to hell or die. I hate this game so much. Oh, glad I was here to see you. Thank you for the clip. All right, what's going on? What's shaking? What's good? What's happening? Hi guys, how are you doing? I'm really sorry if we kept you awake.
So, the untouchable Karlach is untouchable no more. I'd shake her hand, but she can still snap me in two, so
I need to get all the drama now.
Probably safest to skip it.
Probably. Probably. I want to get the info. I want to get their, like, thought process on this. But how are you today? What's going on? Hey, Lae'zel. What's going on?
If death is soon to take Karlach, she should make every moment as rich as the last. Fight viciously, roar loudly, step boldly. She must make herself known.
To be fair, Lae'zel, that's actually the sweetest thing I ever heard you say in this game. Karlach getting along surprisingly well, right? I also, like, if Karlach can't fit with me, I also ship Will and Karlach as enemies to lovers. Just putting that out there. You haven't seen anything on this game? You take more looks at it, but I don't think you'll like the combat system. I will definitely say it is, so it's a turn-based combat system. The camera is pretty much like how you see here, and you can overhead kind of camera. Just all the memes and stuff. I will say I definitely like it more than I thought I was going to. It really allows you to take your time, which is really nice. Dialogue when you have them both is too cute. That's actually really sweet. I love that. I didn't think they would.
She can finally seek out the touch of another, only to be told she might not have much time left.
Shadowheart, we need to get you away from Shar, okay? I feel like you're a little bit too brainwashed, and you're just cute. Guy gets turned into a wheel of cheese. Yeah, I'm not there yet whatsoever.
Your cheeks are flush. There's a twinkle in your eye.
Gale! There's nothing between us, Gale!
Karlach, yes?
Gale!
We burn for each other in more ways than one.
Gale!
I, thought you would show me the respect of telling me first, but...
Gale!
No matter. You can tell me now. Who is it to be?
Gale!
Me or her?
Gale! She becomes a baddie, but next playthrough, I think I'll try to get her on the brighter... Yeah. Gale, there is no you. I would 100% be happy doing a Gale playthrough. I don't mind him that much now that he's not, like, constantly consuming magical artifacts. I do. Like, he's a cute guy. He's got cute scenes. But there was nothing with Gale. There was no, like, we had one magical, like, playing with magic together. That was it. Look at your character. Might have laughed a bit. I fucking love her. She is awesome. I didn't know you felt so strongly, Gale.
Perhaps I should have done more. Be more charming, more flattering. Harder to
You've
reach.
only told me about your ex. I heard that Gale being this like this much was a glitch. Is that true?
Whatever your decision.
Like that it's a bug?
Accept it.
How much he's like always on the
But you must
romance?
choose. You cannot have us both.
It's best we aren't involved. You're right. It's best we aren't involved. I'm sorry.
Don't apologize.
There's a bunch of bugs. I
You
wouldn't be
must not
surprised.
deny
I
your
think
heart's
I think how intense Gale is and how
not
easy
want
it is to romance is a
I
bug.
won't leave.
I'm not,
Not
but I'm
unless
not
you want
100%
me to,
sure.
Or until fate forces my hand. If your friendship is all we have, then I will be happy to have it. Eventually.
I'm sorry, Gale. For what it's worth, I'm sorry.
Worry not. I carry my regrets
Developers
wherever
kind
I
of put
go,
a few
and I'm
easier
used to
characters
their
on
words.
purpose, but like you said, I haven't watched much.
One more
I
will
mean,
not break
it's
my
not, to me, it's not a problem that he would be easy. I just wish there was a way to kind of tell, perhaps, if someone thinks that you're dating them. Because I did not think I was dating Gale. At all. Not even gonna lie. Yeah, like a romance. Like, we have an approval gauge, but Karlach's approval of me, we just said I love you. Please note, we just said I love you to each other. We have a good relationship. She's happy with me, convinced by me. You know, I also wish we could ship the other characters together because honestly, that'd be super cute. I would totally be putting other characters together. One weird thing, and Lae'zel's pants are off. So true.
How beautiful it must be to know you can hold a hand, caress a cheek after going so long without. We'll get Karlach fixed up, right? There's always a way. There has to be.
Will is actually really, really sweet. The cultists have taken, after that sweet thing, the cultists have taken your father to Moonrise Tower. Florix confirmed it. It's like, to touch one after so long. Hey, so by the way, we know where your dad is, and he's been captured by the cultists. Just letting you know. Drew turning into a bear, and I was real concerned. Oh yeah, Halsin? Yeah. You can turn it into an owlbear, yeah. I think as a druid, I think you can hook up with Halsin as an owlbear. I think that's a thing. And I still can't talk to my Albert Cub. That's fine. All right, let's hit the camp. Onward!
God's blood, this is heavy.
I'm so excited right now. That was so cute. The whole romance thing is so cute with Karlach. Oh my god. Haven't gotten that far with your druid, to be honest, to turn it to like turn into an owlbear, or like romance things or.
Should just about do.
All right, so.
Just about.
We are a little bit laggy.
Just about.
It's syncing the cloud save at the moment, and we're near the thing. Turn an owlbear. I feel like that'd be so much fun. That's the one thing that it's on PC only. At the moment, it's on PC only. They're supposed to go to console in a month, I think. Yeah, I think it's supposed to be in the next month or two. I think it's supposed to come to console silent. I'm not 100% sure though. To release a PlayStation 5 in the next month or something. Yeah, like I know that that it's like kind of working on it. So it is coming. It is coming. That's what she said. So we have a lot of things in the Shadow Curse lands. We need to wake up Art. So we need to investigate the House of Healing. We need to punish the wicked. So we need a ledger belonging to the killer. We need to investigate the resistance. So we should seek it out. The Masons Guild. We need to find Zevlor. We need to lift the curse. That has to do with the Arc guy. We need to rescue the tieflings in the towers. And we need to find the Grand Duke. I have so many quests.
Do you want to know about supplies? Will we make it home?
I have I think I definitely have missed some things for sure. I have definitely missed some things. However, I think it does help that I am just obnoxious. Absolutely obnoxious in my opinion for how much I do looting and stuff. All right, so we're gonna talk to the Harpers outside the Last Light. So this is the house in the deep shadows. The Masons Guild is over here. This is where the House of Healing is. So I kind of want to do the House of Healing. Yeah, makes the game replayable. So much you could do. Oof, my computer is not happy at the moment.
How's the barricade coming along?
Not 100% sure what it is.
Pretty, but it can take a beating.
It'll need to. Cleric's magic won't hold out the darkness.
I haven't had anything this laggy yet, except for when like we were at a burning house. So this is very interesting for me.
You mean to reach Moonrise?
I haven't had anything lag yet. Don't know what that's about.
The path is drenched in blackness so deep, even a torch cannot quell it.
Okay.
Yet the cultists have found a way to move freely. Whatever
yeah, it's only the game. It's only the game. It's not the stream or anything. It's just the game.
The cultist convoy crosses the land as we speak.
The stream itself is not dropping anything.
Say the word, and we fly.
I do think I need to update my graphics card, so maybe I can do that after stream or something and have a look. But like I said, this is the first time it's lagged for me. It's been very smooth. There was just one burning house. There was tons of NPCs and a house burning down, so my computer was not happy with that. But everything else was oof. With this early access, it was a mess. It definitely, so it is a bit buggy. It definitely has some bugs, has some things, but I still think it's 100% playable. Like I'm having a great time. And to be fair, the little glitches are really ridiculous. The Goblin Castle is fucky as well at some point. That's true. That is true. There was a lot, I think it's anytime there's a lot of fires. I think the rendering for the fires, my PC does not like. Also, Vine, you missed me hooking up with Karlach. How are you doing? Let's take that convoy. You lead, I follow. Go on in, I'll catch up. Shouldn't Isabel's blessing keep me safe? Wait here anytime. Let's take on a convoy.
Splendid. I'll mark your map should you lose the way. Harper's with me. Stray no more than an arm's length from your course.
Yeah, let's take on a convoy. I am so down. I'm gonna die, aren't I? Okay, we're a little bit smoother. A little bit. Not excessively. Hold on. Real quick, turn-based mode. Can you guys stop moving? Can you guys stop moving? Are you guys not gonna stop moving? Okay, well, fuck you guys. Leaving me behind, eh? Oh, do I have to carry my torches with us? Or are we okay? Because we now have the blessing. What the fuck?
Looks like there was a struggle here.
Okay. They're a little bit dead. I think these are different people. I had the same thought though. I don't see where anyone struggled, right? I had the same thought. It's like, oh my god, they're already dead? Apparently that is not the case. I got a key. What's the key? Oh. Right, let's send this to Astarion. We'll take the rest, send this to camp. And the rest of it's gonna go in our to sell chest. Take that. Send to camp. Yeah, it does not look like anyone struggled. It just looks like death. Send that to camp. Got a prison key and a storage key. Okay. Oh shit! What? What the heck am I carrying that's so heavy? What the heck am I carrying that's so heavy? How am I at 120? What? Karlach's love. That's what it is. That's 100% what it is. Karlach's love is weighing me down in the best way. No, but I'm actually like really confused. Dude, that armor was so fucking heavy. I mean, I know that I'm quite full of like stuff already. I should probably send a lot of my potions back. But damn. Like, okay. Holy shit. All right, so I think it's marked on the map. I think we have to go this way. But yeah, with the blessing, we shouldn't have to carry the lanterns or the torches, I think, right? Is it deep in the Hatched Shadows? This way. Okay. Can you show up? So this way, I think. Trying to figure out a mini map. I'm so blind.
The curse has torn open the ground itself.
Yes. We're fine. But yeah, it's so much fun playing as a tiny character because you're just like, all the cutscenes are super serious. You're just a crouch level. It's great fun. Night Orchid.
Maybe I need more pockets.
We definitely need more pockets. Waypoint discovered. Oh, nice. Okay, so we can fast travel. Shadowed battlefield. Okay, I think we have to go up this way. Is this where it is? Yes. Hey guys. Is this our people? Yes, this is our people. Hi guys. We're here. Journal updated. We're here. What do you need us to? What the fuck?
Every day, my queen. Your followers are legion.
Go. We'll wait for your signal.
Wow, something is rendering fucking hard.
Your faithful stand ready, Majesty. Soon we march.
Guys, seems just a couple. Oh, he's got a fancy lantern. And next NPC to seduce, right?
Something moved up there. Want me to drag it out?
A drider? What does that mean? Clear your throat and make yourself known. Stay hidden, keep watching. Signal the Harpers to attack.
Heretics in the dark. Kill them. Destroy the blasphemers.
Lolth is a cruel deity. Oh, is he talking about his deity? Do not let them take our light. And he chose Sanct. Oh. Tiny person, you suck at hiding. Right? Right, it's my turn at the moment. I'm gonna have a real quick look at my video options. V-Sync triple buffering. What does that mean? More stable, it requires more dedicated memory. Frame rate cap, yeah. Let's frame rate cap. 60. Didn't even get you a stealth check, yeah. Like I said, I literally have kept this on default the entire time. I guess we'll just like try it just with the frame rate. Now, he granted Sanctuary, cannot harm Sanctuary. So we can try killing the other guys, but we can harm him as soon as he attacks, right? So we have, that's gonna be the interesting part. But we're gonna have you go down here. Yeah, fuck that. Yeah, fuck you guys. Rage. I should have done the rage beforehand, but I always forget. I always forget to do the rage beforehand. We're gonna have you end turn. It still doesn't like it. It definitely still doesn't like it. Starian, can you go over here for me, my dear?
On the hunt.
Thank you, love. And then stealthy arrows. That advantage. Can you do some? What an arrow of acid. We have quite a few of these.
No escape.
And luck. Even with advantage. Oh shit, acid hurt my wife! Damn it. No. I mean, what? Let's go ahead with some fire. Hit this guy.
May the gods take you first.
Radiating orb, cool. And then can I, real quick, bonus action Misty Step up here? Cool, excellent. And turn.
I fear neither shadow nor death.
So yeah, the sanctuary is gonna be rough. I keep forgetting I have things I can throw at people. Why do I constantly forget I have things I can throw at people? Dude, did you just run back onto the fire? It is still.
Guard against the darkness.
Hold on, let me just stop a couple things in the background. Oh, hello, freaking out. Are you okay, game? Are you okay, game? Calm down. Calm down. Something is not happy with me right now. Did you eat mushrooms? I honestly don't even know. I might save and then quit and open it back up. Just real quick. Like, I think I already saved technically. Yeah, this something is freaking the fuck out. Oh, are we good? No, we are not good. Are we good? Is it just that one guy? Try going to camp. I can't do that right now. Oh, he's got Wolf's Heart as well. Interesting. Okay. Did he just throw fire at his own person? The nerd's still alive! I am, Driz, and you missed romance. Oh, also, sweetie, you missed romance as well. I'm able to touch Karlach now. It's great. Anywho, what's going on? How are you? What's happening? Let's go ahead and get ourselves another weapon. It's the best day. It's you know, such a good day. We see that romance. So worth it! Cannot harm Sanctuary still. Cannot harm Sanctuary still. Interesting. Okay. It made, like, she's just so cute. It was so worth it. 10 out of 10. But yeah, all of a sudden, like, after that, my computer decided to freak out and hasn't freaked out yet. So I'm a little confused, but you know, shit happens.
You will die here. The absolute will.
I mean, okay, bro. You say right before you miss. Okay, he no longer has Sanctuary. He no longer has Sanctuary. Girl, I need you to get the fuck away. Shit. Because what I was thinking is... Oh, shit balls! That I can do something to this guy, but I might come over here.
Over there.
Gotta walk doggo, no worries! Go ahead and burb.
I've missed this.
You've missed this, have you? Sneak attack. Did Astarion just do 47 damage? You sneaky little boy! What the fuck? I mean, okay. Oh, there's a guy there. Fuck. Didn't realize you were there. I'm just gonna quick do that dash and come back. I should always look around, shouldn't I? Harper, are you down? No, you're broken. Yeah, this character is broken for some reason.
Worth the cost.
So real quick, let's just examine this guy. No resistances. He's currently burning. Affected entity cannot receive Sanctuary at the moment. Entity and its allies deal additional 1 to 6 psychic as long as they aren't isn't incapacitated. Okay, let's go ahead and check out our big spells. Can we? Oh yeah, I can get these two in and not her. Amazing. Okay, someone just died. Yeah, he just died. Beautiful. Bonus actions. I'm gonna put Feather Falling on me for 10 turns just because I'm up on its roof, and I give Feather Fall to some people just while I'm up here. It's 10 turns of Feather Falling. I think that's a good use. Spend luck. 7. Save though. Save from the lightning. Hunter's Quarry. Nice. Harper Ellendale's fucked. Harper Ellendale, whatever's going on with him, he is fucked. It's who? So, who died over here? A brawler, not one of ours. Okay. I want to try to reduce as much damage as, or not have as much damage as possible, right? Can I do Radiance on you?
Let me strike true.
Oh, beautiful. Absolutely wonderful. Thank you for that. And I'm also going to, real quick, can you do a healing word on Karlach? Thank you. Sword, I need you to come over here. Okay. Apparently you don't have enough movement. I never have enough movement with my freaking, like, weapons. I always put them in the wrong spot. Oh my god! Who just died? Lasasha just died! And we can't raise up people that aren't our own group, can we? Cannot harm, because fucking Sanctuary. Stop getting everyone killed. I'm so sorry. She is burnt to death. Oh, fuck, that sucks. It's only just me and this guy. We can't even harm this dude. What else we got going on right now?
Come on, Karlach. Show him who you are.
Okay, that guy's dead. Who do we got? Literally, so there's guy over here. No, the arrow. Thank you. Okay, disadvantage. Like, why am I so good at getting everyone murdered? Miss. Fuck. Alright, well, unturn. My dear, can you go over here for me? Thank you. And then do a sneak little... Let's have advantage. Can you do a cunning little hide? Beautiful, beautiful. He is facing the wrong way, and therefore he's hit with an arrow, bitch! And turn. Still can't hit that guy because Sanctuary, so can we go an arrow down here? It's a 90% chance of hitting. Beautiful, that's all that we needed. It's literally just this fuck and his fucking Sanctuary. Just that guy and his Sanctuary. I need everyone to get away from him. I can't believe Lysandra's dead. Harper Ellendale, please stop. Why is this guy like watching his movements? Why is it completely fucked? It like everyone else is fine. It's just him. That's so weird. The amount of fire though is completely, again, just fucking with everything. Can't harm Sanctuary. What do we have? What do we have? Because he doesn't have any resistances. Doesn't have any resistances. It's just this fucking Sanctuary. So we can charm person, turn undead. Do we have any scrolls of like holding or something? Or command? Scroll of friendship. Hold person. So we can't even do like a, oh, we can't even do any scrolls on him or anything. You have great news? What's your great news? Also, hi T. I like you. Oh my god, this is so a little bit rough at the moment. He napped on accident. Naps are amazing though, so freaking amazing life choices.
Let me see your wounds. Take you.
I think that's a very good life choice. Wait. Path is interrupted. Oh, I need to get...
I have to keep going.
But yeah, accidental naps, 10 out of 10. I like it. Okay, so... outside harming. Love that for us. Get nice and close, bro. So do you at least feel rested? I hope you at least feel rested. Oh, you went to hit me, bro. Guess what that means? I can fucking hit you back, bitch. Yup. Reckless. Fuck you. Yeah, that sounds freaking awesome. I love it. So, please,
a better position.
Beautiful.
Another fight. Let's go.
Chromatic orb. Thunderbolt and lightning. Very, very frightening. Me.
Try me.
Nice. What's our bonus actions? We're still good. Made the wrong life choice at attacking. So, like, oh, that was such a good life choice to throw fire at him as Shadowheart. Such a good life choice. I mean, I don't... This guy! I need to, like, shut down the game and open it back up. Something's a little bit buggy at the moment. Hi, how are you? I hope that you're doing well. I'm just gonna do a little bit of that. And then a little bit of that. Thank you. And then the sword again is, but my sword is always too far away from the fight. Shadowheart, you're getting a little fucked there. Concentration broken. I can't believe the person in charge is literally dead though.
At very least.
We slay, the shadows spawn two more.
A victory is a victory.
Well, I'm glad it was a good thing though. I'm glad that the Axon map was a good thing for you. I can't believe Lissandra's dead.
What path lies before me?
What do we... Like, who do I talk to? Who's in charge? Who's in charge now?
Splendid show. Newsworthy even. Where's Volga down when you need her?
Lissandra's dead.
Check the Drider. The lantern's yours for the taking.
So it's just a Drider. Like...
What's hiding here?
Well, that fucking sucks. Wasn't she important? Moon Lantern and Cruel Sting.
The lantern gives off a chilly glow, protecting all in its vicinity from the surrounding shadows.
Incredible magic. I can feel the light lifting the shadows.
Okay.
Even those within me. Be safe and be brave. We expect no less.
I'm sorry I killed your
Notice a
commander.
tiny pixie trapped within. These Fey creatures are infamous for their trickery.
I actually succeeded a check for
Sometimes
intelligence.
Playful,
Amazing.
sometimes malicious.
Okay.
Oh, please! Oh, golly me, oh my! You must release me or I'll die. This lantern only lights the way when I am hurting night and day.
Used for the magic within you, disgusting. Release the pixie, ignore the pisty. Your fuel for the lantern? How does that work?
My pixie dust is bright as day. My injuries can light the way.
I know the feeling. We've got to set her free.
Used for magic within you, oh god, okay, I'm saving. Just real quick saving. Used for magic within you, disgusting.
Dolly thanks you for your sympathy. Now, sorcerer, kindly set me free.
Camera, what are we doing right now? Camera, what? I need protection from this curse. If I release you, will you help me travel through the shadows?
It would be my pleasure, truly. Once I'm freed, I'll help you duly.
Oh, it was showing off my ass. Okay. Smash the lantern on the ground. Ignore the pixie. What's this mechanism at the base of the lantern?
I dare not name it, newfound friend. The faintest touch could spell my end.
Saving. She said that she'll come with us. Worst case, she doesn't and I fuck up, right? But Karlach will be happy, and that's all that matters. Astarion disapproves.
Finally! Been trapped in that coffin with no one but a mad rider and my own farts for company.
You're at least
Did me a good
hilarious.
turn there, didn't you? What do I owe you?
I need to get through this shadow curse. Any cat was on offer. Nothing. My help doesn't come as soon as shots. I need to get through the shadow curse. Can you help?
Sure I can, but will I? Yeah, sure, why not? Here, give this Bella
You released a fairy. I released a fairy!
And you'll get what you've earned. Protection from the shadow curse. What more could a dingus want? You're welcome.
I released a pixie fairy.
Curious little thing.
Okay, so
We do get to see some interesting things.
we
Almost
do.
makes the mortal peril worth it.
I feel like something we shouldn't have. I'm sure it's fine. So if we look at the bell, examine. Ornately a decorated bell, tarnished with age, rings with a mischievous giggle, not unlike a pixie enchanter. Seek protection. We claim the Drider's moon lantern. We should now be protected from the shadow curse. Pixies are assholes. Well, all we need to do now is ring the bell and she'll come help us. No strings attached, I'm sure. I'm sure. Yep. By the way, Lysandra died in the fight. I kind of feel rude. Oh, he's also got a lantern. Interesting. But yeah, pixies are butts. It's true. Oh, I think I already read that book. Yeah, sorry, Lysandra. I didn't mean to get you killed, I swear. Call activity in your last light. There are larger groups that are moving through the area. If they're gathering strength with each other, take your unit, patrol the east, observe and report back. Do not engage unless you have no other choice. Watch out, watch the shadows. Oh, unless no other choice. Ooh, someone's got a cloak. Sorry, and you could have a... I will take the cloak. It's boring cloak. There's nothing exciting about the cloak. But yes, pixies are jerks, but they're funny jerks, and that's what's important, right? Arcane Ashes. Whenever you deal fire damage, you gain 2 turns of heat. Oh, that's actually kind of cool. All right, game. Why are we being so stuttery? Why are we being so stuttery, game? Have you sorted out your shit? Ooh, a chest! Can I get up there? Starion. Oh, I need to heal Shadowheart.
Well, some rest's better than none.
Astarion. Can you get up there and lick-pock that?
Shall we?
Can you get up there? I will have... Shit. Get up over here. Too high. Path is interrupted. Not enough space. Not enough space. Path is interrupted. Okay. Can you... go up here. Oh, shit. No, don't throw. Jump. Okay, bro. Can you not jump on that? Invalid target. Not enough. I want this chest! Okay. Go up here. You guys stay down there. Okay. Not a... Is there a door over there? Something I can break? The fuck? Karlach!
Attention!
Thank you, Karlach. Fucking gorgeous bean. Appreciate it. Everyone come to me.
Don't burn yourself.
Karlach, I require you to jump down here, please. I know it could hurt you, but I promise you're fine. Alright, lick-pock this.
Easy.
Easy, is it? Difficulty class 10, so it should be. Okay, so we defeated those guys, unfortunately with a loss. We still have to get to the House of Healing. I think that should be our first major thing here in the Shadowlands. That we should go to the House of Healing. Ooh. Fog cloud. Blinds and heavily obscures creatures within it. Take. I like it.
No one back home will ever believe this.
They won't. Time to loot all this shit that we definitely don't need. I mean, the other thing about the pixie is that she definitely was rhyming when she was inside the lantern and not rhyming when she was outside the lantern. So I wonder if there is like some lore where when they're like caught, they think that they have to be rhyming, or that it's like for the entertainment of humans, whatever it might be. That's right, just be inside a chest real quick. Lots of rotting food. Okay, let's have a look at the map real quick. So we can go ahead and delete that. The healing house is that way. So let's go ahead. Create a marker over there. Just so that way I can kind of have an idea.
Moving in.
Oh, I'm cucumbered. I'm cucumbered. Give me a hot second. Like that. Like that. I might get some stuff to Karlach that is heavy anyway. I feel like I need to start selling items that I don't necessarily like so I have a lot. I have so many items, but what I was saying is I have a lot of items that I constantly am just like, oh, I'm not sure if I should sell this because it's something so simple. Like it's just slightly nicer. So for example, these speedy light feet, I guess I could send them to camp so I have this armor there. Like it's only 2 weight, but at the same time it's like, do I even technically need that armor? I feel like I don't. I do want to keep that ring. Why don't we send it to camp? Like, fuck it. Like, I'm not using it, but send to camp. Let's check out this pouch. Maybe the reason we're so heavy is there stuff in here besides so many fucking potions. Holy shit. Like, damn. I have so many potions. Do have a staff. My 2 staffs in here. I have so many potions. I don't even know what to do with that. But at least I'm not cucumbered anymore. My alchemy pouch is currently weighing 6.7 as well. Can you arrange by weight? Yeah, this is the heaviest thing at 33 weight of potions on me. A cruel sting. So this is that weapon. A drow elf wielding this weapon deals an additional a drow elf. Okay, well we don't have an additional poison then. But it does have ensnaring. I'm gonna go ahead and send this to camp just in case. Protection from good and evil. Talk to that magic missile. Some potions. A pouch. Okay. Okay. I think we're good. I think that helped a bit. Just a little bit of quick organizing. Now, we just have to try to get through the Shadowlands. We have the blessing upon us. We have the... Oh! The Shadow Curse cannot affect... We have the Pixie's Blessing. Okay. Wait, so we're set. We don't even need to ring the bell at the moment unless, I guess, we like, leave and come back. I'm not 100% sure how that works. I'm assuming that it's for if, like, we leave and come back, then. I think. Oh!
I smell a train over there.
Movable bricks! No! Potter's chest key! Oh! Right. Hi, guys. How are you going? I'm a little concerned, but okay. I were just to, you know, put some fire on you. Seriously, we rolled a 1? Tides are active. Radiating orb above your head. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. And do that. Good luck. I'm definitely gonna die. It's fine. I don't know what you mean. Especially because I mean, at least I did a short rest before I did this, right? I have a feeling these guys are gonna smack my ass in this. Let's go ahead and put a weapon down. And then focus on that guy.
Let's turn someone inside out.
Can you?
Just like old times.
There. Oh, I should have done a special arrow, but it's fine. Hey, sword. Can't reach, can't reach, can't reach. Can reach you, though. So, bitch.
Still on my feet.
Bonus actions. We can do bonuses. Ah, for shits and giggles. Little bonus featherfall for 10 turns. Wait, we're blurred? Amazing! We're blurred for 3 turns. Thank you, Wild Magic. Oh my god, okay. Never mind, that didn't really help. Oh! Oh, I hate that. Oh, I hate that. Oh, I hate that. Oh, I hate that. Okay. Interesting. My dear.
This'll help.
Damn, not enough movement. Miss because it was disadvantage. Shadow. Okay, miss. I love the blur right now. That is definitely fun. Hey, bitch. Entangling snare. And beautiful ensnared as well. And turn. Let me. Running action hide. Hiding successful. Amazing. Fuck you, bro. Rupture. Great. And turn. Hi, boys. Fuck you, bro. And turn.
Important is ever easy.
No, never easy. Like, Jesus. Disadvantage. So, this is Garroted. Affected entity being strangled by a Garrote. It's silenced and takes 3 to 18 bludgeoning per turn. Move more than 5 meters apart, it ends. So I would have to... Interesting. Let's do let's do... Yeah, so I have a disadvantage on stuff at the moment. And do invisibility. Oh, minor illusion. I feel like that's not necessarily going to help at the moment. I'm going to heal. And I guess I'll go half to head. And I'm going to try and topple. But he's prone. So I'm hoping that that will help me. Yes. Beautiful. So I'm no longer Garroted, right? Or am I not far enough away? Oh no! No, she's Garroted! I feel like as much as I do like this mace full of radiance, the attack damage is not as good as some of the swords that I have, so it's a little... But am I supposed to be able to combine it with this blood? Is that what I need to do? No. Good job, Astarion. Right. 60%. 60%. He's the one garroting me. Passive smash. Fucking dazed. Can't cast spells, bitch! And you're fucking dazed, motherfucker!
There's blood in the air.
There is blood in the air. I don't think I can do a sneak attack on him. Oh, can I? Oh, I can. Miss! Bullshit. Get the flourish. Off balance. Love it. And then my weapon just taking its time.
No choice but to keep going.
Chromatic. Ice. Disadvantage. I think it's just because I'm too close. Firebolt. Because it's blurred as well, because it's too close to me. So anything too close to me is blurred? Fuck off, are you serious? I didn't realize that. I did not realize that. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I'm so... What? Is that... Or was it close to me when it went? That's too fucking funny. I guess we'll try an arrow. Too fucking funny. Okay, it's no longer blurred. Now, I think it's blurred again. Yeah, and it's scaring me far away. Shadow teleport. Okay, that's fine. You can shadow teleport. Let's get our little butts over here.
That's it.
Hey, bro. How you doing? Hope you're doing well, bro. Guess what? Smacking you on the head, motherfucker. You missed, bitch. And now Shadowheart. Why don't you sword that and turn Astarion? Stab this guy. He's dead now. I'm gonna have you run over here. He's probably gonna teleport though, so I'm a little bit concerned. Sword, hit this guy, hold these guys. I didn't know, like, it's so funny that different moves that I don't understand that things have, right? It's so freaking funny to me. And it's like, what? They have, like, teleportation? Don't even think about, like, does not even compute in my brain. I'm just gonna go ahead and throw it at this guy. It should hopefully not hit me. We'll find out. Right. It hit me. It hit me. It's fine. Fuck you, bitch.
Light on my feet.
Yeah. Eat fire. Where are you shadow teleporting to? To Astarion. Fucking miss my rogue, bitch! Where'd you go? Oh. Over here. Over here. That's fine. That's fine. I think I can go here. And then arrow. Arrow. Bye. And turn. Shadowheart, I need you to not die right now, okay? Can you please potion of healing real quick and then grab your sword and smack him good? No! You're supposed to smack him good! At least he's got fairy fire on him now. That's always nice. Oh, and hi, good sir. So, fun thing. I am just going to do a little bit of this. You dick. And then sword. Fuck you. How are you not dead?
Where do I go from here?
Fuck you. We are going to run over here.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Swift as we can. Heal. And we're going to arrow this guy. Oh no, let's actually use a spell since we can use one at the moment. Let's do a chromatic thunder. Seriously, it missed? God! God damn! Alright. Can you please just die? Fairy fired ass. Alright, where's this other fucker? Astarion, may I ask where you are, please? Ah, here you are. Here you are. Alright, how far can you jump, love? Not enough movement, not enough movement. You can get here.
Good idea, Karlach.
It was a good idea, Karlach! You're such a smart cookie, love. Disadvantage. Fuck, he's just out of range. Can I move any bit further? Oh, fuck nuggets. It's so fucking... I mean, look, I have to try, right? Damn. Had to try, at the very least. Can you please jump? Oh, you're gonna definitely catch on flame. Can you please come over here? Jump. Not in the fire. Thank you. Over healer. And then... I mean, I'm sure I have Misty Step or something somewhere, right? I'm sure I have Misty Step or something somewhere. I don't feel like finding it. So why don't you just cure wounds on yourself real quick, just so that way you have it.
Take your
And then run a little bit forward and turn. Astarion, darling, can you please kill this guy? Thank you. All right. That did it. Nice. Okay. F5. And map. We can go up this way and continue on. I mean, we have to check out this building now, right? I should do a short rest.
I'll feel that one later.
Now that we are blessed and we have the spirit, the pixie spirit thing on us, we should be able to pretty much rest. I don't even know if we could have rested anywhere when we came in here. I did not check once, which, you know, I don't know if that was the smartest, but hey, Karlach.
Come on, let's go.
But it's done. Look how well that went.
Easy.
Easy. Good. Look how well that went. We defeated those guys and their teleporting, garroting ridiculousness. All right, what was in here? Luminous gloves. Radiant orb. Whenever the wearer deals radiant damage, receive 1 turn of radiant orb. An idol of Selene, and a note. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and send this to Shadowheart. I'm gonna take this here and I'm gonna put that for Kara. Moon maiden protect those who would not turn on you from you, no matter the consequence in this short life. Keep the artifacts of our devotion until a long time. Grant cunning to my brother Halfred in his efforts to conceal the rest of your relics. Interesting. Okay. Journal updated. Wait. The Masons Guild seems to have been the center of the Selûnite resistance in the area. We should seek it out and investigate further. So that's going to the Masons, which is... Oh, it looks like we're going to pass that on the way, probably, unless that's the other direction, right? So we shall see, I guess.
No time to rest.
No time to rest, indeed. I love how much stuff I have right now. Aspect of the elf for Karlach being here, Pixie blessing, mage armor, speak with animals, see invisibility, blessing of Selûne, and Leviatar's love. Like, wow.
One day I'll catch a break.
Incredible. Unless it's down this way? Or is that the Mason? I want to go to the heart one first. I wanted to go to the art one first. What time are we at? So we've done about a 6-hour stream. I think we've had there was a lot of stuff that happened today. We got to make love to our girlfriend. Honestly, that's the biggest thing in all of this. We found out she's gonna die. We have a new quest for Will to release a demon. Which kind of honestly sucks a bit, but you know. Oh well. I do think this is all supposed to be one town or village, right? Ooh, what is this? Barrel. Chicken yard? I like how the lights like stand out. Healing water. Journal log of a true soul. Scouting mission dispatched by Ketheric to Shadowlands. Objective: locate the nest of absolute non-believers. Reach the outskirts of village. Disturbing sounds echo through the shadows. Must evade pursuit. Preparing to create a light barrier for protection against lurking monsters in deadly darkness. Lay them absolute guide me. I do find it interesting that no matter what,
don't mind if I do.
Everyone has to hide or has to have light from the darkness. Here's the true soul core list. Nothing on them. Because there are the monsters in the shadow will get everyone, no matter what, who they believe in, anything like that. So I find that quite interesting. My dear, could you open up your backpack for me? I find that quite interesting. Get these rags out of here. Can we scroll down, please? Can we scroll down a bit faster, please? Thank you. Honestly, I don't need any more water. I do not need any more water in my inventory. It is taking up so much weight. Truly. You guys can have these broken moon lanterns. I have so many of these. Okay. So there was a lost soul that was coming in for information and to watch, basically. What is this? Inventory management summit. I'm trying so hard with the inventory management. Like, I'm not gonna lie.
Hello, sweetie.
Hi, Aiden! I am trying so hard with the inventory management, Aiden. Welcome on in, Raiders! Welcome, how are you? I hope that you're doing well. Let me give you a shout. What's happening? Oh, thank you, Tiff. I appreciate you. It's been a hot second. How's your stream? How's DBD? What are you playing? Who were you doing? Were you surviving or killing? How was the streamy thing? And welcome. For anyone who's new here, hi, my name is Kara. I'm a variety streamer. This is my first playthrough Baldur's Gate 3. We are in the second act, so we are further along if you're trying to avoid spoilies. We're in the Shadowlands. We have not got out of the Shadowlands yet, so we're not far in it, which is great. We were surviving playing Jade. I don't know Jade. Tiff, do I know Jade? I know that you're lurking doing your own thing. But I'm gonna ask you because I don't know if I know Jade. The funny thing is, as much as I don't know a lot of the, oh my god, am I stuck? My camera's stuck. Camera.
Shouldn't have wished to
Thank
live
you.
in more interesting times.
Was playing with Jade. Yeah, no worries. I play fourth with friends, so if they need another person, quite a lot, but I don't know the characters that well.
Best avoid that trap.
Why is there a trap, though? Astarion.
What now?
Can you please disarm this for me? Oh, I guess we could just throw something at it, couldn't we? Everyone group up.
All's well that ends not as bad as it could have.
Baldur's Gate 3 is your current addiction? Same! So, I'm romancing Karlach. We just had our first night together today. It was great fun. And I enjoy her so much. She is my favorite person in the whole wide world. Discos, we want to wear a lime green disco suit and dance to songs. I would love that, Gran. If you do that, can you please share that with me?
Maybe I should.
Romance Shadowheart, but tempted. Karlach is best girl. However, I'm quite nervous. I do not think there's going to be a happy ending. Oh, chains. Oh. Harper interrogation. Yeah, so if this is a spoiler for you, I don't know where you are. Like you said, it's an obsession, so like, I felt like I was going quite slow. Like I felt like everyone was ahead of me. They were going so fast through it. And then like this past like 2 or 3 streams, like I feel like I've been blasting through so much of the stuff, and I don't know if it's the levels that I have with what I'm doing or if it's luck with certain fights and talking my way through stuff. But I definitely feel like I'm going at a speedy pace at the moment. Official interrogation transcript. Harper in charge, Kaladov Everspring. Your name, Dal Timber. Occupation, farmer, potatoes, a farmer. How many guards is Thorn stationed at the south wall? What do you mean south wall? Don't play with me. The Moonrise south wall. I don't know. Liar. Write this down, Luda. Thorm spy refuses to cooperate. Harsher measures required. Awkward. But yeah, Shadowheart, like, I feel like a lot of the characters require a lot of, should I say, figuring out and opening up as you play them, because they kind of suck a bit at the beginning.
No traps, please.
Locked Astarion. Like,
keep a blade close.
I feel like as you kind of meet them, it becomes really, really nice. Difficulty class 10. Beautiful. And Astarion is Lovely for picking locks. Absolutely beautiful. No thoughts but picking locks. Oh, +1 bonus to armor class while obscured. Can you give that to Starion? I feel like he would like that. What are his rings? We don't need this invisibility ring anymore. He has invisibility, I believe. So we'll go ahead and give you that. And then jump. I'm not even sure if we need a jump, but I feel like that's a vibe.
No time to rest.
And I don't think the rest of these chests are gonna have anything. Skeleton. Bottle. Chains. Stained towel. Awkward.
Light on my feet.
But okay. I like it. I think we have to go this way? Oh. Oh, that was a save. 280 experience. Oh. Okay, maybe I'm not ready for this. Maybe I'm not ready for this yet. Maybe we should keep this for tomorrow. Maybe we should keep this for tomorrow, because this, I think, is entering a scary little spot. A little bit of a scary little spot. Let's long rest before we go in there. It just did an auto save for me, which is always terrifying, because the auto saves are basically like something is coming ahead. Hey, Lae'zel.
Greetings.
Greetings. I don't think. Oh, Will, are you glitched again? So at the moment, my Will is glitched and just constantly wants to talk, but he doesn't have anything he wants to talk about. Like we've already actually talked about his father being taken by the cultists.
Darling.
I'm sorry. That was really cute. Got your second up. You got your second upgrade. How does it feel?
Incredible. Like I'm really alive. Like we can finally be real. I can be close to you now without fear, without thinking too hard. We can just be.
I've never been excited for anything in my life. Fucking pumped. You've earned it after all you've endured. What about what Damon said? How your engine won't survive in the mature plane. Girl, it's been 12 hours and you're still afloat. What do you mean? I've been flirting with Karlach since day one. As soon as she was like, hey, I really want to like take someone to bed tonight, I'm like, cool beans, girl. Sounds like a plan. I'm down. And then literally like randomly, thank you for the follow, by the way. Colin, I hope you're doing well as well. Then randomly, anytime I would randomly talk to her and it says, oh, how I'd like to be able to touch you, be like, done, girl, I would love to be able to touch you right now. How is it going? Don't know what you mean, Silent. Right, we're just wearing our clothes. Hi, Lars. Oh my God, you were. I need to post the rest of them, Lars. Welcome on in. I need to post the rest of them because I need to like edit them because I have so many hours of playthrough. Oh yeah, we're just wearing our girlfriend's clothes, and she's just wearing some random drow elf's clothes. Same with Carl. Favorite. Never been. But how are you? How are you going? Have you been playing and enjoying it so much? Welcome on in. Just some dead girl's clothes that we murdered like ages ago. Can I ask how the learning curve was? Yeah, of course. So I don't honestly, if you play a lot of games, in my opinion, it's pretty straightforward. And the fact that you can inspect and examine and stop and look at everything made it really, really nice and easy. Have you played any D&D? Have you have you played any like a turn-based RPG kind of games before? Or is it kind of just like this would be the first especially big game of that kind for you? Yeah, you. Yeah. I think I might have accidentally started romancing Gale. So I was actually just talking about this before, Coolin. that apparently a lot of people, it might be a bug, apparently a lot of people, Gale assumes that you're in a relationship and you don't know. So that actually happened with me. He was kind of upset the next day after we went to bed together. He was kind of upset and he was like, oh, I thought we had something. And I was like, what? Are you okay? So that might be a bug that they're planning on fixing. But what you could do is, if you do think you might accidentally be romancing, oh, okay, lovely. Okay, so I wasn't sure if you were asking for yourself or you were asking for me. No worries, Lars, that's all good. So apparently the next morning he basically said, I wish you'd told me first. So if you're worried about Gale, you could, before you take Karlach to bed, be like, hey Gale, by the way, there's no relationship here. I'm gonna go hang out with Karlach. After you talk to Karlach, I'm assuming it would come up. So you could do that if you're worried about it. And I think that would help. I didn't even realize that was a thing. I didn't realize he was romancing me. So awkward. But you play 1 and 2 for years. My partner as well absolutely loves them. So basically, my partner and everyone in chat were like, you're gonna love this game. This game's coming out. It's totally up your alley. And I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sure I'm gonna hate it. I can't, every time you explain what this game is, I don't retain any information until someone says it's D&D. It's like, cool, I get it. Oh, no, you were all good, lovely. Please never stress. Please never stress. I just wasn't sure what exactly you were asking. If you were asking if you hadn't played before, if you're asking what the learning curve was, or how my learning curve was, since this is my first time playing. But it's been really good. I feel like they made it really straightforward for people who this is their first kind of RPG. And like turn-based RPG. I think they did a really good job having it where you can inspect all the spells, you can examine all the spells, you can examine the different people. Like, yes, there's going to be stuff you don't think about if this is your first time, especially if this is your first time not playing a game with any type of enemies that have resistances and stuff like that. I do think it did help that literally I came from playing Dark Souls. So with Dark Souls, things have resistances, things have powers, but you don't always know what they are. Especially in game, you would have to research it out of the game to figure it out or experiment. So it's kind of nice that it's in the game for me. Your experience with other games, yes, exactly. I think the other games definitely helped with how much information there is, but I do think that they really made it pretty straightforward for new people, which is really nice. Like the outside experience I have with other games helped with how much there is. I am playing on normal mode and not story mode, so I don't know if that would help. But yeah, I was going very slow for the first little bit, and now I'm like speeding through a lot of stuff. I don't know if it's because I'm talking my way through things or getting lucky with rolls or being leveled correctly. I have no idea. I have no clue. But I get to romance Karlach, so I'm happy. But yeah, that's awesome that you played the first two. Like I said, there's quite a few people in the community and even my partner that have played the first two before and absolutely loved it. Or just being good at it. I mean, look, I don't want to get a big head. I will not say that I'm necessarily a great gamer. I will say I'm decent. I know how to game. I will not say that I am talented. All right, hold on. Never been excited for anything in my life.
I was hoping you'd say that.
Oh, she's so cute. I have the best girl. Like, literally, I am married. But I have the best girlfriend in the game in the whole wide world.
Lady of Sorrows, guide us. Did you want something?
No. She's about to pick you up for a big hug. So, if you are a small character, tall characters kneel down to kiss you and hug you. They'll kneel down to meet you, and it's really cute. No, big head, she's wearing a giant mouth head, Lars. Yeah, it's really adorable. I like it. I think that was a very good life choice.
Seeing your life's hourglass,
and I'm sure it's easier to animate.
Grasping at any means of slowing the grains as they slip inexorably through your fingers. Karlach's fate may be ordained, but her actions are not. She will make each breath count. We can be sure of that.
Are you over our failed relationship now? Okay, cool. Sorry, I'm fine.
Yes.
Hi, Astarion. Leave. I do wonder, because I think someone was talking about this before. So with Karlach, when you're not able to touch her, she is very happy with polyamory. She is very happy being like, yeah, if you want to go date someone else, go for it, have fun. I think she becomes a lot more, not possessive, not necessarily maybe monogamous either, but more like, now that I can touch you, you are mine kind of thing. Like, we are together, like this is us. Jealous? Possibly. Like, I turned down Astarion and Shadowheart. Lae'zel slut shamed me. She was like, you've been tainted by another. It's like, okay, Lae'zel, can you calm down? I thought I turned down Gale. Apparently I did not. Jealousy is a thing, yeah. So I do wonder if that's going to, because I do want to kind of progress the storylines with the characters as much as I can in a first playthrough while still, you know, not messing up with the relationships too much. I like lore. So I would like there to be the ability to make sure to progress the NPC's lore without romance, as difficult as that may be. Because I want that to be like a concentration for sure. I love the lore and I don't want to have to romance them. In small amounts. Well, I don't know how intense it is. She seemed very intense, so I don't know how intense she is. And also, good dog. Such a good dog. Ignore the hair. It's a bug. Because such a good dog. Oh yes, you are. Oh, you're such a good dog. Oh yes. Oh, best part of the game. Except that I can't pet my owlbear cub. It won't let me. I have a bug. It's fine. We'll go to bed. We will rest. 3. It's too many. I need another 3. Raw steak. Fishless head. Stew. I don't have the doggo yet, but you have the owlbear. So yeah, I very sadly have a bug where I can't pet my owlbear. The salami is a weapon. I did hear that. I wasn't sure if I should give that to Karlach as a backup weapon. So that's the game. Like 94% people every time. I think I only didn't do it one night. And that is the night where Karlach went into romance. But I pet Scratch in the morning. I did pet Scratch in the morning. Just not that night. I was very excited to get to kiss Karlach. I was very excited. Astarion. Why did you have smoke on you, Astarion? Playing dress up after downloading just a few new mods. I've said that I don't want to download mods until after the first big update. Like, I want the first big update to happen and then download, because I know it's probably going to break a couple mods. From his new cowl! Thank you, Moosey. Yes, his new cowl. I forgot about that. Thank you. As well as I do want to go through a playthrough without any, just because for stream, it's kind of nice to do a no modded playthrough on like streams and stuff like that. But I might, especially like looks mods and everything, I feel like that would be really fun to play with. I am a Sims gamer who literally would have gigs upon gigs of mods and custom content. So I definitely think it could be a lot of fun to play with that a little bit. But I think I'm definitely going to wait. Which mods would you use? Friend? I think for second playthrough, I would probably play with the mod that would let you have more companions on the next fight, or like going out and about, so that way I could take more of the NPCs with me as well, though. Yeah, mostly cosmetics. I would be very happy with some cosmetics mods. But I think I would also want the one that would allow me to bring more NPCs in one group. I know it probably wouldn't run as well, so it might not be for stream. But I think it'd be really cool to have more of them interacting with the world as you get to go around. Versus at the moment, I kind of have it as a good fighting team because I'm sorcerer, cleric for healing, barbarian for fighting, rogue for chess and sneakiness. Like, so I have the team set up that way. In-depth cosmetic mods, my life are over. Oh my god, there's so many. Had a party of 6, yeah. So I remember someone saying that as well, that they had a party of 6 and this one has a party of 4. I wonder if there was if it was to help with the game run better, or if it was something else. Hi, Karlach. I just want to check in with you. Are you doing okay?
Hey.
Hi. I'm sorry. I'm fine. I haven't done this. What's it like not being touched anymore for a long time? Well, she can touch people now.
Sad. I couldn't let myself feel sad in the Hells. Letting my guard down would have been a death sentence. And letting, say, a Cambion near me would have been disastrous. I thought it best to just keep my distance. But loneliness that deep gets into the marrow. Now that I'm here, among friends, I can feel it burning out of me. Little by little, step by step.
She's such a good girl! I love her so much! But yeah, I love this outfit on her. Fucking looks so good. So good. Time related as combat is turn-based. Oh, true. That's a very good point. That's a very good point, Lars. Yeah, that it's because it's turn-based, that it's kind of like you're just, things are just moving. And there's going to be a lot of fights where there's a lot of characters like in the fight. Question, is the about a relationship, does that mean I get to give her a kiss, or does that mean that she's like, I'm telling her that we're going to break up? What do you think? I can do a quick save, but I'm just a little worried. Options. There's going to be options. Go on.
Go on.
Okay. Ah! Okay, cool. Just checking. Just checking. Just checking. Just checking. Just checking. Can I kiss
Always.
you? Never mind. That's fucked. Come on! All the other ones were so cute, and she knelt down. Okay, so that's glitched. That's a bug. Hey, that's a bug. The other ones were so cute, and she missed. Boo! All the other ones, like, seriously, like, we hugged her, kneeling down, hugging us, like, so freaking adorable. But that one, that's the only one that's messed up so far. That's gonna make me so sad, because that's, like, the only option I think we have now, right? Are you happy with how things are between us?
If you're happy, I'm happy. Are you happy?
Oh, honey. Deliriously.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Rolled a 1, seriously. I'm wondering if the relationship will kind of change as you go. Like, she'll become a little bit more confident in herself. She got shy. That's what it was. Like,
hello,
Joji!
sweetie.
Hi! How are you, Raiders? Welcome in. I hope you're doing good. What is shaking? It's a Joji Bear raid. Welcome on in. The Berry Squad's coming in. For anyone who doesn't know Joji, you really should. Joji is a lovely and amazing and wonderful being. Has been playing some Baldur's Gate as well. Both, you were playing a little bit on stream as well. I know you're playing mostly off stream, but you were playing on stream as well, right? But yeah, for everyone, welcome in. My name is Kara. I'm a variety streamer. Currently doing my first Baldur's Gate 3 Let's Play. I'm playing a Forest Gnome Wild Magic Sorcerer. I know it's a big mouthful. Gabby, how are you? And Wolfie, how's it going? If you want to tell me your favorite thing about Joji, I'd love to hear it. We were just talking because we can touch Karlach now, and it's the best day ever. Best day ever. You missed the sexy. I mean, you missed the romance. So we just got Karlach to give us a kiss this morning, and it's a little bit bugged because I'm a short gnome and she's tall. So unfortunately, the kiss at the camp, she kisses our off of us, and it's sad. It's sad. It's a sad panda. I'll have to not to do Baldur's Gate because you're gonna start up with yes. Now that last Persona boss, and I'm like upset about it. You've got this. You've got this. Yes, we got Karlach's kiss. So yeah, apparently short people or people that play short characters, unfortunately, once you have the kiss option at camp, it is bugged. All other romance stuff before that, the characters seem to be kneeling down, you know, are able to get at your height. Apparently that one is bugged, unfortunately, which is sad. Yeah, so hopefully they fix that. But it's really funny just watching Karlach kiss the air. It's really adorable. Wolfie, don't judge me. Wolfie, don't judge me. What are you talking about? Not gonna proper kiss then. I'm gonna put that on hold. Yeah, at your height. At your height. But yeah, so she is cooled down. She is no longer too hot, although she's super hot. What the fuck is that moving in my background? My curtain? That's my curtain. I have my window slightly open right now. So that one's my curtain. It's not a ghost, I swear. The lights? I'm going curtain. Yes? Yes? But yeah, Lars, I need to post the other videos of the playthrough so far at the curtains. Yes, it's curtains. I have my window slightly open because my PC gets very hot. Very hot. It is not a ghost, I swear. So if you, I'm not gonna lie, Joji, I was thinking of raiding soon. Partner, no. Yeah, it's just the curtain. But it gets pretty hot in here. So, and it's really nice and cool out right now. But yeah, I've had my door close on me multiple times because the wind keeps shutting it closed. Feeling it, yeah. Looking at something, oh yeah, so we finished the fight that was here with the cleric, right? Beat you to it, yeah. No worries. We finished the fight here. We luckily were able to save the cleric. Cleric did not disappear the second time we tried the fight. Now that I knew that I was supposed to be protecting her the entire time and not, you know, just fighting the people. Like, I didn't realize she was going to be kidnapped if we took too long. And we've made our way over here. The reason is also, I mean, she's cute, but weirded me out a bit. So the other reason why is because we're currently at the edge of the next difficulty. So this is like basically the town that was taken over, right? That's like super shadowy that we needed the lantern to get in for. By the way, I released Pixie. Is that Hot Devil Lady? No, Hot Devil Lady is Karlach. She's adorable. I love her so much. Look how cute she looks. To be fair, my team is freaking hot as heck. Hot as heck. Freaking love them. But yeah, so my plan was to raid just because tomorrow we're going to be going to Mason's Guild to get some information. We're going to be heading to the House of Healing to get some information about Art Kulag. We're going to try and go to the whole house. Like, we're going to try and get these, not the Moonrise Towers, but get some of the quests and stuff done to come back to the Last Light Inn. For sure stream tomorrow. I think for sure stream tomorrow. I can't stop playing right now. It's a problem. I think I have a problem. I can't stop playing. Yes, this is gonna be the end of stream. I'm nearing on 7 hours. I can't stop playing. Lars, I'm so sorry you came in towards the end. One more turn. I mean, we can definitely go somewhere else. I definitely don't want to enter there. I definitely don't want to enter there. We could go to the house deep in shadows because I actually haven't been there yet, and that is on my map. I don't know what it is. So we could head over there and see what it is. Have your vids on YouTube. I need to post the rest of them. I have so many at the moment. Thank you, Tiff. I appreciate you. And I do appreciate, Lars, that you came in. That's so freaking awesome. I'm so glad that you found it. And seriously, welcome to Chaos. If you don't know, so I stream Monday to Friday. Some days I do take off, so that's why Tiff posted the Discord. I will put in Discord if I'm not streaming that day. Just because sometimes I'll take off Monday if it's a holiday, or Friday if I have a lot of, like, I'm working part-time with my friends, so I just need to make sure I have stuff with that. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. And seriously, thank you for coming in. So I will be back tomorrow, and I think we're gonna focus here. I think we're gonna focus here. try to get as much information. I want to finish all the quests for the Cursed Lands as much as I can. It's a lot of darkness. It's a lot of darkness. It kind of looks like a guy getting disemboweled with his guts getting pulled out of his stomach. Do you see that? There's his head screaming in pain. Legs over here, guts getting ripped out. Do you see it? I hope you see it. Okay, anyway, so yes, well, I was watching Criminal Minds last night. Look, listen, I see it, right? I'm concerned, right? The guts, look. I was watching Criminal Minds last night. Don't judge me. Don't judge me. Okay, I'm gonna save the game. I'm saving. New save. Shadowlands Village. Don't be concerned. To be fair, we did a decent amount today. I started this game like not moving very fast and everything. I feel like